In this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how to go from $0 to $10,000 per month with a social media marketing agency in 2024 as a complete beginner. In fact, in this free course, I'm going to build a brand new $10,000 per month marketing agency with you live so you can follow along step by step and you can even copy it if you want. I guarantee you this free course is going to be 10 times better than any other free course on YouTube, and most gurus are charging thousands of dollars for a course like this, and I'm going to give it to you 100% free. And don't worry, I have nothing to sell you in this free course. I've already built my own marketing agency past $1 million in revenue at 24 years old, and the reason I'm making this free course is because there's a lot of bad information online, and I don't want you wasting thousands of dollars on a course that's not going to get you any results. My promise to you is this free course is going to give you everything you need to get to $10,000 per month in the next 12 months with your marketing agency. So with that being said, get a pen and paper handy and let's dive into the free course. All right, welcome to the 0 to 10K per month social media marketing agency course. And what I want to do first in this video is give you an overview of what to expect and how to maximize your results. So with that being said, let's dive right into it and let's start with how the course is going to be structured. Now there's 5 core phases in this course, and each phase has multiple lessons inside of it. And here's what I mean. It all starts with phase number 1, which is SMMA fundamentals. And SMMA stands for social media marketing agency. So you're going to hear me say that a lot because it's easier. So inside of phase number 1, which is SMMA fundamentals, we have lessons like how to pick your niche, which is who you go after, how to create your offer, which is what you sell, and how to develop a top 1% mindset and productivity. There's more lessons inside of phase 1 as well, but I'm just giving you a general example. Then in phase number 2, we're going to focus on setting up your SMMA so you can treat it and operate it like a business. So we'll go over lessons like how to pick your business name, how to set up your website, and I'm going to give you the exact 7-figure website that I used that you can copy and paste in a click of a button. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And we'll also go over how to set up your payment processor so you can accept money from clients and get money in your bank account. And then in phase number 3, it's all about marketing. So we'll go over lessons like how to find clients, how to reach out to clients, how to get meetings booked with people who are interested in your services. Everything to do with marketing we'll cover in phase 3. Then in phase number 4, we'll go over sales. So we'll go over how to create a sales script that you can use to convert a complete stranger into a client that pays you $1,000 to $5,000 plus every single month for your services. Then we'll go over how to handle objections and how to follow up with prospects. And then finally, in phase number 5, it's all about service delivery. So this is actually how you get incredible results for your clients and they're happy with your services. So we cover lessons like how to onboard clients, how to create high converting ads, and how to manage your clients' ad campaigns. We're going to cover everything A to Z so you have the confidence you need to actually deliver results for the clients that you sign up. Now, in terms of the lesson cadence, now that you know the structure, the lesson cadence, each lesson has one big picture training and one action item to go along with the lesson. So you want to make sure you're completing each action item with the lesson. That's what's going to actually make you have progress and take action. So that is the lesson cadence. Now, in terms of how to maximize your results, because if you're watching this, you want an outcome. You want to build a successful business that's doing over 10K per month. So here's how to maximize your results. First thing is I would recommend saving this video to a YouTube playlist or bookmarking this on your browser because you're likely going to refer back to this training multiple times. You know, this is a multiple hour course and you might not watch it in one sitting and you're going to refer back to this course multiple times throughout the year. So make sure to save this video or bookmark it so you can easily reference back to it. The next thing is watch all the video lessons lesson by lesson. This course is meant to be consumed step by step if you're a beginner. So don't start skipping through parts, watch it lesson by lesson and implement. The third thing, the people that always get the best results is they implement quickly. So make sure to finish the action items, don't overthink things, and just get things done. One of my favorite sayings is motion beats meditation. So implement quickly, don't overcomplicate things, and just get it done. I've already outlined the entire process. You just need to take action. The fourth thing, and this is so important, is make sure to click the link in the description to get the free course notes that go with this course. So once we go into the free course, I have basically an entire document that has all the resources and lessons for you to follow along with. It's going to be in the description. Just click the link in the description to download all the course notes. It's 100% free. It goes along with the course and you're going to need to have access to that. So again, go to the link in the description, download the course notes so you have access to that. And then finally, ask any questions in the comment section. Any questions you have, post them in the comments. I'll personally answer them. There's no such thing as a dumb question. I guarantee you any question you have, someone else is going to have that question, and it's going to not only help you better understand what you're learning, but it's going to support others as well. So anytime you have questions, put them in the comment section. And then the final thing is ask any questions in the comments section. So whenever you have a question, just put it in the comment section below and I'll personally answer it. There's no such thing as a dumb question. I guarantee you someone else is likely having that same question, and it's also going to help you better understand and learn the material if you're asking yourself questions. So make sure to ask questions along the way. And most importantly, have fun and enjoy the process. We're going to take things one step at a time. And if you implement what I share, you're going to have a lot of fun and you're going to make a lot of money as well. So with that being said, let's dive into phase number 1. I'll see you there. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to give you a quick overview of phase number 1, which is SMMA fundamentals. And the main objective in phase number 1 is to help you understand and develop the fundamentals of your social media marketing agency. So here's what we're going to cover. First, we're going to go over what is a social media marketing agency, because we need to make sure you're clear on what the business actually is. Then we're going to go over how to pick your niche, and your niche is simply who you're going to serve. Then we're going to go over how to create your offer, and your offer is the service that you exchange for money. And then we're going to go over how to develop a top 1% mindset and productivity, because if your mind's not in the right place and you don't know how to do the work, you're not going to get any results. So with that being said, let's dive into everything and start with the first lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover what is a social media marketing agency. And what a social media marketing agency is it's a business that specializes in helping other businesses get more sales and awareness through social media marketing. And this is either done by paying to run ads on social media platforms or by posting content for free on social media platforms. And these social media platforms include Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, platforms that you're probably already spending a lot of time on. Now, in this course, we're going to focus primarily on running ads on social media platforms for businesses to get them more sales. Because I truly believe if you know how to run ads for businesses to get them more sales and customers, you will never struggle to make money and be able to do this full time and get past $10,000 per month. And in this course, we're going to show you step by step how to do that. So don't worry, I got you covered. So now that you know what a social media marketing agency is, now let me actually show you an example of an ad. So here's what you're responsible for. You've probably seen ads like this before on your Facebook or your Instagram feed. Here's an ad for a brand called Athletic Greens. You might have heard of them. And here's their ad. It says, got 60 seconds? One daily scoop of Athletic Greens 1 is the fastest and easiest way to give your body the high quality nutrition it needs. And you can see this ad has 1 to 3 sentences. Do you think you could write a simple ad that has 1 to 3 sentences? You probably could. And there's a simple image of the product, and then they can order now. Now, I guarantee you behind this ad, there's some 19 or 20-year-old kid writing and setting up this ad. It's not that complicated. So this is what you would be responsible for. Now, once they click on this ad, and don't worry, in this free course, I'm going to show you step by step how to actually set up and manage these ads. I'm just going to give you a high level overview for now. Now, this is what you're responsible for. Now, once someone actually clicks the order now button, once they see an ad, they actually land on the client's website. Now, you're not responsible for building the client's website. They're already going to have that. But once they click on the ad that you set up, they land on the client's website and they're going to purchase the product. And that's the process. You set up these simple ads that people click on, and then people click on the ad, they land on the client and the business's website, and then they purchase the product or become a lead. Very straightforward. So now you might be asking yourself, why would a business pay you for that service? And it's simple. Let's say these ads that you set up for your client generate an extra $10,000 per month in sales for them. They'll happily pay you $1,000 to $2,000 per month for that service. Because fundamentally what you are with a social media marketing agency is you're selling money at a discount. If you know how to sell a $100 bill for $20, you're never going to struggle to make money. Because really, sales to a business is like oxygen for a human. Without a sales, business is going to die. So if you can help businesses get more sales using social media marketing at an exchange greater than what you charge for it, they'll happily pay you for that service every single month, and you'll never struggle to make money. Again, that's what you really need to understand. Like if you set up ads that generate $10,000 per month in sales for them, they'll happily pay you $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000 per month for that service. And again, in this free course, I'm going to show you how to do that. But that is why business owners would pay you handsomely for that service. And you can see here, it's really not that complicated. There's just simple images we need to set up, and some of these ads only have 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences. It's not too complicated. Now that is the process. So now that you know what social media marketing agency is, and I've given you an example of an ad, and you know why businesses would pay you for that service, let's go over the benefits of having a social media marketing agency. The first benefit is it's a low capital to start. So you need no need for inventory or startup costs. You can get your entire business set up for under $100, which I'm going to show you. So that's a huge advantage. Like the reason I started my marketing agency to begin with is I didn't need to pay thousands of dollars or inventory costs. I could start my entire agency for under $100. That is a huge advantage, is it's low capital to start. The next benefit is you can charge high ticket prices. So because this is a service, you only need a few clients to be able to do this full time or reach $10,000 per month. For example, if you're charging $1,000 per month, you only need to get 10 clients. If you're charging $2,000 per month, you only need to get to 5 clients. If you're charging $5,000 per month, you only need 2 clients. And if you have one whale client that pays you $10,000 per month, you only need 1 client, right? So you can see, because let's say, for example, you're selling a product online, like an Amazon product. You need hundreds, thousands of orders to be able to actually do it full time. But with a service and a social media marketing agency, you only need a few clients to be able to do this full time and get to $10,000 per month. The third benefit is location freedom. You can work anywhere in the world as long as you have a laptop and internet connection and the time zones make sense with your clients. You know, I've worked all over the world with my agency and I have clients all over the world as well. So you have location freedom. The fourth benefit is it's a proven model. And this is a big one because there's thousands of agency owners making 6, 7, 8 figures in revenue. So there's a proven roadmap to succeed with this business model. You just need to know the recipe and you need to apply it. And in this free course, I'm going to give you that recipe. So that is a big advantage here. It's kind of like if you're baking a cake, there's already a recipe out there to bake a really good cake. We just need to know that recipe and apply it, and we can achieve success with the marketing agency as well. The fourth benefit is you can learn the skills very quickly. You don't need to know tons of coding or a lot of hard experience. Like, you can learn the fundamental skills of running ads, sales, and marketing in like a 60 to 90 day period. Like even in a 30-day period, you can start getting things up and running. Like in this free course, I'm going to show you how to get everything up and running to start getting clients in 7 to 14 days. Like, it's not that difficult. And what's more important is you have a good work ethic and you have tenacity and you're not going to give up. The next benefit is there's a huge market. So basically any business doing over $50,000 per month, you can work with. And just in the US alone, there's over 6 million of these businesses. So there's just so many business owners that need your service and they're underserved. They will happily pay you if you can sell money at a discount and help them get more customers. So like I said, once you have the skill set, you're never going to struggle to get clients and make money because there's just so many business owners out there who need this service. And then the final benefit is international currency. So you can charge international currency for your services. So if you live in Canada, you can charge in USD. Like I'm in Canada and I charge my clients the US dollar and I get a big bonus because of that. If you live in India, for example, you can even charge USD and that would help you so much, right? So that's a huge benefit. It's just because you can charge international currency. So those are the big benefits of a social media marketing agency. That's why I love this model. It changed my life and I know it can for you too. So that's what we're going to cover here. Now that you know what a social media marketing agency is, you know what typical ads look like at a high level, you know why businesses would pay for the service, and you know the benefits of a social media marketing agency. Let's dive into the next lesson, which is picking your niche. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to cover how to pick your niche. And what your niche is the specific market segment and customer you offer your marketing services to. And in the beginning, it's very important for you to niche down and serve a specific customer because you can understand their pain points and desires better. And ultimately, it's going to be easier for you to land paying clients because you have a tailored solution specifically for them. So to give you an example of this, let's say you have a heart problem and you need heart surgery. Like if you don't get this heart surgery, you're going to die. Would you rather go to a surgeon that only does heart surgery, or would you go to a surgeon that does a little bit of everything and also does heart surgery on the side? Like obviously you'd rather go to the surgeon that only does heart surgery because you have more confidence in them because that is the only procedure they do. And business owners are no different. Let's say there's a gym owner that's looking for marketing services. Would they rather work with a marketing agency that works with gym owners, plumbers, chiropractors, and dentists? Or do you think they'd rather work with a marketing agency that only does and works with gym owners? They'd rather work with that marketing agency that only works with gym owners because they feel like that is a tailored solution just for them and they have more confidence in them. So that is why it's so important for you to niche down. Now, one thing I want to say is you don't want to stress this decision too much of picking your niche. You're not married to your niche. You can always change it down the line. Granted, you don't want to always be changing, but just remember that like almost everyone I know has changed their niche at some point. But the key thing is for you to just pick your niche and get started. So here's how to pick your niche. There's 3 ways we can pick our niche. The best way to pick your niche is look at your past experience. For example, if you used to work in a gym growing up and you know gym owners well, you know their pain points, you know their desires, pick gym owners because that past experience is your biggest advantage. You know that customer and you know that market very well. So look at any past experience that you have, whether it's jobs that you used to work for specific businesses, or maybe your parents have, they're business owners themselves. Start there. That past experience is your biggest advantage because you know that customer. The second way you can pick your niche is pick a niche that you have interest or passion in. Like if you have deep interest or a certain passion in a specific niche, that's a great place to start. So to give you an example of this, I was very interested in fitness when I started my agency. I watched all the fitness YouTubers and I consumed that content. So what I decided to do, the niche that I first started out with was fitness influencers and personal trainers because I was obsessed with fitness. So if there's anything that you're passionate about or you have deep interest in, that's a great niche for you to start. The third thing is if you have no past experience or you have no interest or passion in niche, the third best niche is look at proven niches. And what I mean by proven niches is these are niches that multiple agency owners have had success in. So there's already an existing demand. So these are niches like e-commerce, real estate, roofing, things like that. These niches do have a lot of competition, but if you can do things better or in a unique way, it's still very easy for you to get clients. And I'm going to show you how to do this in the course. So I'm going to give you a list of over 100 proven niches that you can open that is attached. And by the way, you can get access to this full course for free and all the notes. It should be in the pinned description. So make sure to get access to that. But it has over 100 proven niches that you can look through. And if any of these pique your interest or if any of these you do have a passion in, start there. So these are the 3 different ways you can pick your niche. First, look at past experience. This is going to be the best place to start. If you used to work somewhere or your parents worked in a specific business, start there. Next, look at any interest or passion that you have. That is a great place for you to start. Again, I was interested in fitness, so I picked fitness influencers and personal trainers. And if neither of those apply to you, look at a proven niche that other agency owners have had success in and just use this worksheet that has over 100 different proven niches that you can look through. Between those 3 different things, you should be able to pick a niche relatively quickly. Now, once you pick your niche, you can't just offer your services to anyone in that niche. So let's say, for example, you pick gym owners. You don't want to just offer marketing services to any gym owners because some gym owners are going to be much easier for you to land as clients and some gym owners are going to be a complete headache. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that people in your niche have the following characteristics. Number 1, they're making over $30,000 per month in revenue. If they're making at least $30,000 per month consistently, that means they have cash flow and they start operating like a real business. If they're making less than that, it's going to be hard for you to charge good prices. Like it's going to be hard for you to charge anything over $1,000 to $2,000 per month if they're making less than that. In most cases, you want to make businesses doing at least $50,000 per month in revenue, but at bare minimum, they have to be doing at least $30K per month. Next, you want to make sure they're already investing in marketing and they know the importance of it. If they don't have a marketing budget or they don't believe in paid marketing, it's going to be very hard for you to, 1, sign them on as a client because they don't believe in the service that you offer. So make sure that they're currently investing in marketing and they have interest in marketing. And the final thing is make sure they have a good product. They need to have a product that has good customer reviews that people actually enjoy, because the best clients that I've ever worked with, they have really good products. And if they have a really good product, your marketing and your ads don't need to be that good that you set up for them because the product just sells itself. So make sure that they have these 3 characteristics on top of that. So what I want you to focus on, the action item I really want you to do is pick your niche in the next 24 hours. And again, the way to do that, first look at your past experience. This is the best place to start. Then look at if you have any interest or passion. And if neither of these apply to you, look at the list of 100 plus proven niches. That should be the best. Like you should be able to find a niche in the next 24 hours. And then once you start getting clients, make sure they have these characteristics. And don't worry, we're going to go much deeper on these things. But all you need to focus on for now is write down and choose your niche in the next 24 hours. So with that being said, once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to cover how to create your offer. And what your offer is the service you offer businesses in exchange for their money. And to make your life easy, I'm going to show you the exact offer that you can use to start getting clients. But I also want to make sure you understand the theory of how we created that offer. So there's 4 parts to creating your offer. The first part is choosing your service. The second part is defining your deliverables. The third part is pricing your service. And the fourth part is creating your risk reversal. So let's break down each one of these, starting with the first part, which is choosing your service. And your service is the primary marketing service that you're going to offer businesses. So examples of these are Facebook ads, TikTok ads, YouTube ads, things like that. Now, the service that we recommend for you to start with is Meta ads, and that is Facebook and Instagram ads. And the reason we recommend this to start with is it's because it's the easiest to start. You can use both images and video ads, and we're going to show you how to do this later on in the course, so don't worry. The second big one is there's over 5 billion users between these two platforms. Like Meta owns both Facebook and Instagram, and there's 5 billion plus users. So pretty much everyone is on one of those two platforms. The third big reason is there's a huge demand for Meta ads. You just need to know how to deliver results, which again, we're going to show you how to do in this course. The fourth thing is if you know how to run Facebook ads and Instagram ads effectively for businesses, you'll never struggle to make money. I truly believe that. If you know how to run Meta ads properly, which we're going to show you how to do, there's just so many clients who need your service and you're never going to struggle to get paying clients. Now, as you get more experience, feel free to pick other services, but for now and in this course, I want you to just focus on Meta ads, which is again, Facebook and Instagram ads. So that is the service you're going to choose. Then part number 2 is defining your deliverables. And your deliverables are everything that the client is going to get in your offer. So we're going to keep things really simple. The first deliverable is you're going to manage their Meta ad campaigns. So what we mean by this is you're going to create their ads for the client and you're going to manage their campaigns. So again, in the delivery section, we're going to show you how to do this, but this is the first deliverable is you're going to manage their Meta ad campaigns. The second deliverable is you're going to have weekly one-on-one calls with your client. And these calls allow them to ask any questions that they have towards you and just making sure that that communication is good. So that is the second deliverable is you're going to have weekly one-on-one calls. And the final deliverable is weekly reporting. So every single week, you're going to give a report to your client that shows them how the ads are performing so they can have a pulse of that. And again, we're going to show you how to do all three of these in the service delivery section. But for now, these are the deliverables that you're going to offer. You're going to manage their ad campaigns. You're going to have weekly one-on-one calls and weekly reporting. This is the deliverables. Then part number 3 is the pricing. So how much you actually charge for the service and deliverables. And I recommend charging $1,000 to $1,500 per month to start. And the reason being is this is pretty much a no-brainer price point for most business owners for you to start with. Like you don't want to go right away charging $4,000 or $5,000 plus per month because you don't have any case studies, you don't have any results, and you might not have the confidence. So you want to start pricing your services very low for business owners so it's easy for them to say a yes to. And as you get better and you get an idea of what results you can generate for your clients, you want to price your services 10 to 20% of the overall value you can bring. So for example, if you can, as you get better, you can bring in $50,000 per month in revenue for a business from your ads, charge anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per month for that. Again, $5,000 is 10% of $50,000. $10,000 is 20% of $50,000. We've typically found that charging a business 10 to 20% of the overall value you can bring in that's a no-brainer price point for them to stay and continue. If you're charging too much or you're over that line, they're likely going to leave you because they're not getting enough value. And that sweet spot is getting to about 10%. So hopefully that makes sense. Just to summarize this, to start, charge anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 per month to start with. And as you get more experience and you understand what value you can bring, charge anywhere from 10 to 20% of the overall value. Now, keep in mind, if you're someone who's overseas, who's in like India or Pakistan or a different country, like you can even charge less than that just because that currency exchange is so good for you. And when I mean $1,000 to $1,500, I mean this is like in USD, right? So keep that in mind. So I'm just going to make a note of that. This is in USD. So that's what I recommend for the pricing. And the reason I like this too is, let's say you want to quit your 9 to 5 and you need to get to 5,000 a month. Like that's like 4 or 5 clients. It's not very hard to reach that milestone. So that is pricing. Now, the fourth thing we need is a risk reversal. And what a risk reversal is the thing that we need to put in place to reduce the risk for the client to say yes, because in any transaction, both parties have risk. The seller has risk because if you don't get results, they're not going to be happy, and you have risk. They could be a bad client. Now, the key is to reduce that risk to make it as easy as possible for the client to say yes to working with you. And in order to get clients to say yes in the beginning, we need to reduce that risk as much as possible because you don't have any experience, you don't have any case studies, so it's going to be hard for you to get paying clients up front. So what I recommend you do for a risk reversal is to start with free trials. This is what I did to get my initial clients. And what free trials are is this is when you actually give them a free trial of your service. So you actually run their ads for free for a time period. So then that way they can test things out. They're going to cover the ad spend. You're simply going to do the service for them for free. And then once they get results and they see that you can actually genuinely deliver, it's very easy to get them into a paying client. So what I recommend for the offer is have a 7-day free ad campaign. So this is where you run their ads for free for 7 days. They cover the advertising spend. And if they're happy with the results they get, they continue as a paying client. Now, again, we're going to show you how to do this in the service delivery section, so don't worry. But this is what we're going to start with. Again, this eliminates the risk because they can start for free. And as long as they get some results during that free trial, it's going to be much easier for you to turn them into a paying client where they then pay you $1,000 to $1,500 per month. And the benefits of free trials is it's easy for people to say yes to. You build confidence because right now, if you're watching this, you might not have gotten client results before. So because of this, this is easier for you to, like the bar is much lower because they're not paying anything up front. The third thing is you can gain case studies because what's more important than anything in the beginning is for you to get good case studies, because once you get case studies and testimonials, it's much easier for you to get paying clients. And the people that get good results during your free trials, you can ask them for a testimonial and they'll give that to you. And again, if you do a good job and they get results during that free trial, they'll want to work with you. So it's very easy for you to turn them into a paying client and get them at $1,000 or $1,500 per month. So hopefully this makes sense. Now, to show you how this all comes together, this is the offer I want you to use, just all in one very easy place. So the service you're going to offer is meta ads. So this is Facebook and Instagram ads. The deliverables you're going to offer is you're going to manage their meta ads for them. Again, we're going to show you how to do this. You're going to provide weekly one-on-one calls, and you're going to give them weekly reporting. And the price for that is you want to start from anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 per month. And the risk reversal that allows them to start with minimal risk is you're going to start with the 7-day free trial. So they can try you out for 7 days. They just cover the advertising spend. And then if they get results after the 7 days, you're going to sell them into $1,000 to $1,500 per month monthly engagement. And again, we're going to deep dive into the sales section on how to do that. So that is the completed offer. This is what you're going to do. So the action item I want you to focus on is really straightforward. Just model this offer and copy this. This is the offer that you're going to be offering businesses in exchange for their money. So if you have any questions, just drop them in the comments section, but just watch this a few times to understand that. Just a quick recap of the 4 parts to creating your offer. Part number 1 is choosing your service. This is the primary marketing service you're going to offer businesses. In this case, you're going to offer meta ads, which is Facebook and Instagram ads. Then we're going to define our deliverables that we give our clients on a monthly basis. And this is where we're going to manage their meta ad campaigns. We'll provide weekly one-on-one calls and weekly reporting. Then we're going to define our pricing, which I recommend to start with, which is $1,000 to $1,500 per month. And as you get better and you know what results you can bring, charge 10 to 20% of the overall value on a monthly basis. And then part 4 is a risk reversal, where you're going to reduce risk for the client to say yes. And we're going to do that by having a free trial. So that is the completed offer. Your service is meta ads. Your deliverables on a monthly basis is managing ad campaigns, weekly one-on-one call, weekly reporting. The price is $1,000 to $1,500 per month, whatever you're comfortable with. And then your risk reversal is they get to start for free for 7 days for a free trial. And then after that free trial, once they get results, you're going to sell them into your monthly package where they pay you on a monthly basis. So that's all we need to focus on. If you have any questions, let us know. But now you got your offer created. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to develop a top 1% mindset and peak productivity. Because the truth is, if your mind is not in the right place and you don't know how to work, you're not going to get any results. And once I mastered what I'm going to share with you in this lesson, that's when I was able to effortlessly grow my agency past 10K per month and achieve success in my business. And the biggest reason I see agency owners fail is because they have a problem with their mind. They don't know how to do the work, and there's limiting beliefs stopping them from achieving their goals. And I'm going to show you how to fix that in this video. So this is arguably one of the most important lessons in this entire free course. So make sure to pay attention, because if you don't understand this, it's going to be very hard for you to get results. So let's dive into it. So there's a 4-step formula that I used to get shit done and achieve my goals that you can model. And that is the To Word, Away, Eliminate, Work formula. So let's break this down step by step, starting with our To Word motivation. So the first thing we need to figure out is, what are we running toward? What's the goal? We need to have a direction of where we are going. Without that direction, how are we going to achieve anything? So that's the first step. The next thing is our away motivation. So what are we running away from? Why do we want to achieve this goal? Like, what actually happens if we don't achieve this? Because it's not enough for us to just have a simple goal of where we want to go. Like, for example, let's say you want to get to 10K per month right now and everything stays the same, you'll probably work pretty hard to get to 10K per month. But if I say, okay, if you don't hit 10K per month in the next 90 days, I'm going to put a bullet in your parents' head. How much harder are you going to work? You're going to work a lot harder. You're going to work with so much more urgency because now there's real motivation, a real consequence of what happens if you don't achieve that goal. So we need to engineer that same effect when we're setting our goals of what are we running away from? What actually happens if we don't accomplish this? Because that's what's going to motivate you to take action every single day. The next step is we have to eliminate. So what do we need to eliminate from our lives to make doing the work effortless? And the key to really unlocking your productivity is it more comes down to just eliminating all the dumb shit that you might be doing right now that's messing with your head and your focus. And I'm going to show you how to do this. And the final step is the work. So how do we structure our workday for maximum efficiency? So let's break this down step by step and make sure to follow along. So step number 1 is I want you to write down your toward motivation. So what are you running towards? What is the goal for you? For example, is it that you want to grow your social media marketing agency to 10K per month, 20K per month, 100K per month? Whatever that goal is, write that down. We need to get clear on where you're trying to go. And it doesn't need to be something crazy. Maybe it's just replacing your 9-to-5 income or having a full-time online business. And maybe that's 5K per month. Whatever that goal is for you, write down your toward motivation. Then once you write down your toward motivation, step number 2 is we need to write down our away motivation. What are you running away from? What actually happens if you do not achieve this goal? What fuels you to achieve this goal? For example, for me, my big away motivation at the time is I didn't want to have to go back to school and work a 9-to-5 and have to admit to my parents that my business failed. Like that was my away motivation. Like what motivated me every single day to do the work was I didn't want to have to go back to college and say to my mom and dad that you were right. Business wasn't for me. I need to go work a 9-to-5. Like even when I say that, I get upset. That was my big away motivation. So every time I was faced with what do I need to do, or if I struggled to do any work that day, I would just remember if I don't do the work this day, I'm going to have to work a 9-to-5. And that's what motivated me to take the actions. So I really want you to spend some time on this and think about what motivates you to get this goal. Is it that you absolutely hate working your job or that you're tired of being mediocre? Whatever that reason is, it has to be something that is visceral, that pushes you to get the work done. So write that down. You want to use what you got. Then step number 3 is we need to get clear on what we need to eliminate. Again, the key to actually getting our work done is it more comes down to elimination. So the first area I want you to look is what people do you need to reduce? So these are like the first thing is you want to look at your friends. So friends, if you have the wrong friend circle, it's very difficult for you to progress in your life and get work done because I'm sure you've heard of the quote that you are the sum of the 5 people that you spend your time with. And if the 5 people you spend your time with aren't progressing in life or they have limiting beliefs that they're talking down on you, it's very hard for you to get results. So in my case, after I dropped out of college to start my SMMA, I pretty much cut out all my friends from high school and college except for like 2 people who were also on an entrepreneurial path. I stopped hanging out with every single one of them and pretty much went monk mode for almost a 2-year period while I was in this learning phase. And most of my friends thought I pretty much died, right? And the reason I did that is because I knew I wanted to only be surrounded by people who were going where I wanted to go. So what I want you to do is really ask yourself, what friends are not serving you? What friends do you need to reduce or eliminate? Like if there are certain friends where all you talk about is things that you used to do in elementary school or high school, or you're not talking about where you're trying to go, or whenever you start talking about business, they just kind of give you a weird look. Don't spend time with them during this season. It's not going to serve you. So write them down and really think how you can eliminate that time with them or reduce it for a season. The next step, and this might be hard for you, is you want to look at your family. Because if your family has limiting beliefs or they're not supportive towards you, it's going to be very hard for you to reach your goals. Like in my case, my family was traditional and didn't understand my goals in business. So during that time, I didn't speak much with them. I just stayed in my room and worked because I knew that they wouldn't understand my goals. And I didn't go to any family gatherings, I didn't watch movies with them, and I dramatically cut my time down with my family so I could just focus on my business. So you need to ask yourself, like, what family members are not supportive of your goals, or which family members maybe bring you down? Like when you talk about business or you say things that you're working on, if they're not passionate about them, don't talk to them about it, right? Like during this season when you're building, really reduce that time with your family if they're not supportive of your goals. If they're supportive of your goals, spend time with them. But if they're not, really reduce that time with them during this period because they're going to speak down on you and it's going to really mess with your head. You don't want that. The third area you want to look at is dating, right? And during my period when I was building my business, I stopped pursuing any romantic relationships with women, right? Because I stopped hanging out with friends and going out. And like the reason I was doing that is if you really want to start growing your business, like if you're just aimlessly dating or scrolling or spending time with women, it doesn't really go anywhere, and it takes a lot of your energy and mental bandwidth. We don't want that, right? So what I would recommend you do is if you're just aimlessly dating or swiping around right now, like unless you have the intent to actually marry someone or get into a serious relationship, I would highly recommend you stop doing that because it just takes so much of your energy and bandwidth, and you have limited focus and energy. And if it's going towards the wrong things that aren't going to serve your immediate goal, I'd recommend cutting that out. So those are the 3 people that you really want to reduce or eliminate. Look at your friends, look at your family, look at your dating. Like once I eliminated those 3 things, I was able to get my focus back. The next thing is you want to look at what dopamine you need to reduce. So I'm sure you're familiar with dopamine. If you're not, it's just, well, I actually don't know like the scientific definition of it, but things like social media, your phone, or alcohol or food, these are things that can really mess with your dopamine and gets you addicted to just short-term bursts of kind of these dopamine hits, right? Like it's very hard for you to focus. Like you can't sit down and do 1 or 2 hours of work because you just need these short little fixes of dopamine that you get from social media or eating food. We need to eliminate that so you can actually focus. So what I would do is the first thing you want to look at is social media. So social media is a giant time suck, and you have limited time every single day. And if you're spending like 4 or 5 hours a day on social media, it's going to be very hard for you to actually get any work done. So what I did during this period is I pretty much uninstalled all social media from my phone, and I changed my passwords on different social media accounts so I couldn't log into them. And once I changed my passwords and I deleted my social media accounts, it was very hard for me to go back and log into those accounts. So what I would recommend you do is the action item is what social media apps do you spend the most time on? Write them down. Like you can look at your phone usage. There should be apps for that. And then what I want you to do is just uninstall them and put new passwords on them so it's harder for you to access. The only one, like YouTube's not necessarily social media, so I would keep YouTube, but I'm talking about things like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Like these are all social media platforms that don't really serve you. So I would really eliminate and change your passwords on that. It's going to give you so much more mental clarity. The next thing is phone usage. So the next big thing I did is I turned my phone on grayscale, and essentially what that does is it makes your phone really ugly. And you'd be surprised by having color on your phone, how much more addicting your phone becomes. I think they did a study, but the average person who puts their phone on grayscale, they reduce their phone time by like 25%. And I'll show you how to do that. The second thing is make sure to keep your phone on airplane mode or in a separate room while you're working, and don't keep it in your room where you sleep. If you put it in your room where you sleep, it's hard for you to get a good night's sleep. So the action item I want you to focus on is put your phone on grayscale. There's a tutorial that I've linked here that will show you how to do that. Again, make sure to go to the pinned comment in the description to download all the notes that go with this course so you can follow along and watch this video. But putting your phone on grayscale, again, it makes your phone look gray and it makes it much less addicting. The third area you want to look for dopamine is alcohol and drugs. And as Charlie Munger says, who just died, he was one of the partners at Berkshire Hathaway. He said, "I have yet to meet anyone in over 6 decades of life whose life has worsened by fear and avoidance of such a deceptive pathway to destruction." So he's basically saying drugs and alcohol, it's a pathway to destruction. So to give you a little story for me, is like at the end of high school, in college, I was drinking, not a ton, but pretty much every single week I would drink, right? And after my 19th birthday, I got home wasted, and my dad found me pretty much wasted just in my room, and he threatened to pretty much disown my ass, right? So it was a big wake-up call for me, and I stopped drinking at that point, and my life was immensely better once I stopped drinking. So I would recommend the same thing for you. Like if you are aimlessly drinking, if you are getting high, or whatever it is, maybe stop doing that. Because if you're watching this, you likely are not where you want to be right now. And if your psychology in your body and the chemicals in your body are always messed up because you're changing your state with alcohol and drugs, it's going to be very hard for you to progress in life. Like people like you are the reason why it's so easy to win, like being blunt, because a lot of people that you compete with, most of their states are just fucked up. They're getting drunk on the weekends, they're eating dumb food, they have drugs in their system, like they're like zombies. So if you can just not do that stuff, you're going to have a huge advantage. So the action item is if you're doing drugs or drinking alcohol, cut them out. Stop doing dumb shit. You don't need to be doing this. Again, we want you to be productive. I know this isn't going to happen overnight, but like I urge you, this isn't serving you. Next thing is food, right? Like I noticed if I ate a lot of sugar and carbs, I would usually crash in the middle of the day and like need a nap. Like I would always like 12 or 2 p.m. would hit, and I would just like, it would hit me like a truck and I would need to like sleep. So what I did is I focused on eating light, like very easy to digest food, like primarily meat and fruit. And I would have a bigger dinner at the end of the day once my work was done. And this is what worked for me. Like what I would recommend you do is if you notice that you're crashing, you might not have this problem, but if you know that, you just feel very lethargic or you have a lot of brain fog, I would recommend not eating as much or eating lighter meals till dinner, because the thing that takes the most energy in your body is digestion. So if you're eating big meals during your workday, it's going to hit you like a truck and it's going to be hard for you to get focused work done. So what I want you to do is if you're eating a bunch of sugar or carbs and you lack focus, stop eating like an idiot, stop eating big meals while you're working. Instead, switch to a high protein diet and light meals and save that big meal for after dinner. That's what worked for me. And I switched to a high protein diet and whole food diet where 80% of my meals were healthy and the other 20% I kind of ate whatever I wanted, right? Like my diet right now is pretty much like meat, fruit, and vegetables, and then chocolate, right? Because I love chocolate. The next area is video games, right? Like if you're addicted to video games, again, that's going to trigger a lot of dopamine. So I was addicted to League of Legends, which is a video game, and I would play that game all the time. And it wasn't just me playing the game. Like the times I wasn't playing the game, I would be thinking about it in my head. So it was very distracting. So what I did is I uninstalled the game and changed my password. And once I uninstalled the game and I changed my password and I couldn't access it, I stopped playing the game. I would recommend you do the same if there's certain games that take a lot of your energy. The next area you want to look at is sports games, right? Like I'm a huge sports fan. Anyone who knows me knows I love sports. Like hockey, soccer, swimming, basketball, you name it, tennis. I love all sports. But what you don't want to be doing is spending all day watching full sports games. Sports games take a lot of time and energy, and you're very emotionally invested. What I would recommend is either cut watching out sports, which is very hard to do, but instead, I would just recommend you watch highlights of stuff. Like I usually watch highlights, or I might have, NHL.com or NFL.com open so I could just get a recap of the stats. But watching full games during your work days is just distracting. So I would recommend turning that off, right? Or just sticking to highlights. So that's the action item. If you spend a ton of time watching sports, cut that back and stick to highlights. So once you audit yourself on these areas from your social media, your phone usage, drugs and alcohol, your food, your video games, your sports, you've basically eliminated all these things that have messed up your brain, that cause you to not really be able to do any deep focused work because you need these quick triggers of dopamine. And once you eliminate them, now it's going to rewire your brain so you can do deep focused work. It's not going to happen overnight, but I want you to start making these eliminations. Then once you've done that, now it's going to be much easier for you to actually work because you've got rid of the people that are holding you back. You've gotten rid of cheap dopamine that's causing you to not be able to focus. And now we need to structure our workday in a way that we can get the most output. So if you're younger and you're not working a job or anything like that, I would recommend working at least 8 hours per day minimum. Ideally more than that. Like you got nothing else to do with your time. Like if you're younger, and like for me at the time, like I was working 10, 14, 15 plus hours a day because the only thing I had to do was work. So I would work 8 hours a day minimum if you're not working a current full-time job and you don't have a ton of responsibilities. My typical schedule was from like 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I would also make sure you have at least a 4-hour chunk uninterrupted to do deep work that can move the needle forward, like your outreach and your sales calls. Like you don't want to have like a time where you're always swapping in and out of tasks. Like you want at least a dedicated 4-hour chunk where you can just focus in on your business. That is your deep work for the day. But if you're working full time, make sure you have that scheduled out. And like, you're like, this is my time that I'm working. Like once you start working an online business and you're working from home, it's easier to slack off because you don't have anyone who's holding you accountable. So you need to make sure you actually hold yourself accountable to that and you show up at a set time and you end at a set time and you take the shit seriously. So 8 hours a day minimum if you can do this full time. So write down an 8-hour or 10-hour a day schedule that you can stick to and commit to. The next thing is if you're working part-time, or if you have a full-time job and you have a family, I know it might be hard for you to do 8 hours a day minimum. Granted, I've met some people who are just badass who they're working a full 8-hour day, but they work 4 hours before their work even starts and 4 hours after their shift. I know that might not be normal, but that's what some people are willing to do to get their outcomes. But if you can't do that, do 4 hours a day minimum. So if you're currently working a 9-to-5 job, I would just make sure you have a 4-hour uninterrupted time block to be able to work on your business, whether that's before work or after work. That way you can just right after work, for example, you can come home and just get the shit done. Now, this is going to be a season where you're going to be putting in a lot of work. I know this is not going to be easy. This is going to be very hard. But also, if you're watching this video, you also are probably not very happy with where you are right now. Like your life, objectively, where you are right now, probably sucks. You probably don't like it. And if you want to change that for a season, you're going to have to change some circumstances and do some extra effort. Again, it's not going to be easy, but commit to it at least 4 hours before your work starts or after your work starts that you can focus on your business. And if it's focused work, you can get a lot done. So what the action item I want you to focus on for this is write down your new work schedule that you can commit to while you're building your business. If you're not working a full-time job, 8 hours per day minimum. Write it down. That is your work day and treat it like you're showing up to work. If you have a full-time job and you can't do that, do at least 4 hours a day minimum and write that down and stick to it and make commitments. Tell your family, tell your kids, don't freaking bother me during this period because I am in a building season. But after the season, it's all going to pay off. Like once you're making over 6 figures plus and you're enjoying, it's all going to be worth it. But during the season, you're going to have to put your head down and actually work. So that is what I want to cover. This has been what I have done to unlock peak productivity and get my mind right. And just to do a quick recap, again, it's toward, away, eliminate, and work. So first we need to write down our toward motivation. Write that down. What's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Is it getting to 10K per month? Is it quitting your job? Whatever it is, write it down. It has to be something that truly motivates you. Then you want to write down your away motivation. Why do you want this goal? What is going to happen if you don't accomplish this? There has to be some sort of negative association or something that boils your blood that pushes you to actually get shit done. Without it, it's just a goal, right? You need to have that away motivation. So write that down. Then get clear on what you need to eliminate. What people do you need to eliminate? Friends, family, dating. Eliminate it if it's not serving you. The easiest way to get more work done and get your productivity is just eliminate dumb shit. Next is what dopamine do you need to reduce? Social media, phone usage, alcohol and drugs, food, video games, sports. Audit all those things there. And if you're spending a lot of time there, cut it back or eliminate it. Now you're going to have your focus back. And once you get rid of this cheap dopamine, you'll actually be able to work and do long, deep focus. And then once you've done that, you want to actually make sure you have a good work schedule. 8 hours per day minimum if you can do this full-time, ideally more. But if you're working a full-time job, do at least 4 hours a day minimum, either before or after work, and that should be uninterrupted, and everyone in your family should know that during this period, they're not going to bother you. And if you do that and you follow this 4-step process, you're going to have a top 1% mindset, and you'll actually be able to get shit done. There's no woo-woo stuff here. This is just putting your head down, eliminating the stuff that isn't serving you, and working. So hope you found this video helpful. Truly implement this, get this done. If you don't get this done, you're not going to get any results. This shouldn't take you that much time. Get this done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome to phase number 2, which is setting up your SMMA. And the objective of phase number 2 is to set up the business systems to be able to run your social media marketing agency in 3 days or less. And here's how we're going to do that and what we're going to cover in phase number 3. So we'll go over picking your business name, so you actually have a name for your agency, and this is very straightforward. Then we'll go over setting up your payment processor so you can accept money from clients and it will actually hit your bank account. Then we'll go over setting up your business email. We'll go over setting up your calendar software so people can book meetings on your calendar. Then we'll go over setting up your meeting software so you can conduct sales calls. And then we'll go over how to set up a beautiful website very quickly. I'm going to give you the exact template to use and fill it out with you. So we got a lot to cover in this section. So with that being said, let's dive into it. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over picking your business name. And the good news for you is picking your business name is very easy and straightforward. You don't need to overcomplicate it. It should really take you no longer than 30 minutes. And if you don't like your business name down the line, you can always change it so you're not married to this decision. So let's walk through this step by step. I'm going to do this with you live. So step number 1 is brainstorming your business name. And there's 4 options. Option number 1 is we can just take your first and last name and put the word agency or media at the end of it. So if my name is Kai Jones, I could be kaijonesagency.com or kaijonesmedia.com. Again, very easy. The second option is I could just take my initials and put the word media or agency at the end of it. So if my name is Kai Jones, I could be kjmedia.com or kjagency.com. Again, we don't need to overcomplicate it. And option number 3 is we can go to ChatGPT, which is a free tool we can use to give us names and suggestions of our business for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to ChatGPT. Again, it's 100% free. And using the power of AI, we can put in this prompt. I have a marketing agency for gyms. Instead of gyms, just put in your niche. Can you give me 20 names for my marketing agency and make sure the domain is available? So it's only going to show me names of businesses that are not taken that I can use. So I'll just hit enter here. And it's going to give me a bunch of different options that I can use. And if I like any of these, I can pick them. Now, let's say I go through these options here and I like the one gym lead boosters. That doesn't sound that bad. So I might just use that, gymleadboosters.com. So I'll take that and I will put this as a comment because that is the domain I am going to pick. The other option you have is you can just model an agency name you like. So if you come across an agency that you like or you want to do your own brainstorming, you can do that. But between these 4 options of just putting your first and last name in the word agency or your initials in the word agency or using ChatGPT, you should be able to come up with the name for your business very quickly. It should take you no longer than 30 minutes. Then once you have your name of your business selected, I want you to go to namecheap.com and purchase your domain. So we're going to open namecheap.com. It's going to take you to this website right here. And this is where we can actually purchase our business name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste the name right here, which is, I think it was Gym Lead Boosters. Was it here? Oh yeah, gymleadboosters.com. And I'm going to hit search. So hopefully this is available. Gymleadboosters.com. It is available for $13.95. So I can purchase that. Now you want to make sure your domain name is available. Then you're going to hit add to cart. That's going to add it to cart. You don't need any of these fancy add-ons. So don't worry about any of this. Just hit checkout. Then once you're here, you don't need to upgrade or you don't need to change anything here. Just scroll down and then just hit confirm your order. Now I already have a Namecheap account, so it might prompt you to create an account. You just need to put in your email and create an account. Not that difficult here. But then again, I have a credit card on file. You would need to put in your credit card information to be able to purchase the domain. But at the end of it, once that's all done, you're just gonna hit continue. It's gonna take you to the registration page. You can make sure everything looks right. You can see my total here is for $10.46. I hit pay now. And we're back. You can see I purchased the domain. I have it. It's in my Namecheap account. So make sure to remember your Namecheap account details and you're good to go. So just like that, I have picked my business name and I have purchased the domain so I can build a website around it. So that's all you have to do. So once you finish these steps, you have now picked your business name, go to Namecheap, purchase it, and now good for you. You've now completed the first step of picking your business name. You have a domain registered and you're good to go, and we can enter the next video. So that's all I want you to focus on, is picking your business name and purchasing that domain. So once you've completed that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to set up your payment processor. And this is a very exciting lesson because once you have your payment processor set up, you can now send invoices out to clients and start getting paid and seeing money in your bank account. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Now I'm going to cover 3 different types of payment processors you can set up because I know some of you watching this video are in different countries. So the first payment processor we're going to go over is Stripe. The second option is PayPal. And the third payment processor is Wise.com. So let's start with the first payment processor, which is Stripe. And this is the one I highly recommend if it's available in your country. It's very easy to set up. Step number 1 is we're going to go to stripe.com. That's going to take us to this page right here. And we're going to hit the Start Now button. Once we're on the Start Now button, we're going to fill out and answer the questions and hit create an account. I've attached a video here that shows you how to answer these questions and set up your account. It should take you no longer than 15 to 30 minutes to set up your account, and then it's going to link to your bank account. And once that's all set up, once you send out an invoice to a client, you can actually accept the money, and then it's going to show up in your bank account. So make sure to watch this video here to actually get set up. Again, if you don't have access to this doc, it's going to be pinned in the comment section below so you can see all the notes along with the course. So make sure to get that. So watch that video, and that's going to show you how to set up Stripe. The last thing I want to show you as well is how to send out invoices. We're going to go a lot deeper on sending out invoices in the sales section, but I want to show you an overview of that now so you can see what it actually looks like to get paid. So once you have your Stripe account set up, it should look something like this, where you can see your home, you can see revenue, the date, all that stuff there. Now, when it comes to actually sending out an invoice, what you're going to do is you're going to hit this More column. You're going to hit Invoices, this button right here. We're going to click that. Then once this is loaded, we're going to hit Create an Invoice. Then from here, we're going to just hit Add a New Customer. And let's say we're sending out an invoice to someone and you want to get paid. I'll just put in a sample here, but let's just say I'm sending an invoice to a person. I'm just going to put in my name for now. Then you're going to put the email of the person. And then once we've done that, we're going to hit Save Customer. That's going to load. Then what we're going to do is we're going to hit Request Payment. We want to put a custom due date. Just put tomorrow, for example. Then once we've done that, we're going to add an item. So let's say we're charging someone for, $2,000 a month, or let's just say $1,500 a month. We're going to hit Create a New Product, and we can just put Monthly Ads Management. Quantity 1, and we'll put the price at $1,500. We'll hit Save. And just like that, we have our invoice all set up. You'll see what it looks like. And what it's going to do is it's going to email this invoice out to a customer. So I'm going to hit Review Invoice. I'm going to hit Send Invoice, and I'm going to show you what this looks like. So now an email is going to be sent out to the customer for them to pay. So to show you what this looks like, I'm going to log into that so you can see they're going to get an email that looks like this. New invoice from Scale with Less, pay, and they'll say pay this invoice. They can click it and they can go ahead and put in their card information to actually pay that invoice. And once you've set up your Stripe account, that's linked to your bank account. And once they pay this money will get sent straight to your bank account. So I want to show you that process end to end. Alternatively, you can also send them this payment page here. Like once you send out your invoice, you can see the payment page here. You can click that and then also send this out to your client. This page right here to your client, they can pay directly. So you can send it to them via email and send them direct link. So that's how you can use Stripe. And again, once you set this up, you can send an invoice, the client pays you, and it shows up in your bank account. So it's a very fun process. So that's Stripe. The next process we're going to go over is PayPal. Let's say Stripe is not available in your country. You can use PayPal. PayPal is pretty much available in most countries. So step number 1 is we're going to go to PayPal Business. Once we're in PayPal Business, we are going to hit Sign Up. and you don't need to be a business to actually set up any of these merchants. Then you're going to follow these instructions to actually set up your account. Again, we've linked a video on how to set up your PayPal business account. So just watch this. It's going to take you step by step on how to set up that account. And you will be asked if you want to register this as a business. Just say no for now because you're not registered as a business. You don't need a business right away to start accepting money for your agency. But once your business starts taking off and you start getting clients, I recommend actually having an official business and all that, but you don't need to do that in the beginning. So once you have your account set up, it's going to look like this in PayPal. And what I'm going to do is show you how to send an invoice on PayPal as well, so you can see it end to end. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our home tab. We're going to hit pay and get paid. We're going to hit create and manage invoices. We're going to hit create an invoice. We're going to enter in an email address. We'll hit add a new customer. We don't need to fill all this out. We'll just put person's name, whoever you're sending it out to. We'll put in their email address. You can put in their billing address as well if you have it. You don't need to put in this information, but if you have their billing address, you can put that in. And you're going to save that contact's information. Then once you have that information all set up, we're going to put in the item name. And let's just put the item name as, let's say it's monthly ads management. So we had to click add a new item here. The price of this, we can put the price. Let's just say it's $1,500 a month. We hit save item. Price here, we'll put it here as well, $1,500. And we can put a quick description that just says monthly ads management. Once we do that, all we're going to have to do now is hit send. So we'll just we can either hit send or we can hit this preview button here if you want to see what it looks like or what the client is going to see. But what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hit send. And now that invoice will be sent out to the client for them to pay. So to show you what they'll see on their end, here we go. So we just got the invoice. You can see that here. So that's what the customer is going to see. They're going to receive that invoice. They'll then see it in their inbox, invoice, and then they'll hit view and pay invoice. And they can go ahead and select how they want to pay. They can select, they can pay through PayPal. Well, I'm actually logged in right now, so that's not going to make the most sense. But what I'm going to do is this person right here, it's the reason it's showing that option only is because I'm logged into PayPal right now, so it's kind of blanking out. But the other thing I can do is I can hit share link. Then I can copy this link and you can also send it to a client. I'm just going to open this in an incognito window. This is what the client is going to see. They can either pay with PayPal or they can pay with debit or credit. Let's say they hit debit or credit. They can go ahead and put in their card details. They'll hit pay now, and now the money will enter your PayPal account and you can transfer it to your bank account once you set up your PayPal account. So that is the second way we can do that. Again, I want to walk you through everything step by step so you can see like how to actually send out an invoice. We're going to go more in depth on this in sales, but that's if you set up your PayPal business account. Very straightforward. The third option is wise.com. I highly recommend you either use Stripe or PayPal. But I want to have a third option just in case either of these two can't work for you. You can use wise.com. So wise.com, and basically the benefit of wise.com is it doesn't have big fees associated with it. Like Stripe and PayPal, they don't take a huge fee. It's usually like 0.029% of each transaction. So it's a very small fee, but Wise barely has any fees if you're going to get paid overseas for it. And it's accepted in pretty much all countries. What you're going to need to do is actually set up a Wise bank account. There's a setup video here on how to set this all up that you can check out. It's not letting me watch the video for whatever reason, but once you click this, it's going to show you step by step how to set up your Wise account. I believe there's a setup fee. It's like $30, $40 to actually set up your Wise bank account. It's worth it. Like you're going to need a payment. Like if you can't get set up on Stripe or PayPal, you're going to have to use Wise, but this is going to allow you to actually send invoices out to international clients and make sure you keep as much money as possible. So once you have your Wise account set up, you're just going to request money and send out invoices. I have a different Wise account, so I can't show you the invoicing process, but just follow the tutorial here and that'll show you how to do it. So this is how you set up your payment processor. Again, option number one is Stripe. If it's available in your country, get your Stripe account set up, watch the video here, and I show you how to send out invoices so you get an idea of that. If Stripe isn't available, I highly recommend using PayPal. Go to paypalbusiness.com, watch the setup video here, get your PayPal business account set up and your bank account linked, and you can start sending invoices and accepting money from clients. And if you can't use either of these, use wise.com. Go to wise.com, watch the setup video, and you'll be good to go. And now you'll have a payment processor set up. So the action item I want you to focus on is set up your payment processor. Once you have that done, you can now start accepting money and you'll be good to go. So with that being said, once your payment processor is set up, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in this lesson, we're gonna go over setting up your business email. And this is very easy to do, so let's walk through this step by step, starting with step number one, which is go to Google Workspace and create a new account. So we're gonna go to Google Workspace. And again, if you want the document that has all the instructions that goes along with the course, make sure to go to the pinned comment in the description below to get access to everything so you can follow along with the instructions. So once we're at Google Workspace, we're going to enter our business name, and you should already know your business name. So my business name was Gym Lead Boosters. Then we're going to put the number of employees, including you, and it's just going to be you to start. Then you're going to put your region, which it's going to be already pre-selected, and we're going to hit next. Then we want to put our contact information. So we'll put in our first name, enter in your last name, enter in your current email address at gmail.com. Then we're going to hit next. Does your business have a domain? And yes, you're going to have a domain because you purchased that from Namecheap. So make sure to have Namecheap open. And then we're going to select yes, I have one I can use. Then we're going to put enter in your domain name. So I'm going to go to Namecheap, and it's gymleadboosters.com. I'm going to copy and paste that. So just select the domain name that you picked. Then once we do that, we're going to hit next. Use this domain name to set up account. We're going to hit next. Then we're going to put in our username. You'll use this username to sign into the Google Workspace account. So the username is just put in your name. So my name is, I put in my full name, which is Thisura. So just put in your name here. Put a password that you feel is secure. So just put in any password that you like. Then once you're there and you've put in your password, just hit I'm not a robot and hit agree and continue. And I can hit save so it remembers this password. You can hit yes on that. I'm just going to delete this for now. Now it's verifying this. And it's going to try to offer this big plan here. You don't need to do that. You can downgrade this, which I'm going to show you, which is $28 a month. You only need the basic plan, which I believe is like $10 a month, but you can start with the 14-day free trial. I'm going to show you how to downgrade this in a second, but all you have to do for now is just hit try free for 14 days. It's not going to bill you right now. So we're going to put in all this information. So we're just going to finish our credit card information. So mine's going to be blurred out as I fill this in. Putting this all in, primary contact information. This is all good. So make sure to fill out your contact information. Once that's all good and it has your payment information, it's not going to charge you right away. You're going to have a 14-day trial here, so don't worry. Then we're going to hit agree and continue, setting everything up. Just wait for this to load. We hit I understand. It says welcome to the admin console rather. We hit next. We just hit next on all of this stuff. Hit next here. Create other gymleadbooster.com accounts. You don't need this for now. Hit next. Then we're going to activate Gmail for Gym Lead Boosters. This is what we need to do. So we're going to hit next here. Hit finish. So step number 1, when it actually comes to setting up our business email, once we've done all that, is to show that you own this domain. So this should take about 5 minutes. So we're going to hit protect here. So make sure no one else could sign up for Google Workspace. Here's how this works. So DNS records. We hit I'm ready to protect my domain here. And we're just going to follow these instructions here. So make sure no one else can use your domain to sign up for Google Workspace. We'll show you how to do this to own the domain. So step number 1, sign into your account at Namecheap, which I'm already in. Then once we're here, we're going to click the manage button next to the domain you're setting up today. Click advanced DNS. So you can see my domain right here, gymleadboosters.com. I'm going to hit manage. It's going to open. Then the next step once I've hit manage is it says click advanced DNS. So I'm going to click the advanced DNS button right here. It's going to take me right here. Then it says then come back here and click next. Go to step number 2 to add a verification record. So we're going to hit go to next step number 2. And we're going to click the add new record button, which is right here. You can see the add new record button, which is highlighted. So just like that, add new record. We're going to click that. Once we've done that, step number 2 is select TXT record from the type drop-down list. So we're going to scroll down. Make sure to scroll down. And you'll see TXT record. We're going to select that. Click text value in the table below to copy the code. So what we're going to do is the host record is going to be @ So we're going to take @ put that symbol there because that's what it says. The host record is going to be @ and the TXT value is this, which is just going to copy in. And we're going to put that right here. We're going to hit copy and paste. Once that's all done, we're going to hit save all changes, just like that at the bottom, because that's the final step. Once that's all in, we're going to hit save all changes. We've clicked that. So now that record has been added. Then once we've done that, we're going to hit protect domain. So if we've done this right, it should work. So fingers crossed that this is all working, and it says it's going to verify this. You can close this page and return. 5 minutes remaining. So I might just pause the recording and meet you guys up once this is completed. So we'll just wait. It might take a little bit, but I will catch up with you guys once this is complete. All right, so that's been completed, and it says great job. Gymleadboosters.com is protected. So that's all done. Then we're going to hit continue. So then we're going to create any new users. We don't need to do that. We can skip that step and then just hit activate the Gmail for gymleadboosters.com. So we're going to hit activate here. Then we're going to hit I'm ready to activate Gmail. And then we're going to go through and follow these steps. So we're going to go through a very similar process than what we did last time. So it's going to say sign into your account on Namecheap, which we've already done. Click the manage button next to the domain you're ready to set up, which I'll just go back and do this with you step by step. So once we're here, I'm just going to go back to my domains here. You can see all my domains, gym lead boosters. We're going to hit manage. Now we're here. Click advanced DNS. So that's this button right here. We're going to click advanced DNS. Then we're going to come back here and click the next step 2, which is update MX records. So we're already here. We're just going to hit go to step number 2. So we're going to scroll to mail settings and select Gmail from the drop-down list. So we're going to scroll down here until we see mail settings, and we see that right here, mail settings. Once we're in mail settings, scroll to mail settings and select Gmail from the drop-down list. So instead of this email forwarding, I'm going to scroll down and select Gmail. Bingo. Then once I've done that, click the save button to save those changes. So I'm going to hit save changes there. Then come back here and click activate Gmail below. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit activate Gmail. It's going to check the MX records and make sure everything's looking good. So we'll just wait for it to do that. All right, so it's all finished and it says, great job, MX records are updated. So once that's all done, we're going to hit finish. We can just hit skip for now. So our Gmail is now activated. Good job. Now your business email is all set up. We're going to hit skip for now. You're on your way. We don't really need to worry about any of this stuff right now. But what we're going to do is we can go to Gmail. And now we have our email set up, which is awesome. So I have my business email all set up now. And what I can do now is do a quick test. So I can hit compose. I can do a test email to someone. So just put in any email you want to do a test email to. Just put like a subject line, like maybe quick test. I always like to do a test like, hey Nate, hey Tisu, how are the kids? Just doing a quick test, and then I'll sign off. So I'm just doing a quick test email to someone, and I'm going to hit send to make sure everything's working. Then what I'm going to do is just test to make sure everything went across. So I'm in that account that I just sent an email to. I did test earlier. You can see that right now. So everything's working just fine. It might take a quick second to just arrive in my inbox. I want to make sure it doesn't go to spam. And there you go. It just arrived. How you doing? Right? So now I know that that email that we set up is working and good to go. So you want to make sure you follow these steps here to make sure that your email is set up and done. So follow that step by step, and now you're going to have your business email set up, which is awesome. And now that you have your business email set up, you have access to everything that you need step by step. So all you have to do is just follow these instructions step by step, and you'll have your business email set up in no time. So once you've completed that, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna cover setting up your calendar and meeting software so leads and clients can easily book and conduct meetings with you. So this is super important because once you have this set up, now you have a way to take sales calls with clients and meetings with your clients as well. So let's dive into this step by step. It's really straightforward. So step number 1, we're going to go to calendly.com. That's going to take us to this software here, and we can start this for free. And this is what's going to allow us to easily schedule meetings with clients. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit the Get Started button right here. Then from here, we're going to hit Sign Up with Google because you should have your Google account already created, your business email. Then we're going to select, your business account. In my case, it's Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. I'm going to go ahead and click that. It's going to say Calendly wants to access your Google account. I'm going to hit allow. Wait for this to load. And just like that, I got my Calendly URL set up. I don't really need to change any of this, so just hit continue. Your Google Calendar is already being connected, which is great. So it automatically connected our Google Calendar, which I'm going to show you here in a second. And then it's asking us to set our availability. So this is where you want to set the availability where you can actually take sales calls and meetings with your business. Now, this is set in military time, so it's from 9 a.m. to 17 p.m. Let me just do military time to normal time because I don't know what 17 p.m. is. 17 is 5 p.m. Yep, so this is set from 9 to 5. If you want to work Sundays and Saturdays, you can do that. I'll just do Monday till Saturday, 9 to 5, and I'll hit continue. So that's when people can actually book a meeting with me. What's your day-to-day role at work? Just put sales and marketing, does not matter whatsoever. And just like that, we have our calendar meeting set up. And I'm going to show you how to integrate everything here. So once we've done that, we've gone ahead and created an account. Next, we want to integrate our Google Calendar with Calendly. I believe that's already been done, but how we're going to double check to make sure that has been done is we're going to hit integrations and apps. Then once we're here, we're going to hit Google Calendar, which let's just scroll down here. You can see this Google Calendar. We're going to go ahead and click that. Now, it looks like it has already been synced to Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. So you want to make sure that it is linked to your business email, all right? Because your business email, once I'm on this and I hit my calendar right here. So again, I'm at Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. This should be your business email that you've already set up. You're going to hit this little icon with all these dots. You're going to hit calendar. And it's basically synced up to this calendar right here. So you're going to be using this calendar a lot because this is where you can see people who've booked meetings with you and all that fun stuff. So it should have already been connected. If not, just hit add calendar account and sync it up. But that's the first step, is linking this up. So then that way, when someone books in a meeting, it's going to actually show on your calendar over here. And I'll show you how to do a test booking here as well. Then once that's done, we're going to move on to the next step, which is integrating our Google Meets with Calendly. And Google Meets is the software we're going to use that's going to allow us to hold meetings and actually chat with people face-to-face through a video conference. And you get Google Meets for free once you sign up for your G Suite account, which you should have already done. So let's go through that step there. We're going to go back to home. We're going to hit integrations and apps. Then we're going to click Google Meet right here. You can see this icon. I'm going to go ahead and click that. And it looks like it's already scheduled. Yeah, it's already been connected. So this, I guess once you connect everything with Google, it already automatically connects you to Google Meet. So if that's the case, it should already show that's connected by Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. It'll say that it's been connected with your email. If not, just hit the integrate button and then integrate that with your email. But just like that, we have now integrated with our calendar and Google Meets. And the next step that we're going to do is we're going to set up our personal meeting link. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to hit this event types here. And this is going to be your meeting link that people can book in. Now, what I recommend you do is a couple things. In the event details tab up here, we're going to click that. And instead of 30-minute meeting, I would put like just the name with your, I would put in like one-on-one meeting with Tisu. Just change Tisu to your name. The duration of the meeting, 30 minutes is fine. And then put a quick description of what the event is about. So it'd be like, book a one-on-one meeting, me to discuss growing your business. The meeting will be held on Google Meet, and a link will be sent your way, or a link will be in the calendar, in the invite description. Really straightforward. That's all we have to write there. Then we're going to hit the location tab. We're going to hit all options, and we're going to hit Google Meet. So it's automatically going to integrate with our Google Meet here. And we're going to hit save and close. And I'm going to show you this once it's all finished and do a test booking to show you everything step by step. But make sure to put the location as Google Meet. Then we're going to hit save and close. Then once that's done, we're going to look at our scheduling settings. Now, instead of 60 days out, this is too long. What I recommend you change this to, and what calendar days means, is someone can book a meeting 60 days out with you. That makes no sense, because if someone books a meeting, 30 days out, they're not going to show up to that call. So instead of 60 days, I recommend putting like probably 4 days is a good time limit there. So that makes sense on that side. All of this looks good. We're going to hit save and close. Then once that's done, let's go back into this step. We're going to set up email and text reminders. So where it says booking, communications right here. So I'm just go back and show you where it says communications. We're going to click that. You can see there's email reminders, text reminders, and all of this is off. We're going to go ahead and turn that on. Text reminders, we're going to hit on. So now these are both on. And what these email reminders actually allow us to do, we can hit that edit tab. And you can see 24 hours before the meeting, they're going to get an automatic reminder saying that your meeting's coming up. What I also recommend that you do as well is you have another 1 hour before the meeting, so they're reminded. So hit save and close. So you're going to have one email reminder that automatically gets sent out to that person who books a meeting with you 24 hours before and 1 hour before. That's going to help you increase your show up rate. Then hit save and close. And then for the text reminder, you're going to hit edit. And I like to have this same thing. I would put this 1 hour before the event, and you're good to go. So now all the reminders have been set up as well. Now the last step that we're going to do is we're going to hit save and close. This is all done. We're going to hit done here. This link should be live. Let's make sure. Yep, this is on. So we're going to hit copy the link here, and we're going to do a quick test. So all you have to do now is whenever you want to book a meeting with someone, you're going to send them your personal Calendly link, which is this link right here, and they can book in a meeting. So to show you what this would look like, just like that, this is what your calendar is going to look like. This is what someone would see, and let's do a quick test booking. So let's just say someone sees this and they book in a call with you for 11 a.m. They hit next, they put in their name, they put in their email. Please share anything that would help prepare for a meeting. Like, I own a gym business. Send text messages. I'll just put a number, 604-354-4427. And just like that, they'll hit schedule event. And once that event has been scheduled, it should show up in your Google Calendar. Bingo, there we go. So just like that, it shows up in your Google Calendar. And you can see that the person who scheduled in a call is there. I just put in one of my example emails, and it'll show up on their calendar as well. And where the meeting is going to be held, you can see this location tab here says Google Meet, instructions in the description, and all they have to do to book a call, not book a call rather, but to join the meeting, is they're going to hit the join with Google Meet button. That's all they have to do. They just have to click that join with Google Meet button, and that meeting will be held. So to show you this in more detail, this is what the other person is going to see. So I'm going to go to a different account. I'm going to go into Thisura at tisuconsulting.com because that was the email that I booked in with. I just want to show you what I see. So this is what the person's going to see. They're going to see this on there, and once they book in a call, and if they hit yes on that invite, that means they have accepted that, and they're going to show up to your call. So this is what the person who would have booked a call will see on their calendar. They're going to see, and you can see that's what this person's going to see. You can see it shows up on their calendar as well. And all they have to do to join is they'll hit join with Google Meet, and the meeting will be held. And you can see that I have accepted it, so both of these are going to have a green arrow beside it. So it's really that straightforward. So now people can book in calls with you, and they can have a meeting. They just need to click this button, and it'll show up. The next thing I want to show you as well is once I go to this account here, we go to Calendly, and you can actually see the event in your scheduled. So once you're on Calendly, you're going to hit the scheduled events button here, and look at that. You can see the meeting has been scheduled. And all you have to do to start that meeting is at the time of the meeting, which in this case is 11 o'clock, you're just going to hit this join now button, and you can automatically start the meeting. So you can either hit join now on Calendly right here, or you can just go ahead onto the calendar itself and hit the join with Google Meet. So let's just click this here. This will open, allow microphone and camera. I'm going to hit click allow, camera starting, turn on 1080p. I'm going to hit allow here. I don't know why it's not turning on. I'll just turn this off in the meantime, but we're just going to hit, I know why. Let's just put this to just the normal FaceTime HD camera, which is this camera right here. And we're going to make sure we have like the right microphone, which is all selected, and we'll just hit join now. And now this is where the meeting is going to be held. And the person, once you have that meeting, they're just going to hit the join the meeting. You're going to accept them, and now you can actually communicate with people and turn them into clients. So that is getting everything set up. I know there was a lot that we covered there, but that's everything we have to do step by step. So we'll do one quick recap. We go to Calendly, we hit get started, we create an account, we integrate it with our Google Calendar, which is our calendar right here. Then we integrate with Google Meets, which is where the meeting is going to be held. Then we set up our personal meeting link, which we all went over in Calendly, which I'll bring up once again, which is just our personal meeting link right here. Then once that's done, we set up email and text reminders, which again, we've all set up. The way we're going to do that is we're going to go into communications and then just set it up in email reminders and text reminders. And then we'll do a test booking to make sure everything is working, which we did. I went through and showed you a text booking. And again, the events are going to show up once if someone books in a meeting with you, they are going to show up in your scheduled events tab here at the time. And you can easily hit the join now button with Google Meets, or you can look at your calendar and hit the join with Google Meet button. And all the other person needs to do as well to join that meeting is they'll hit join with Google Meet, and they'll join you for that meeting, whether it's a client call or a sales call, and you can communicate with them and all that. So that is getting our meeting and our scheduling software set up. Make sure to get this done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm gonna show you how to set up your website. And my goal here is to help you build a website in under 1 hour. And I'm gonna give you access to the exact website that I personally used to build a 7-figure agency that you can copy and paste with the click of a button. and I'm gonna build this website with you live so you can look over my shoulder and follow along. So we got a lot to cover, so let's dive right into it. Now, make sure you have access to these course notes that go along. It's 100% free. Just go to the description below. There should be a document that you can download so you can follow along as I go through this. So step number 1 is we're gonna click the share link to create your Go High Level account. And your Go High Level account is where you can host your website. That's what I recommend. And once you sign up for Go High Level using this link, you get automatic free access to my website that I use to scale to 7 figures. You can start it for free for 14 days. Transparently, I am an affiliate, so if you do end up signing up, I do get a commission. You don't need to use Go High Level. You can use what I'm going to go over to build a website on a different platform. You can still apply what I'm going to share, but it's just faster if you use Go High Level because you can import my website with a click of a button. But let's dive into it. So we're going to click this link here to start and build our website on Go High Level. You can start with the 14-day free trial. So all you're going to do is you're going to put in your email address here. So my email address is thisura@gymleadboosters.com. So I'm going to put that in. Then put in a password. Then hit start your 14-day free trial. Just start with the $97 a month. That's completely fine. Put your company name, put your full name, put your phone number, and then put in your payment information. Now, again, you're not going to be charged right away. You can try this for free for 14 days. You will be billed after the 14 days if you do continue with using Go High Level. Once you've put this, hit activate my account now. Wait for this to load. What the hell? Once this is loaded, we're going to fill out this information here. What industry does your business serve? What we can do is we can just put consulting and agency. How many customers do you have? Just put, I don't have any customers yet. Do you have a website? No, I don't, because we're going to create this. Then hit next. Type in your business address. So just go ahead and fill out this information here. So go ahead, just hit got it. This will all load. Then it's going to ask us to verify our email address. So we're going to go in and just get our verification code. Here's the verification code. We're going to take that. We're going to copy and paste that, verify our email, hit verify. Now it's saying to enter SMS enabled phone number so that we can validate phone two-factor authentication. So we should have just received a text. All right, once you get the code from your phone, put that in, hit verify, and we have our high-level account created. Now, once we're in here, what we're going to do is under where it says click here to switch up top. Right now we're on the agency dashboard, but what we want to hit is click here to switch. Then we're going to hit under all accounts. You're going to see your Gym Lead Booster account or the name of your business. You're going to see it. So we're going to go ahead and click that. Once we click that, now we're where we are to be able to build our site. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit sites here. Then once you're in the sites tab and you see the funnels, yours should be empty. But what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and click up this link again. Once you click this link, it's going to ask you once it loads to add this template sample, a simple website. So you're going to hit add to funnel. This is the template. Just put the funnel name to your website. For agency, doesn't really matter. Just put website for agency, for example. Locations, put this to Gym Lead Booster or the name, enter the name of your business. You'll select that. There should only be one option. And then just hit clone funnel. And that is going to clone the website that I've already pre-built for you, the one that I've personally used to grow to 7 figures. It's going to load, and then we're going to fill this out step by step. All right, so once we've done that, you should hit the refresh page and it should be all complete. Then you're going to open it up. So just hit website for agency and you're going to see all the pages already installed. All we have to do is make some edits to each one of these pages. So let's break down how to do that. So step number 2, we're going to open the website template to begin editing the pages. We've already done that. There's going to be 5 pages that we need to create to complete our website. The first page is the home page, which is this first page here. This is the home page of your website. So the main page people are going to see. Then we have our About Us page. So this is just a quick page that explains who we are, a little bit about us. Then we have our Contact Us page where people can contact us, which is this page right here. Then we have our privacy policy, which is more of an administration page that just lets people know that we're not going to resell or use their data. And then we have a terms of service page. Really straightforward. So these are all attached. I've already done all the hard work for you. All we have to do now is start filling these in and editing it. So let's start with the home page and getting that done. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the home page and click edit. Now, if you're running a free trial, and which is what you should be using right now, you can pretty much copy and paste what I'm going to do. So this top section is the headline. This is the most important chunk of text on our website because if they don't like the headline, they're not going to read the rest of our website. So we need a really good headline that intrigues people and gets them to read the rest of our website. So what we're going to do is you can just model this headline right here that says, we will set up a free ad campaign to get more leads and members for your gym. Here's how. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to put that into the headline. Again, what you do here is you're not going to put for your gym because that's just the niche that I'm going after. You would change that for whatever your niche is, but that's going to be our headline. We will set up a free ad campaign to get more leads and members for your gym. Here's how. Then the next section is our video, which is this video right here. You don't need to change anything, but we are going to create a specific video that pitches our services. We're going to do that in a later step, but for now, we're going to leave this blank. Then we have the next step of the website, which is to book a call, which is a book a call to action, which is already going to come pre-filled, which says watch the video and want us to set up a free campaign for you. Book a call using the button below to qualify. And then we're going to have a button that says book your call. So you don't need to change any of that. Then we have a headline below this. And this is where we're going to put a little bit of a description of how we're going to run a free campaign for someone. So this headline here is we're going to write, we will set up a free ad campaign to get more leads and members for your gym in 3 steps. Now, again, you don't need to write the word gym. Replace that with your business, the niche that you're going after. So I'm going to put this into the headline. And the reason it's showing up in black is because the text is in black. So I'm going to change this text here. I'm going to put this to white. So we do need to bold this. We're just going to hit the bold button up top. That's going to bold that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a short description of how our process works. So we're just going to fill this out. So here's how we're going to do that. So again, our headline says, we will set up a free ad campaign to get you more leads and members for your gym in 3 steps. Then what we're going to do is we're going to describe each one of these 3 steps. So I've already written this out. You can pretty much copy and paste this. So we're going to write step number 1, onboarding call. So we're going to write onboarding call. And we're going to put a short description of what the onboarding call is. So I'm going to copy and paste this section here, and then I'm going to write this in. So it says, first off, we'll have a quick onboarding call to get the necessary information about your gym, like your ideal customer, what your goals are, and access to your marketing material for us to access to be able to set up your free campaign. Then step number 2, we're going to take from here is the ad creation setup. So we're just going to take that ad creation setup, paste that in, delete that, and then take in this little chunk of text. After our onboarding call, our team will immediately get started creating a set of high converting ads to launch to bring in new leads and members for your gym. We'll handle the creation process end to end so you don't have to worry about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste that into this description column. That's done. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get step number 3, which is launch. And we can actually tweak this a little bit to just say launch your campaigns or launch your campaign. And then we'll copy and paste this, which the description of this will say, once we have your ad created, we will launch your ad campaigns for you on Facebook and Instagram to generate more leads and members for your gym. All you have to do is cover the ad spend, which we recommend a minimum of 50 per day. Now, again, you would change this languaging and insert your niche that you're going after, but you can use this to easily model. Then the next sentence here is, so why are we offering to do this for free? Because that's what's on their mind. So why are we offering to do this for free? Then we're going to copy and paste this text here. Copy that, put that right there. Bingo. Add some spacing so it's easier to read. I recommend you do the same. And I'll read this out. Simple. We know if you like the results from the free ad campaign, you'll likely want us to manage your campaigns for you. And if that's the case, we can discuss what our paid options look like. But before we get there, we want to demonstrate our ability to help you get results first for free to gain your trust. If you're interested in getting a free ad campaign from us set up, book a call using the calendar below. And then what we're going to do is we have another call to action, which says schedule your call below to get your free ad campaign set up, which is this button right here. And then what we're going to do is where it says insert calendar, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Calendly. And again, your Calendly should already be set up. So once we're in Calendly, what we're going to do is we're going to hit the share button. Once we hit the share button, we're going to hit add to website. And what we're going to click is we're going to hit inline embed. So we're going to hit continue on that. What we want to click here too is hit hide event type details and hide a cookie banner. So make sure those both are selected. And then what you need to do is you can pretty much keep a lot of this the same, but just to keep the branding on my website, because mine's basically black and red, I'm going to make sure it fits in. So the background color, I'm going to put my background color here to black. Text color, I can put this to white, and button color, I can put this to red just so it matches my branding. I'm then going to hit copy code. Once I've copied this code here, I'm going to go back to my funnel where it says insert calendar. I'm going to hit the delete button here. And what I'm going to click is I'm going to hit this plus button and I'm going to hit custom JS/HTML. So I'm going to click that. Once I click that, this can open up. I'm then going to hit open code editor. Once I click that, I can then insert that code that I got from Calendly, which is this code right here. I've copied that. And then I paste that in and I hit yes, save. So what this is going to do, if I hit save on this just to show you, is it is going to import my calendar directly in here. So now people can book in a call there, right? So someone can go ahead and schedule in a call with me directly, which is pretty cool. So that's that step. Then once we've done that, the final next steps here is if you have case studies and testimonials, you want to add them below. What I like to do is just have like an image of a client that I work with, their results up top, and then just a sentence of their result. Now, in this case, I'm going to pretend I'm starting from scratch here just for the sake of things. So I don't have any case studies. I'm going to delete this section. But if you had case studies, you would insert them below just like that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all this because you don't need that section. But if you had case studies, you'd insert them below. So just like that, this first site is pretty much done. You might want to then, again, you can change up your branding of this. You could put the background, you can change the colors here as you want. I just put my brand colors have always been black and red, but what I can do here as well is I can make this look a little bit cooler. I can bold this. Actually, I won't bold the whole thing, but I can bold the color free, and I can write here, and then maybe I'll put some bold for these 3 dots here so it stands out a little bit more. So all of this looks good. You know, I could probably make the spacing on here a little bit better. So what we'll do is, once we scroll, this looks fine. We'll just add a little bit of, actually, we'll put some padding on this guy. About there, put some padding here, and this is just going to space things out a little bit. As you can see, I am no graphic designer, but this simple website generated me a lot of money, and you guys can model it. There we go. That looks spaced out a little bit better. So that's all we have to do. This is pretty much set up. And now the last step that we actually have to do, at least for the creation side, is we have to create the video that goes here. So once we've made those changes, we're going to hit save onto that. So now most of the homepage is complete. The only thing we have left is to create the video, which I'm going to go through in a few steps. But what we're going to do for now is we're going to hit save and exit out of our homepage. Then we can move on to the next step, which is creating our About Us section. So let's go ahead and do that. So that's this section right here. We're going to go ahead and hit open. So just hit the edit button. And then this is really easy. All we have to do is we're going to put in our about, and we're going to insert our company. So about your company. So I'm just going to put about Gym Lead Boosters. You would fill out your company. Then what you're going to do is we're going to put, hey, my name is, and then insert your name. Founder of, insert your company, Gym Lead Boosters. We're a marketing agency that focuses on helping insert your niche, so gyms, get result, so get more leads and members using insert your service, Facebook and Instagram ads. I know you've probably heard this pitch before and you're skeptical, which is why we'd like to help you out for free first. We'll run a free ad campaign for you so you can give us a test drive. That way there's no risk on your end to try us out. If you're happy with the results, we can discuss our paid options, but you don't need to worry about it. If you're interested, you can book in a call with our team below. Talk soon. So what we're going to do is we're going to go hit add an element here. So we're going to hit this plus button. Then we're going to hit the custom JS HTML. We're going to click that, open this up. We're going to go back to Calendly, copy our code, go back here, hit open code editor, paste in our code, hit yes, save. Hit save here. So that way people can book in a call with us at the bottom. And the last thing you want to do is just put in an image of yourself, right? So just add like maybe a headshot of you that you can add so people can see your face. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and find an image of myself that I can use. So once you have a headshot created of your face, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead here and you're going to upload an image. So just hit this image button here. Then what you can do is you can hit upload a file in this top right corner. I'm going to go to our desktop. That's where I saved it. I'm going to put my profile picture, hit open. This is going to download. I can select that. Bingo. So just like that, I got a big ass picture of my face here. All right, doesn't need to be pretty. They can just see my face directly and a little description. Again, about Gym Lead Boosters. It's just a big picture of my face so they can see who we are and a description, right? This stuff, we don't need to overcomplicate this. Now we could make the picture a little bit smaller, but I don't think it really matters too much in the beginning. I think this is fine. Full, maybe mid-wide, and we'll put it full, why not? So we can keep it like that. This is good. So just like that, we have our About Us page created. We can preview what that looks like. We have a big picture of me. We have a beautiful description and a link where they can book in a call with us. Now you can see sometimes the spacing doesn't get saved. Now when the spacing looks messed up like that, all we have to do is go back and basically indent all of this again, which is kind of annoying. Sometimes you run into these little issues, but that's fine. Don't worry guys, I'm going to show you how to tidy up this website so it looks a little bit nicer. We're just doing a rough outline of everything for now and filling it out. But we don't need to be professional designers to get clients. Don't worry. So just like that, our About Us page is, for the most part done. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our Contact Us page, hit edit. The Contact Us page is very easy. You're just going to open that up. It says, want to get in touch? Let's talk. If you would like to contact company, so insert your company, just put Gym Lead Boosters in my case. About our services, send an email to insert your email. So you can just write at gymleadboosters.com or call and then insert your number, whatever your number is. So I'll do that. we're available on insert your dates and hours. So I could say we're available from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. PST. We look forward to hearing from you. Done, right? That's all we need for contact page. Don't need to overcomplicate it. So that's done. We're now going to exit out of that. So we have our contact us page done. Then what we're going to do is we're going to complete our privacy policy. We're going to hit edit. Our privacy policy, the instructions are pretty straightforward. All we have to do is we have to update any area that says insert your company name with your company name, and we have to update insert your email with your company email. So let's go through this. So any area that says insert your company name, we're going to put our company name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put I'm going to hit command find because there's like quite a bit of spaces here. And I'm going to put insert your company name. So there's 15 spots here. Do they give you a replace option? Nah, they don't, right? But once it's going to highlight all these parts that say insert your company name, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to put gym lead boosters, and then I'm going to take this, and then I'm basically going to copy and paste it to every area that is highlighted in yellow. I'm just going to go down this list and update that. All right, I think that's everything. Yep, so that's all done on that. And then the other thing we're going to do is where it says insert your email, we're going to fill that out with our company email. So we're going to go back here. We're going to hit this find section. We're going to put insert your email. So there's 2 areas here. So we're just going to insert our email, Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. So you'd insert your email there, and you do that again down here. Bingo. So that's all done. We have our privacy policy complete. Again, you can see this is pretty copy and paste, but it's just some manual stuff you're going to have to get done to be able to have a website. You need to make sure your privacy policy is up. We're going to hit the back button. Then from here, we got one last page that we need to create, which is our terms of service. We're going to hit edit on that. And for our terms of service, we're going to do the same thing. Update any areas that say insert your company name with our company name, and any area that says insert your email with our company email. So let's go through this. Insert company name. Okay, so there's only one place that has insert your company name. So I'm just going to gym lead boosters. Again, you would just put in yours, and then we'll put company email. I think there should only be one. There we go. Insert your email right down here. That's the only other area. So I'm going to put at gymleadboosters.com. So just like that, we have pretty much everything done. All these other things that say email, you don't need to worry about it. So there's only 2 places we need to update. The first one up top and one at the bottom. We're going to hit save. And just like that, we have pretty much all of our pages done. Going to hit the back button here. So now we have our beautiful terms of service, privacy policy, contact us, about us, and we have one more thing to do on our homepage. So the next step, once we have these all wireframed out and really created, the next step, step number 3, is we have to record the video sales letter for the website. So what the video sales letter is if you remember, if I hit this edit button here, it is the video that goes here that pitches our services. And if you get good at creating a good video sales letter, like I've had one video sales letter that's gotten me countless sales, leads, and revenue. Like you only really need to get one good pitch to get more clients than you know what to do with. And I'm going to show you a structure for a really good pitch that we're going to use for this video here that's going to pitch our free trial. So we just need to create a quick 5-minute video that pitches our services. So I'm going to go through the script to use and actually create this along with you. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit this video script here. We're going to open that up, and this is outlining the exact video script we need to use for that video. So it starts with the hook and promise, and the hook and promise is where we need to really grab the reader and the viewer of the video right away. Like the first 5 seconds of your video are super important, so we need to really have a big promise that pushes them in. So I can say something like, if you want more leads and members for your gym, we'll help you do that 100% free. Now, what you'd have to do is just change out gym to your niche, right? And change the wording. So if you have a dentist, you could say, if you want more patients for your dentist, not for your dentist, if you want more patients for your dental clinic, we'll help you do that 100% free, right? So you're just going to modify the wording. Here's how. We'll create, launch, and manage an advertising campaign to help you generate more leads and members for your gym 100% free. That way, there's no risk on your end to try us out. And in this video, I'll explain exactly how our free ad campaigns work, why we're doing them, and how you can get started. So let's dive into it. So that's the first section. It is the hook and the promise that really pushes them in. So hopefully that makes sense. You can see how we're really coming really strong in the beginning and saying how if you want more leads and members for your gym, we'll help you do that 100% free. There's no risk on your end. And in this video, I'm going to show you how this whole process works. So that's what hooks them in. That's our promise. Then the next section of the script is here's how it works. And this is where we're going to outline at a high level how our process works. So we're just going to say, step number 1 is our onboarding call. Step number 2 is our ad creation setup. Step number 3, we launch your campaigns, right? I'm not going to read this step by step. This is pretty much the exact script that we have on the website, if you remember, but that's all we're stating. It's just here's how it works. I'll let you guys scan this. And once I'm going to shoot this video for you as well, and then you can play it and listen to it, so don't worry. Then once we have this section, you know what? I'll read it for you just in case. I want to make sure there's no excuses. Everything's done and you know everything that I did. So step number 1 says your onboarding call. First, we'll have a quick onboarding call to get the necessary information about your gym, like your ideal customer, what your goals are, and access to your marketing material and assets for us to be able to set up your free campaign. Step number 2 is your ad creation and setup. After onboarding call, our team will immediately get started creating a set of high converting ads to launch to bring in new leads and members for your gym. We'll handle the creation process end to end so you don't have to worry about it. And then we move on to step number 3, which is launching your campaigns. So once we have your ads created, we'll launch your ad campaigns for you on Facebook and Instagram to generate more leads and members for your gym. All you have to do is cover the ad spend, which we recommend a minimum of $50 per day. Then the next step of the script is we need to address why we're offering to run a free campaign for them. Because in their mind, they're like, okay, why are they offering to run a free campaign? So we need to address that. So we're saying here, so why are we offering to run a free campaign for you? Simple. We know if you like the results from your free ad campaign, you'll likely want to continue being a client. And if that's the case, we can discuss what our paid plans look like. But before we get there, we want to demonstrate our ability to help you get results first for free to gain your trust. And if you're interested in getting a free ad campaign from us, here's how to qualify. And then the next step in the script is we're going to mention our qualifications that we want in our ideal client. Now, again, just write 3 criteria that you want in a good client. Now, what I'd recommend to start is make sure they're doing over $25,000 per month in revenue. Typically, I might even say $30,000 per month in revenue. At least 1 full-time staff member and already investing in marketing. Those are 3 general criteria that I like to have. You can model this. Again, tweak the wording for your niche based on what you have. I'm just showing you this as a general example. Then we're going to have our call to action. So if that's you, go ahead and click the button below this video to book a call with our team so we can get you set up with our free campaign. Then I like to have a little bit of scarcity and urgency. So I can say we're only doing this for a handful of gyms. So if you're even slightly interested, make sure to book in a call below as we're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. Looking forward to connecting. That's it. Really straightforward script. So all you have to do is just fill this out, or you can model this and just change where I put gym to whatever niche yours is in. And then you just need to record this, which I'm going to walk you through. But the first step is just creating the VSL script. So I want you to actually write your script here. So write out the hook and promise, write out the here's how it works, write out why we're offering to run it, here's how to qualify, have a call to action, and add some scarcity and urgency. Again, the beauty about this is you can copy this word for word and just change gym to whatever your niche is and model it slightly. Again, this is pretty plug and play. Then once we have our script created, the next step is we're either going to use Loom or a free screen recording software like OBS to shoot the video. Now, what I'd recommend is you can get a free Loom account. Go here to get a free Loom account. It is going to allow you to basically just share your screen and do a screen recording directly, and it uploads directly. So what I can do here is I could just hit get Loom for free, sign up with Google, put in my account here. I hit I agree, and I'll just put I'm doing this for work, fill out this information here. I'll just put sales. This doesn't really matter. Hit continue, not now. And we can just, what we'll want to do is install the Chrome extension. So what we're going to do is we'll just hit install. We'll hit add to Chrome up here, add extension. And just like that, we have Loom. So we're going to hit this here. We're going to pin this Loom screen recorder here. And what this is going to allow me to do is if I hit this button here, I can attach my camera, which I'll do. Allow on every visit. So I basically granted it access to this camera. So this might look a little bit trippy here, but put in the right microphone, pick the camera that you want to use here. This might take some time to load, but you can see my face is down here. So now I can do actually a screen share and a screencast while I record this script. So what I'm going to do is now that I have Loom here, let me just go ahead and exit this. But the next step there is you can either use Loom, which is free, but you just have like a 5-minute limit on there, or you could use a free recording software like OBS, which you can download here. I'm not going to do that, but this will also let you screen record. And all you have to do to actually shoot the video that's going to go onto this page right here, I'm going to save this, is you're literally going to open up Loom or whatever your screen recording software is, and open up a Google Doc that has your script and just record you talking through this. So for example, I would open up Loom here. My face is going to show up twice, so this is going to look really trippy, but just focus on my face down here. All I would do is I would hit, well, I'm not going to hit start recording because then my voice is going to be in 2 different areas. But I'll show you what the end product looks like. But it would basically be my face here in this corner reading through this Google Doc. right here. And they would see my face in the corner, and I would just read this step by step, and I would look at the camera. And, it doesn't need to be perfect. Your first couple rounds aren't going to be amazing, but practice this until you feel confident enough pitching this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and record this video, and I'll meet you back once that video has been recorded. All right, so I've gone ahead and shot that video. That's going to go up on my website here. What's going to happen is this video is going to play right now on your screen so you can watch the finished video. It's only 2 minutes, so give it a watch. If you want more leads and members for your gym, we'll help you do that 100% free. Here's how. We'll create, launch, and manage an advertising campaign for you to help you generate more leads and members for your gym 100% free. That way, there's absolutely no risk on your end to try us out. And in this video, I'll explain exactly how our free ad campaigns work, why we're doing them, and how you can get started with us 100% free. So let's dive into it, starting with how our process works. So there's 3 steps to it. Step number 1 is our initial onboarding call. So first, we're going to have a quick onboarding call with you to get the necessary information about your gym, like who your ideal customer is, what your goals are, and access any marketing material and assets for us to be able to create and set up your free campaign. Then once we have your onboarding call, we're going to move on to step number 2, which is your ad creation setup. So after onboarding call, our team will immediately get started on creating a set of high converting ads to launch to bring in new leads and members for your gym. We'll handle the creation process end to end, so you don't even need to worry about it. All you have to do is just approve the ads. Then once we do that, we move on to step number 3, which is the funnest part, which is launching your campaigns. So once we have your ad created, we will launch your ad campaigns for you on Facebook and Instagram to generate more leads and more members for your gym. All you have to do is cover the ad spend, which we recommend a minimum of $50 a day to start. So now with that in mind, you might be asking yourself, why are we offering to run a free campaign for you? So let me explain. We know if you like the results from the free ad campaign, you'll likely want us to continue to manage your ads for you. And if that's the case, we can discuss what our paid plans look like. But before we get there, we want to demonstrate our ability to get you results for free first to gain your trust. So if you're interested in getting a free ad campaign from us set up 100% free, here's how to qualify, because there's just a few criteria we need to make sure you're an easy win client. So the first thing is you need to be doing over $25,000 per month in revenue. The next criteria is you need to have at least 1 full-time staff member, and you need to be already investing in marketing in some channel. If you meet these 3 criteria and that's you, go ahead and click the button below this video to book a call with our team so we can get you set up with your free ad campaign. Now, just a heads up, we're only doing this for a handful of gym owners. So if you're even slightly interested, make sure to book a call below, because we're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. So with that in mind, I look forward to connecting with you. Cheers. So now that you've seen the video, what I want to share with you is how to actually put this video on your website if you're using Loom. And it's really easy. All we're going to do is we're going to hit the share button up top. We're going to click that. Then we're going to hit this embed button right here. We're going to click that. And we are going to click this button right here that says copy embed code. So once we've copied it, it's going to say copied. We're going to take that code. We're going to go back to our beautiful website here. And in this video column here, what we are going to click is we're going to scroll down, and where it says video type, you can see there's YouTube, Vimeo, Wistia. We're going to hit custom embed. So click that and copy in your code just like that, and then hit save. Once we've done that, we can save this. We can preview the page, and bingo, we have our video installed. Look at that. We have our beautiful 1-page funnel pretty much complete. We have a video pitching our service. That's all there. We have our headline. We have all of this, right? So that's all we have to do. Now, the next step that we are going to do is we are going to just update this section up here, which is the navigation section, and make sure everything is linked, and do a couple more things to just clean up the website. So let's dive into that. So once we have that recorded and pretty much everything on our website is done, like we have all the pages complete, now what we have to do is we have to add our domain to the website. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to go to Go High Level. We're going to save this. We're going to exit out of here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hit the settings button down here. We're going to go ahead and hit settings. We're then going to click domains. You can see this right here. We're going to click domains here. We're going to hit add a domain, and we're going to put in our domain. So our domain is gymleadboosters.com. That's it. So we're going to hit continue. It's going to say setting up your domain. Saying finding provider details. We just need to wait for this to load. So once you're here, it says set up your domain manually by adding the following records. So what we need to do is we need to go to our Namecheap account to actually set in these records to make sure that Go High Level can verify our domain. Now it's very straightforward. Let's walk through how to do that. So we're going to open up Namecheap here. Once we're in Namecheap, what we're going to click on is we are going to go to the dashboard column and we're going to hit gymleadboosters.com and hit manage. Once we're in this manage column here, what we're going to do is we are going to basically add we're going to click the advanced DNS button right here. Once we're in advanced DNS, we are going to add some records here. So you can see this first record here is an A record. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit add a new record. This is going to be an A record. The host is @ so you can copy that, put that in here. And the required value is this thing right here. So we're just going to take this value, copy that, put that into the IP address and hit this save button. So that's done. And the next one we're going to do is we're going to hit add a new record. And this is a CNAME. So we're going to scroll down to CNAME record. We're going to put in the host, which is www. So let's put that in here. And the target is flash.funnel. So that's the target. And we're going to put that in and we're going to hit save. Now, if we've done this right, once we hit the verify records part, this should work and it should say that the domain is found. So moment of truth, we're going to hit verify records. It says DNS records could require up to 30 seconds. If changes aren't acknowledged, please retry. So hopefully this works. All right. So once we've done that, you should get this message here that says, yay, domain gymleadboosters.com added successfully. So that means we've added in our domain to our website. So now we can make sure everything looks professional. So once this is done, it says link domain with funnel. So we're going to link this to website for agency. And what we're going to do is we can put this at the home page for now and hit link domain. Brilliant. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go back. We're going to hit the back button here. And now you can see our domain is attached up top. So now what we need to do is just clean up all these links here, because you can see these links here, they look a little bit ugly. So we're going to clean these links up. So here's how we're going to do that. First, we're going to clean up the home page. So what we're going to click is we're going to hit the publishing. So we're going to click publishing on the home page. And what I like to put here is I like to put just homepage and then just copy that and hit update step. Once that's updated, now you can see it says homepage. Then we're going to hit the settings down here and the path, we're going to put homepage-1 and then we're going to hit update page. Beautiful. So now if we open up this page, you can see this is going to load and it should say gymleadboosters/homepage-1. So this is all loaded, right? So this is all set up now. Now we need to do this for the next page. So the About Us section, we're going to go to Publishing. Same thing. We're just going to put this to About Us, copy and paste this, hit Update Step. Then we're going to hit the Settings button here. This is going to be About Us-1, Update Page. That's good. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Contact Us page, do the same thing for the Contact Us. We're going to hit Publishing, put this to Contact Us, copy this, hit Update Step, then hit the Settings column here, put this to Contact Us-1, update page. Then we're going to go to our privacy policy, hit publishing, privacy policy, just like that. Copy it, hit update step, hit the settings column, privacy policy -1, update page. And then from here, we're going to do terms of service. So same thing, terms of service, copy this sucker, hit update page, hit the settings, terms of service -1. So now all the links have been cleaned up. Brilliant. Now what we have to do once these links have all been cleaned up is we have to update these links to the website. And what I mean by that is we actually have to start linking these up properly. So in this home page column here, what we're going to do is we're going to take the About Us link, going to take this, copy this link here, then go to the home page, open this up, hit edit. All right, so I had to make my face a lot smaller so you could actually see this. But in the About column, what we're going to do is we're going to hit this navigation thing up top. Once we're in the navigation, you can see the menu items, home, about, contact. What we're going to do is we're going to hit the About section here. We're going to hit this edit, and we're going to put the URL. We're going to paste in our URL. Bingo. Put the About Us. Submit. Done. Hit save. Then we're going to get the next button, which is the contact page. So contact page, we're going to grab that, go back to the home page, hit edit. So let's get that, which is the contact page. Go to the contact page here, click this, bingo, submit. That's all done. This home page here, you actually technically don't need a home page, but why don't we get the home page anyways? So I'm going to save this, hit the back button. I'm going to grab the home page URL, hit edit, hit home, hit this home, hit the edit button, and home page, hit submit. Then we're going to hit save. Now, fingers crossed, if we did this right, we can hit the preview button. And now all of this should link up. So if we hit contact, this should take us to the contact page. There we go. See the contact page is there. If we hit the about page, this should take us to the about page. Yep, that's all there. And then if we hit the home page, that's just going to take us right to the home page, right? So this is all linked up. Now there's like a navigation, the about, the contact, all that's there. So then what we have to do is we also have to update and put in our privacy policy, our terms of service, and that's about it. We can delete the contact we just need to put in our privacy policy and terms of service down here. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to hit the save button and go back. Again, I know this is some pretty manual stuff, but once we get it done, we don't have to do it again. So let's start with the privacy policy. We'll grab this link from the privacy policy, just copy and paste this link back to the home page, hit edit. Once we're here, we're going to hit this privacy policy button, and you can see there's a hyperlink attached to it. We're going to click that where it says privacy policy. We're going to update that and put in our privacy policy, hit OK. So that's done. Hit save there. Then we can go back, and then we got to add in our terms of service. So we'll copy and paste our terms of service. We'll go back to the home page. We'll hit edit, hit terms of service, and this should be linked as well. So we're going to click that link, terms of service, remove that, hit OK, and then hit save. And now this should all be linked up so we can get out of here. And now we should have our website all done. So if we open this page up, gymleadboosters.com, if we hit the privacy policy, yep, that takes us to our privacy policy and our terms of service. Now we have our terms of service. So we are all done. We have everything set up. We have our nice one-page website that's completed. It has a basic, video. And this is, if you want to see proof, this is what, if you go to my literalscalewithless.com website, this is my agency. I used to scale past 7 figures. Oh, would you look at that? It's the exact layout that I'm talking about here, right? So you can see I'm literally doing, and this is what I use. So you guys can kind of check this out. And I just gave this to you step by step for you guys to model. So you don't need to overcomplicate it, right? That is the funnel that I use to get over 400 plus paying clients, the same website that I've had, right? And we're just modeling this layout and changing it. And you can feel free to change any colors or layouts or all that, but this is just, you don't need to overcomplicate it. Just have this out, because the point of our website is when someone comes here, needs to make sure we state our offer clearly and it looks legitimate. It looks like, we're an operating business and they can see our face. They know who we are. That's all we need for now. So that is all done. This is all complete. We now have our website done. The last step that we're going to go to is we're going to go to our settings here. We're going to go to URL redirects, not URL redirects. Go back to domains here where it says gymleadboosters.com. We're going to hit the 3 dots. We're going to hit the edit button here. And now the default page here is, this should already be set, is the home page. You want to make sure it's set to your home page that you just set up and hit save. What this means is if someone goes to gymleadboosters.com and they just type that into their domain, that's going to be your website. So to show you this, if someone types in gymleadboosters.com, sometimes it takes a little, once you've put a domain over for the first time and set it up, it might be a bit slow, but you can see gymleadboosters.com. If they type it in, we now have a fully functioning website. So that was pretty easy, right? You can see I'm losing my voice here, but I want to show you how fast are we? Where are we at? We're at 53 minutes for this video alone, right? So this is probably, it's 53 minutes now. The editor's going to probably chop this up so it's shorter, but I said I would show you how to get a website done in under an hour, and we've got it done in under an hour so far. So that's pretty much it. That's all done on that side. We have our website complete. Is there anything else that we need to complete at this? Oh yeah, step number 6, test the website. Do a run through of the website to make sure everything's working. So why don't we do that? So we're gonna go back here. We're gonna go to our sites. And what we're gonna do, I've already pretty much done this. I've tested out all the pages. But what you wanna make sure you do now is actually book a call and make sure this is all set up. Here's my first mistake here, right? I need to set up this book a call to actually scroll to the bottom. See. So I'm going to hit edit here. This book a call button, what we're going to do is we need to change this to open pop-up, scroll to element, and we can put this to, so we're going to scroll this down to where it says custom code, because that's where our calendar is attached. So we're going to click that to that element and hit save. So just to show you what that does there, if I back out of here, if I open this page up, what that does now, if someone says book your call, they're going to go straight to our calendar where they can book in a call, right? So let's do a run through of this. Let's make sure everything works. You can see this website's all set up. Headline's good. All this is functional. All this is working. Now let's actually do a test booking on a calendar. We'll put in a random name, put in an email, XXX, put in a phone number, schedule an event. Bang, meeting is scheduled. Look at that. You got a functioning website. Then we're going to check our Calendly to make sure that actually got scheduled events. Bingo. Look at that. It's all set up. Give yourself a pat on the back if you watch this video and you set up your website. Now you've actually, you got a business now, right? You got your website set up, and you can see we did that in under an hour. So everything's functional. The other thing you can look at too, I've already set this up for you if you use this template where it's already going to be mobile optimized. So if you hit this desktop icon, you also want to hit what it looks like on mobile to make sure it looks good on mobile. All right, the other last thing we're going to check to make sure this website's fully functional is just make sure it's mobile optimized. I should have already done this for you in the template, but if you hit edit and we just click this mobile setting here, we switch from desktop to mobile, you can see that all of this is already set. Like, it looks good on mobile. None of the font's too big or anything like that. So looks good on mobile. This is all set. About Us section, and you do that for each one of the pages. Now, I'm not going to do that because that's already pretty much set up and good to go. So just like that, your website is all set up, right? So that was, quite a bit. But if you follow these steps here, step by step, everything's already laid out for you on what you need to follow, and you'll be good to go. Again, the notes to follow along for this lesson is in the description. Make sure to get access to this. It goes with the free course, so you can set this up. But now you have your website set up. So the action item I want you to focus on, I know this was a long lesson, is let me write this out live. Set up your website, following the instructions above. Once you've done that, you're good to go. You've now set up your website. You're now ahead of 99%, not 90, I would say 90% of people who think they want to start a business, they don't even set up their website, right? So if you've actually set up the time and you've gone through and you set up your site, give yourself a pat on the back because you're taking action and you're putting one step in front of the other. So with that being said, go set up your website, and now you have everything completed for your agency, and we can move on to the next phase. All right, welcome to phase number 3, which is marketing. And this is where we're gonna focus on generating leads and sales calls. So what I wanna do in this quick video is give you an overview of what we're gonna cover in phase number 3. So let's dive into it, starting with our objective. So the objective we're gonna focus on in phase number 3 is to build out an effective marketing strategy to generate consistent leads and sales calls with potential clients who are interested in your services. Because if you have a consistent way to generate leads and sales calls with potential clients, it's going to be very easy for you to start making money and getting paying clients. And what we're going to cover in this section is, first, we're going to go over how to find an endless supply of clients. So the best places to look to actually find potential clients. Then we're going to go over how to reach out to potential clients and generate leads. So there's a right script and process we have to use when we're reaching out to clients to actually get them to respond. Then we're going to go over how to turn leads into sales calls and the process behind it. And then we'll go over how to launch our marketing campaigns to generate consistent leads and sales calls. So we got a lot to cover. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to find clients, and I'm going to cover 4 different ways to find high-paying clients. And these are the 4 methods I use to find an endless supply of potential clients, and it's very easy. So I'm going to cover 3 different free strategies and 1 paid strategy. So the free strategies are going to be Google search, Instagram hashtags, and the meta ad library. And I'm going to break these down one by one, so don't worry. And then the paid option is going to be different lead softwares. So let's start with the first free method, which is Google search. So step number 1, we're going to go to Google search. So we'll just type in google.com. That will take us to the search bar over here. And what we're going to type in is we're going to type in our niche to find businesses. So the niche I'm going after throughout this course is being gyms. So I'll type in gyms in Vancouver. That's where I'm located. So I'll see a bunch of options of gyms in the area. Let's say you're going after dentists. You could type in dentists in Vancouver, dentists in, just insert your location or whatever location you're in, and you will see a bunch of different options. So you can see all these businesses that are here. All these search results are businesses I can go after. I like to use the businesses column here as well, where I can see a bunch, but I'll just hit more businesses and I can scroll down. These are all potential clients that I can go after. For example, I can go after, let's say, Yard Athletics. It has some good ratings, 169. I'll hit website. I'm going to click their website. So that's step number 3, is go to their website to find their contact information. So I'll scroll through, and typically on their website, we can find their contact information relatively easily. So we'll just scroll down, and bingo bongo, here's their contact information. You can see their email, which is info@yardathletics.ca, which is, I'm going to get out of here. And I can see their phone number, which is 604-682-1209. So now that I have their contact information, what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert their contact information on our lead scraping sheet. Now, make sure, like in the pinned comment on this video, you can get access to the full course and all the worksheets that go along with it for free. So that's where you can fill this out. But what I'm going to do is actually start filling out this information now. So what I'm going to do is, the name of this business is Yard Athletics. So I'm going to put that in here, Yard Athletics. The position is, I'm just going to put owner. We're not really going after a specific person here. The company is Yard Athletics as well. The website, I'm going to put in the website right here, yardathletics.ca. So I'm just going to copy and paste that from the browser. I'm just going to paste that right here. Then I'm going to put in their email. And the way I'm going to put in their email is I'm just going to copy and paste this, hit Command C, and then paste that right here. I'm also going to add a column for their phone number. And how we're going to get that phone number is we're going to copy and paste that phone number and paste that right here. And we also want to have, oh God, it looks like it's giving us an error, so we'll just manually type it. 604-682-682 and 1209. So now we have their phone number, and we'll add in their social media links as well. So we'll go to their website, and you can see that here we have their social media. I like to get their Instagram. That's the most common one. So we'll copy and paste their Instagram. We'll go back to our template, and we'll paste that here. And you know what? If they have their Facebook, we'll also get their Facebook, and we'll copy and paste that. So now we have both of their links. We have their Instagram and their Facebook, and we can also insert a personal compliment once we reach out to them. So we'll come back to that personal compliment section, but just like that, I have compiled my first lead, and I have all their information. So I can email this person, I can reach out to them, I can call them, but all we want to start doing now is, in this example, is I could just start going through all the different businesses in the area, go through them one by one, and start inserting them onto my lead scraping sheet here. And I'll have a big list, right? Like I can go through all the gyms in Vancouver and write them down. Then I might go to a different city. Instead of Vancouver, I might pick Maple Ridge, and I'll see all the gyms in that area, and I'll go through them one by one, and I'll just have so many different, leads that I can reach out to for free, right? It's going to take some manual work on your end, but you can easily do this. This is what I did in the beginning, was just going through Google, finding leads and inserting them onto the sheet. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of them, but I want to show you, that's how easy it is, and we're just going to fill this out one by one. So that is the first way we can get leads, is by going through Google search. The next version that we can use to find leads is by using Instagram hashtags. So here's how we're going to do that. Step number one is we're going to go to Instagram. So I'm logged into Instagram, so make sure to have an Instagram account. Then once you're on Instagram, go to Instagram search. So we're on the search bar right now, where you can see the search column. Then once we're in the search bar, we're going to type in our niche using hashtags. So if I'm going after gym owners and gyms, I can type in hashtag gym owners. And just like that, there's 79,000 posts of people using the hashtag gym owners. And these are likely going to be gym owners. So once this loads, you can see all these different results that show up and all these people that I can go after. So let's just click any of these, really. Let's just click this one right here, NS Fitness Gym right here. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to click on their profile if it loads. And look at that. I have found a gym. And it's located in India, which is a little far away, so I don't know if this is the best example. Let's put, you know what I'll do? I'll put gym. I'll go back here, and I'll hit search, and I'll type in gyms Vancouver, which is my area. So I'll put in gym Vancouver, and now I should have some more targeted searches. So I can click, let's just go with this one right here. VIP Fitness and Lifestyle. This is personal training and fitness. Vancouver personal training and fitness. There we go. It's a wellness community. Group training, everything's here. So just like that, I have found a lead, VIP Fitness and Lifestyle, and I'm going to insert their information right here. So I'm going to go back to my lead scraping sheet, and I'm going to put in their information for me to reach out to. So let's do that. So this person is VIP Fitness and Lifestyle. I'm going to paste that in. So VIP Fitness and Lifestyle. Position, going after the owner. The company is VIP. We honestly don't even need this name column. I'm just going to delete that and put this into the company. Then we're going to put in the website. Actually, we'll go back there. We'll put Yard Athletics. This is the reason I had the name is if we're going after a specific person in the company, like if we're going after the CEO and his name is Jack, we'd put the name Jack here, but we are not actually going after the person's name specifically. We're just going to type in the brand. Then from there, what we're going to do is the next part here that's asking us is the website. And we have the website right here. If it loads, we're going to take that website, copy and paste that right here. Then we'll grab the email, and it should be easy for us to find the email. Typically, it's at the bottom. There it is. info@vipfit.ca. We'll hit Command C, and we will paste it just like that. Then we'll also grab their phone number, and would you look at that? There's the phone number, and we will paste that. See? Very simple. Then we'll grab their social media link straight from Instagram, which is what we found, and we'll put that right there. And if they have a Facebook as well, why don't we grab their Facebook? We'll copy and paste their Facebook link, and we'll put that there. So that is the second way that we can find leads, is we can go to Instagram and just go through these one by one. Now I'm on my desktop right now, so they have limited results, but if you're on your phone, you can keep scrolling and more will keep popping up. So this is how you're going to find that. Yes, again, it's going to take some manual work, but that is the second way we can find leads. That's 100% free. The next thing that we can do is we can go to the Meta ad library. So how we're going to do this is we're going to hit the Facebook ad library right here, which is going to be linked It's 100% free. Once we're in here, we can type in a specific brand that we want to go after. So let's just type in, what I'm going to type in is I'm going to type in gym. So you're going to type in the keyword of your niche. And what we're going to do is we're going to filter this a little bit more as well. And how we're going to do that is we're going to hit this filters column and put all languages, put to English. We're going to hit that to English, and that should be good because we only want to see English ads. And if I wanted to be more specific, I could type in Vancouver gyms in my area, see if anything pops up. For whatever reason, I'm getting a bunch of houses, so I don't know if this is the best example. So instead, I'll just type in gym membership because I'm going after gyms. Now, here we go. Now I have a bunch of gyms that I found that I can go after, that I have leads for. So here's one, Tony Martin's gym, all the Gold's gym, Gym It. So what I can do here is for Tony Martin's gym, I'll hit learn more, and I can get all the information straight from here. So let's go through this. So now that I got Tony Martin's, I'm going to go back to my lead scraping sheet. Put Tony Martin's gym. He is the owner. Actually, I guess this guy's name's Tony Martin. His company name is tonymartins.co. So it's just Tony Martins. This is his company. His website is tonymartins.com.nz. So this guy's based in New Zealand. I'll grab his email right there. I will paste that into the email column. I'll grab his phone number. Thank you very much, which is the 096243555. Paste that in here. Why don't we snag his social media link? We'll grab his Instagram and we'll paste that in. Very easy. So that's how we can use the ad library to find even more leads. And the beauty about finding people on the ad library is these people are already investing in advertising. They already know the importance because all these results here are people who are currently advertising on Facebook and Instagram ads. So if they're already spending money on ads, that means they already believe in the platform and they know the importance of it. So we just need to reach out to them saying, hey, how we can do a better job for them. And maybe we can explain some of the mistakes that they're making. So this is another way. And you can see there's countless results. And these are all people that we can reach out to, find their page and reach out to them from there. So that is the third option, is using Facebook ad library. Again, this will show us countless different businesses that are already advertising that we can find their website, scrape their details, and reach out to. So that is the third free way. We went through Google search, we went through Instagram hashtags, and we went through the ad library. Between these three things, you should have an endless supply of leads that you can reach out to. Now, if you want a paid option, we can look at lead softwares. Lead softwares are tools that we'd pay money for that already have the lead data there. We don't really need to scrape it. They're softwares that already have all the leads in there, and that way makes our job a lot easier. We do have to pay some money for them. So if you don't have a lot of money, just do it for free. Use the free versions. That's what I did initially. But if you have some cash and you want to save time, you can use some of these lead softwares. So we can use lead softwares like D7 Lead Finder or Apollo. There's tons of different softwares out there. I can't, give you an example for every niche. It just depends on what you pick. But if you have a local business or a local niche, D7 Lead Finder works great. Apollo works great. But let me show you how this works. So I'm on a lead finder right now called Apollo. This is the free version, but if you want to get more leads, you're going to have to pay. But this is what the interface looks like, and how I can use it is once I'm in the interface here, I can just, narrow down my search terms, because that's going to be, step number 2 is define my search terms. So how I'm going to do that is in these search terms here, in the location, let's say I only want to go for people in the United States and Canada, Australia, and we'll do England, the United Kingdom. We'll do the big 4 countries here. Then what we can do is we can put the industry, and we'll put the industry in health, wellness, and fitness. And what we can do as well is why don't we put in maybe a name? So we'll put in just gym. And just like that, we have now pulled 54, it'll show us 54 direct gyms that we can go after. And it's already pulled that lead list based on that criteria. Right, and once I want to pull this, all I have to do to access their email is I will go ahead and click on this. I can hit access email and phone. I will verify this. And here we go. I have the first person right here. And all I have to do to get this information is I can copy and paste this information below. And we can see any employees that they have here as well. But all I'll do for now is I will just put their information. I'll put view full profile, why not? So I'll go ahead and copy and paste this person's email and put them into the lead scraping sheet. So we'll find this, it says NRG Gym, NRGgym.com. Copy and paste this here. That's the website. The email we already got from this, which is hoss@nrggym.com. We'll put that in the email column. Let's grab their phone number. It's probably at the bottom, which I guess it's not in this example, contact us. I guess in this case, they don't have a phone number. They just have the email that we can contact directly. But again, we already got that from here. We're going to have to upgrade to get their mobile number. But if you have the paid plan from this, like you'd be able to see their phone number and pull that and all that stuff from here. So that's how you'd use like a lead scraper like Apollo to be able to get that. Again, the benefits of a paid tool like this is you can easily filter. I'm on the wrong tab here, but we'll go back to the search column. I'm just on the free plan right now, but if you had the paid plan, like you could easily get a big list of companies for me to give you. So hopefully that gives you an idea of things. Again, what I would do too, if you want to figure this out, if you want to pay, just type in like lead software for gyms, gym owners. And there'll be a bunch, like there's Zoom info, push press. I guess push press doesn't really count, but there's all, gym leads. There's all these different softwares that will pop up that, I could just use to find leads of gym owners. So this is a paid option. A really good one is D7 Lead Finder. Find free businesses. Again, you can use this and you can enter in a keyword like D7 Lead Finder. You could type in like gyms. I could put in a city. Let's just put like maybe, let's see if this Vancouver, British Columbia. We hit get leads. Says it's going to take 3 minutes to aggregate this, and it'll basically pull us a big lead list of gym owners. And we're going to have to pay to get that, obviously, but it will give us a big export of lead lists. And I think the pricing on D7 Lead Finder, we'll open this in a new tab, it's about $62 a month to be able to get this. So it's well worth it if you are going to use this consistently, right? Like you can use it for 1 month, pull a bunch of leads. Like you can pull 3,500 leads a day, right? So you could just subscribe to this for like, let's say 1 month, pull your searches for that 1 month, and then you can get like, 10, 15, 20,000 plus leads that you would have in your queue that you can reach out to that will last you a long time. So if you want to just pay $62 using a software like this to just get a bunch of bulk leads and then use that, you can do that as well. That's what I would do. So those are the two options. You can either go through the 3 different free ways that I mentioned to find leads, or you can use a lead software like D7 Lead Finder or Apollo, where you just define your search terms and it just gives you a lead list for you that you can then reach out to. So between these 4 options, you're going to have a ton of different ways to find your leads. The action item I want you to focus on is pick your primary lead finding method. If you're tight on cash, just do any of the 3 free methods. Between those 3 free methods, you're going to find tons of businesses. It's just going to take manual time to be able to do that. If you have cash, just invest in a lead finding tool and the free methods. Like the lead finding tool, what I would do is you could find something like D7 Lead Finder. Again, just pay for like 1 month, where it might be like 60, 70 bucks for 1 month, but just pull like as many leads as you can. So then it's just a one-time investment for you of 60 bucks a month, but you only need it for 1 month to just pull a bunch of leads. So now you have that lead list, and then you can start reaching out to people. And again, the benefit of using a paid lead scraping tool is that it's going to save you, like for you to find 3,500 leads manually and reaching out, like that's what I did. It's just going to take you a lot of time and it might get tedious, versus if you just pay a lead finding software like D7 Lead Finder to just do it for you, it's going to save you a lot of time because they already have that information and they'll give you the lead list and it'll save you a bunch of time. So if you have that access cash, just use a lead software. It'll make your life easier. So that's what I want you to focus on. Pick how you're going to pick, either if you're going to do it for free or get a lead software to do that for you. Again, if you're tight on cash, do a free method. If you have some cash flow, invest $50 or $60 into a lead software to just scrape the leads for you. And then what I want you to do is find your first 10 leads and put them in a sheet. So if you're going to do it for free, let's say you're going to go use Google search in the beginning, I want you to fill out at least and find your first 10 leads. So I want you to find your first 10 leads and put them into this lead scraping sheet. So then that way you get in the habit and you know what you're looking for. So that's what I want you to focus on. Hope you found this video helpful. This is how we're going to find clients and find leads. Start focusing on this. Pick your lead finding method and find your first 10 leads and put that in the sheet. And once you've done that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover how to reach out to clients to generate leads. So now that you know how to find clients, the next step is reaching out to these clients with a compelling message that gets them to reply with interest in our services. And once they reply with interest, they have now become a lead. And this process of reaching out to these potential clients is called outreach. And in order for outreach to work, we need a compelling message that gets them to reply with interest. So what I'm going to break down in this video is the 5-part outreach script and message that you can use to get leads consistently. This is the outreach script I've used to get past 10K per month and book countless meetings and clients. So let's break this down step by step. So there's 5 parts to it. It starts with the compliment. Then we have our irresistible free offer. Then we add social proof if we have any. Then we explain the reason why, and then we have a call to action. So let's break this down starting with the compliment. So the goal of a compliment in our outreach message is to get our foot in the door and disarm the prospect while building trust. Because if we're reaching out to a business owner who doesn't know who we are, the best way to build trust with them is by giving them a personalized compliment. Like, think about it. You probably love it when friends, family, and even strangers give you compliments. It makes you feel good. It's human nature, and business owners are no different. So we want to open our outreach message with like one sentence that's a personalized compliment to them. So let's say I'm reaching out to a gym owner. I could say, hey name, love your podcast. I use your intermittent fasting cycle you mentioned on episode 210, and I've already dropped a few pounds. So just like that, when they've read this message, they don't know who I am, but they at least like me. They're like, oh, he listened to what I said on podcast and he's already getting results. So now he's going to read the rest of my message. Then we're going to have our irresistible free offer. So this is where we want to insert our offer that we created. So I could say, just a quick question, are you getting consistent members for your gym? If not, I'd love to set up a free ad campaign you can use right away to get more members into your gym. That way there's no risk on your end to try it out. So if you remember the offer that we created, part of it is a free 7-day trial. And now we're inserting that right here. And this offer works so well because there's no risk for the business owner. So right away, we are inserting our offer. Then once we insert our offer, we want to add any social proof if we have any. So these are testimonials or case studies. Now, if you don't have any right now, that's completely fine. But if you have some, you want to insert your case studies. So I could say, we work with a bunch of gyms around the city, like Gym X and Gym Y, and we've helped them get them these results. And I think we could get great results for you too. And when you're first starting out, it's so important for you to focus on getting case studies and testimonials because that builds your trust with these potential clients when you're reaching out. Because typically when you send an outreach message to someone who doesn't know you, after you state your irresistible free offer, the first thing in their mind might be, okay, who have you done this for? And that's why it's important for us to get those case studies, which I'm going to show you how to do. So if you don't have them right now, it's not the end of the world, but once you start getting these case studies and testimonials, your outreach is going to work even better. Then we're going to explain the reason why we're doing it for free, because what's going on in their mind right now is, okay, why is he offering to do this ad campaign for free? Like, what's in it for him? So I need to explain that. So I could say, so what's the catch? Well, we know if you like the results from the free campaign, you'll likely want us to manage the ads for you. But before we get there, we want to demonstrate our ability to help you get more members for free first. That way there's no risk on your end to try it out. So I'm saying right here, look, I know if you like the results from the free campaign, you'll want us to manage your ads continuously and pay for our services. But before we do that, we want to demonstrate our ability to help you get results for free, right? So we're kind of explaining why we're starting for free and offering this service. So now he understands that, he as in the person we're reaching out to. Then we're going to have a call to action. And this is simply stating what we want them to do next. So does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Thisura. And if they reply with something like yes, that means we've now generated a lead. So incredible. That's all we have to do. So these are the 5 parts to the outreach script. So what I want you to do, the only action item you need to focus on is write your outreach script following this 5-part script. So now that you know your niche, who you're going after, just have a compliment, insert your irresistible free offer, and you can just model this if you want, but just change, the languaging so it's towards your niche that you're going after. Then add any social proof if you have anything, explain the reason why, and you can model this and have a call to action. So this is what you want to do. Write your outreach script following this 5-part script. So write a sample outreach script, and that's all you need to focus on. That is your action item for now. So this is how you reach out to clients to generate leads. So with that being said, finish your outreach script, and I will see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover how to turn leads into sales calls. So once you start sending out your outreach message to potential clients using the 5-part outreach script we covered in the last video, you'll get some business owners who reply with interest who have now become leads. And the next step is to turn those leads into sales calls. So we need to actually get them scheduled in our calendar so we have a sales call with them and we can convert them into a paying client. And we'll show you how to do that in the sales section. But here's how we're going to turn that lead into a sales call. So let's say we send that outreach message and a business owner replies with something like, yes, I'm interested, or yes, tell me more. What we now need to do is reply back to them and turn them into a sales call. So I could say, great, the next steps from here to set up your free campaign is to book in a quick 10-minute call. I have availability at X time or Y time. And all you have to do is just insert a few times that you have available that they can say yes to have that sales call with you. So I could say, I have availability at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. later today. Let me know if that works for you. If that doesn't work, here's my personal calendar to schedule in. So what we want to do is actually insert our personal Calendly link that you should have set up where they can just book in a call with us directly. So how we're going to do that is we're going to open Calendly. We're going to go to, mine's going to look a little bit different because I'm on the pro plan, but just go to your event meeting that you have. Just hit copy link, just copy the link. And all you're going to do here is just paste that link right here. So then that way they can just click your Calendly and schedule a meeting with you directly. And then we could say, if none of those times work, let me know and we can work something out. So in the rare case that they don't agree to your first availability or no times on your calendar work for them to book in, they can just reply and then you guys can work something out. So most cases, they're going to reply to you and book in a call with you and that's going to work. But if they don't, now we need to follow up with them until they do schedule that sales call. So if they don't reply to this and they don't book in a call, we'll wait 24 hours. And then we could say, hey, name, did any of those times above work for you? Let me know if not, and I can fit around your schedule. So it's just a quick reminder saying, hey, if none of these times work, I didn't hear back from you. Let me know if none of these times work and we can work something out. Then if they still don't reply to us, we'll wait 24 hours, so another day, and say, hey, name, everything okay? Never heard back from you. So this is more of a concerning tone where we're like, hey, like what happened? I never heard back from you once you replied. And you'll get people who will reply and say, hey, totally forgot, man. Like life's just been so hectic. I'll schedule in a call. So I like to have about 3 follow-ups here. So all you really have to do is your action item is just create your meeting scheduling scripts. And all you have to do is just copy and paste this and just change your name to whatever your name is. So I made this as simple as possible for you, but this is what we're going to do. So once they reply to our outreach message and they become a lead, the next step is we need to schedule them onto our calendar so they become a sales call. And this is how we're going to do that using these messages. Now, the next thing that you can do is if you have their phone number, like their phone number is on their email address, or you found their phone number on their website or in your lead scraping section, you actually want to call them as well. This is going to maximize the amount of people who reply with interest that you can schedule into a sales call. Now, yes, sales calls might be a little bit scary for you, but if you can get good at calling these people, you're going to get more meetings booked. And even if they say no or they reject you, who cares? Like you're going to be in the same spot either way if they reject you and say no. But if they say yes and they have a sales call and they turn into a client, that money can change your life and that can start that snowball effect that allows you to grow your business. So I would recommend calling them. So here's how we're going to call them. What I recommend is you call them about once or twice a day, every single day, right? Until they pick up. Why not? Again, you have nothing to lose. So here's the script we're going to use. We're going to start with our intro. So we could say, hey, is this X speaking? And X is their name. So I could say, hey, is this Jim speaking? And they're going to say yes. Then we're going to have our opening. Hey Jim, this is just Thisura with Scale with Less. I just wrapped up a meeting and saw you replied to my email to set up a free campaign to get more members for your gym, so I thought I'd give you a quick ring. Is now still a good time? Something super simple like this. You can just model this. And they can say, yeah man, like yep, this is now a good time. Then I could say, great. Next steps from here are really straightforward. We can book in a quick 10-minute call and I'll go over how to set up your free campaign in more detail. I have availability later today at X or tomorrow at Y. What works better for you? So I'm just going to have a couple times. And he might say, let's say I have later today at 4 p.m. or tomorrow at 9 a.m. What works better for you? And let's just say he says tomorrow at 9 a.m. works great. Then what we're going to do is send a calendar invite. So he's actually scheduled into our calendar and we can have that sales call with him. So I could say, perfect, I'll just send you a calendar invite now so it shows up on your end. What's your best email? And then he'll tell you his email. And how we're going to do that is we're going to go to your Google Calendar just like this. And let's just say he's like 4 p.m. works for him. We're going to go to 4 p.m. We're going to put in the event just like that. We're going to add a title. So it could be like Thisura and whatever the person's name is. Let's say the person's name is Jim. Just like that, we have the event. Then what we're going to do is we're going to edit it. We're going to add guests and we're going to put the email he gave us. So we'll put in that email there. And then we're going to add a location. And the location, just put in your Zoom link, right? If that's where you're going to have your calls. So just go to Zoom, go to your meetings tab here, hit your personal room, and then just copy your personal room here, take that link and apply that into your location and hit save. Just like that. And now that person is going to get that meeting invite with the link for that time. So once you've sent it, just say, great, I just sent across the invite your way. Did you get it? And you want them to confirm that they got that invite. Once they say yes, they got it, say sweet, just hit accept on that invite. You want them to hit accept because once they hit accept, it shows as an invite on the calendar. And if they don't hit accept, what's going to happen is their name will be gray like this, but once they hit accept, there's going to be a green check mark that shows that they've accepted the invite. So you're going to be on that call until they hit accept. And then what I like to say is the meeting's going to be held over Zoom, so it's going to be a video call and the link is in the meeting invite. Sound good? And they'll say yes to that. So you want to make sure they're clear and then just say, great, chat with you then. So that's all you have to do. So the action item I want you to focus on is just use this outbound call script if they have a phone number and call your leads. So that's what we're going to focus on. If someone replies with interest from our initial outreach message, we're going to use these 3 messages here to reply back to them to get them scheduled into a sales call. And if we have their phone number as well, we're going to call them once or twice a day until they pick up and use this script to get them scheduled in. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Model this, and just like that, now you have the scripts and processes in place to be able to turn these leads into sales calls. And once we actually go through the launch section, we'll actually show you how to launch these campaigns. But for now, we're just focusing on writing the scripts. So with that being said, finish these action items and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover setting our targets for launch. So before we start launching our marketing campaigns and outreaching to business owners, we need to make sure we understand our targets of what we're aiming for. Because once we have a target and a clear idea of what we're aiming for, it becomes much easier to reach our goals. Now we're going to go into the math in this video. So make sure don't click this video, don't skip it, don't try to go to something else. You need to understand what I'm going to share, because if you don't understand this math and you don't know how to set targets, you're not going to get any results. Like I haven't met a successful agency owner who doesn't know what I'm going to cover. So make sure to spend 2 to 3 minutes to watch this video. So the target you want to aim for is to send 50 outreach messages every single day. So I want you to reach out to 50 business owners every single day with your offer. So if you reach out to 50 a day, that's 1,500 outreach messages every single month. And the reason I recommend 50 a day is that's enough volume for you to actually get consistent leads and meetings if you have a good outreach message. If you send less than 50 a day, there's not enough business owners who are going to see your offer and you're not going to get any clients. So we want to set the target of 50 outreach messages every single day. And we're going to show you how to do that in the next video. Now our goal, the main thing we're aiming for in the beginning, is to validate that our outreach message converts and to know how many outreach messages you need on average to get a client. And I'm going to show you what this means. So what we're going to focus on in the beginning is knowing our outreach per client. So how many outreach messages we need to send to land a paying client. So what you want to aim for is you want to try to get 1 client for every 1,000 outreach messages you send. That is a really good target that we want to aim for. On average, you want to try to get 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages you send. At bare minimum, you should be getting 1 client for every 3,000 outreach messages you send. So to break down this math a little bit, if you're sending 50 outreaches per day, that's about 1,500 outreach messages every single month, just 50 times 30. So if you get 1 client for every 1,000 outreach messages, that's about 1.5 clients every single month. If you're getting 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages, you're getting 1 client every month. If you're getting 1 client for every 3,000 outreach messages, you're getting about 1 new client every 2 months. Now, that might seem like, okay, I have to send a lot of outreach messages to get a client. And yes, you're right. This is going to take work in the beginning. But once we get the hang of this and we know how many outreach messages we need to send to get a client, we can start hiring virtual assistants who can do our outreach for us. And we can simply, make sure to pay attention to this. If you understand what I'm going to share, it's very easy to make money. So let's say on average, you get 1 client for every 1,000 outreach messages you send. Now, let's say you want to get to 5 clients a month. That gives you $5,000 every single month in reoccurring revenue. Well, if we know we need 5 clients every single month, and on average, we get 1 client for every 1,000 outreach messages, what does that mean? That simply means we need to send 5,000 outreach messages every single month to get those 5 clients. It becomes a simple math equation. So that's why our focus in the beginning is to validate and know how many outreaches per client we need. Right? Once we know that number, we simply set a target of how many clients we want every single month, and we need to do that much outreach to get that target. And we're going to do that through hiring outreach specialists and scaling, which is a completely separate section. But all we need to focus for now is just sending 50 outreaches per day, and you want to aim for these benchmarks. Try to get 1 client for every 1,000 outreaches, 1 client for every 1,500 outreaches, or a bare minimum 1 client for every 3,000 outreaches. If you can stay in this range here, that means you've validated your outreach message and you know it converts and you have something that can start scaling. So that's the target I want you to aim for. Now, if you're wondering what it actually takes to get 1 client for every, let's say, 1,500 outreach messages, let's break it down. So if you send 1,500 outreach messages, which is 50 per day, what you're going to look for is you want to try to get 4% of people to reply to your outreach message with interest. We're saying, yes, I'm interested. If you get 4% of people, that gives you 60 leads. So these are 60 people. Once you sent that outreach message, you were like, yes, tell me more, or I'm interested. Now, the next metric is our booking rate. So this is what percentage of these leads who respond with interest will actually book a sales call with us. And we're aiming for 30%. So 3 out of 10 people. That will give us 18 booked sales calls. Let's say our show up rate is 70% because not everyone is going to show up to a sales call with you. But if we get 70%, that gives us 13 calls who showed up. Now, let's say our trial starting rate is 30%. So 30% of people who showed up to the call say yes to start that trial with us. That gives us 4 free trials. Now, let's say our trial conversion rate is 25%. So 25% of people who start that free trial with us end up becoming a paying client and pay us monthly. That gives us 1 client. So just like that, these are the metrics we need to hit to get 1 client for every 1,500 outreach emails. Now, as you get better, you can get a lot more than this. Like, you can do much better, but I want to show you the bare minimum. Like, this is a big funnel. This is some math, right? Like, you can see how we start from 1,500, but based on these numbers, we boiled this down to 1 client. So this is like, once you understand this, like, you might need to watch this video a couple times to understand these metrics, but this is what I wish I would have known earlier, is like, this is just a big math equation. We just need to set our targets and make sure that we're sending 50 outreaches per day. And when we're within these targets, ideally we're getting 1 client for every 1,000 outreaches, or on average 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages. At bare minimum, you want 1 client for every 3,000, but I'd like to see you up here, which is either 1 for 1,000 or 1 for 1,500. If we are within these ranges here, we've now validated our outreach message works, and we can start setting a target of how many clients we want each month and then sending that volume of outreach. So hopefully this makes sense. This might be something you need to watch a lot of times, but this, at bare minimum, make sure you understand this. So now we've set our targets. We're going to send 50 outreaches per day. You know how many outreaches you need to send every single month. You know what you're aiming for your targets, for how many outreaches you need to send to get a client. So watch this a few times, understand this. So with that being said, we'll see you in the next lesson, which is actually how to launch our outreach messages and, sending these to actual business owners. All right, in this lesson, we're going to launch our marketing campaigns. And this is super exciting because at this point, you should have all your marketing assets completed. So now we can launch and start reaching out to business owners with our outreach message to generate leads and sales calls. So I'm going to walk you through step by step exactly how to do this. And I'm going to do this with you live so you can look over my shoulder and copy what I'm doing. So let's dive into it. So like I mentioned in the last video where we were setting our targets and metrics, I said we need to send out at least 50 outreach messages per day. And the reason behind that is if we send at least 50 per day, there's enough business owners who are seeing our offer for us to get leads and sales calls booked. And the way we're going to launch our marketing campaigns is we're going to use cold email and Instagram outreach. You just need to pick one of these to start, but I'm going to go through both of them. So with cold email is very straightforward. This is where we're going to send emails to our leads with our outreach message pitching our offer. So let's walk through how to do this. So step number 1 is we're going to open our Gmail account. So open the Gmail account that you created. Mine is Thisura at gymleadboosters.com. I'm going to hit the Gmail button here, and I am in my Gmail account. Once I'm in my Gmail account, I'm going to move on to step number 2 is I'm going to open my lead scraping sheet. So you should already have your lead scraping sheet created where you have at least 10 leads in there. And these are the leads I'm going to start reaching out to. Once I have my lead scraping sheet open, I'm going to move on to step number 3 is I'm going to grab a contact from my lead scraping sheet that I want to reach out to. So I'm going to hit compose a message. This will allow me to send an email. And let's say I want to reach out to Tony Martins from tonymartins.co. So his email is info@tonymartins.co.nz. I'm going to take that and put that into the to column. So that's who I'm sending it to. Then step number 4 is I'm going to enter my subject line. Now, the key thing with the subject line for a cold email is we want to make it look like it's coming from a friend. We don't want it to look like a sales email. So what we find is subject lines that are very friendly, things that look like, hey name, or quick question, or quick message. That's what works the best because it looks like it's coming from a friend. So I'm going to use the subject line, hey name, and I'm going to fill in the name with Tony because that's the person I'm reaching out to. So I'll put, hey Tony, that's the subject line. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to step number 5 is I'm going to create a 1 to 2 sentence personal compliment for the lead I'm reaching out to. So again, if you remember in the outreach video that I went over, the first part of a cold outreach script is we need to personalize and have a personalized compliment that shows that we did our research so we can get our foot in the door and build trust with them. So the way I'm going to get that personal compliment is I'm going to look at their website or their social media to find something that I can use. So the way I'm going to do that is if I'm reaching out to Tony Martins, I'm going to open up his website here. Once I'm in his website, I can check out the About Us section. Let's go to our story. This typically has something. Here's Tony, and we can just read his bio. A former police officer, the legend Tony Martin became interested in fitness and muscle training while working in a special combat street violence team. Tony began to compete in what's known as natural bodybuilding, no drugs or steroids. Tony became a champion in his class, competing in over 100 competitions with notable awards such as New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year 2000, the Masters World Champions 2000's first place, and the Masters Natural Olympia 2000 first place. With his world champion bodybuilding, his career in the fitness industry has flourished with a strong and dedicated following in the Three Kings gym community. So what I can use as a compliment here is I can say, hey Tony, congratulations. First off, congratulations. I could say, first off, had a chance to look at your bio, and you have quite the impressive resume. Congratulations on winning and I can just pick one of these, the Masters World Champions, or I could say, I think probably the best one is congratulations on winning the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000. So let's take that. Congratulations on winning the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000. So that's what I'm going to use as a personal compliment. So the outreach script I'm going to use, if you remember, the first step is the compliment. So I'm going to take that compliment that I created. I'm going to copy and paste this. So I can say, hey, Tony. Then I'm going to copy and paste that compliment. First off, congratulations on winning the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year 2000. There, now we have our compliment. The next step is, in our outreach message, is the irresistible offer, which I'm going to copy and paste. And again, you should already have your outreach script created. I'm just copy and pasting this so you can see I'm literally doing this live with you. So that's the next step. So I'm going to take that, going to paste that. Just a quick question. Are you getting consistent members for your gym? If not, I'd love to set up a free ad campaign. So that's all I'm going to write there. Then if I have social proof, I would add any, but I'm going to assume that you don't have any case studies or social proof, so I'm going to skip that part. So I'm going to explain the reason why. So I'm just going to take that, copy and paste it. Again, all you're going to be doing is just copy and pasting your outreach script that you should have already created. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Boom. That's all we have to do. So that's sending out the outreach message. That's putting it in the email. Now everything there is done. We paste it in our outreach message. And step 7 is sending out the email. So we're going to go ahead and hit send. So just like that, our first outreach message has been sent to Tony. It's really that straightforward. That's all we have to do. So that is how we send out cold emails. Let me go back to this here. And you want to rinse and repeat this until you have 50 messages sent. So I would just go down the column and do this step by step. I would go to the next person and the next person. I won't do that because I don't want to bore you with me going through 50 of these, but I would just repeat that process for every single one of them. I would follow that step by step and send out my outreach messages. So that is how we send out cold emails, and rinse and repeat this until you send 50 outreach messages. This is what I used. I used cold email in the beginning to get to 10K per month following this process. The next platform you can use is Instagram outreach. Now, if you prefer Instagram, I personally like cold email because it's easier to scale, but you can also use Instagram outreach. But you can really only send about 15 to 30 outreaches per day on Instagram because it's a little bit more strict. That's why I prefer cold email, but I'm gonna show you how to send out Instagram outreach messages as well. So the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna go to Instagram here. Once I'm in Instagram, I can go ahead and let's go to Tony again. I think he already has an Instagram, so I'm going to open up his Instagram account. Once I'm in the Instagram account, all I have to do here is hit message. This should open up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm pretty much just going to copy and paste this message. So let's take this, bingo, hit send. So let me just walk through this again. So I'm going to open my Instagram account. I've already opened my lead scraping sheet. I then would grab a contact, hit the message button on their profile, which I showed you, paste their outreach message in the DM, and send out the DM. So that's all I am doing. I have already pasted in that outreach message, and I'm going to go ahead and hit send. Done. So just like that, I sent out a cold DM. So it's really that straightforward. I want to show you that process, and I would rinse and repeat this until 30 are done, because on Instagram, it's a little bit more strict. You can only really send about 15 to 30. You need multiple accounts to do more than that. But what I would recommend to start is if you're in a niche where social media, like an Instagram, is the #1 way to find your leads, then use Instagram outreach. But for most of you, I would recommend cold email because it's easier to scale up and down. So that's how we launch our marketing campaigns. There's really not much to it. Just follow these step by step. I did this with you live, so you can look over my shoulder and really understand this process. So follow this step by step. Send out 50 messages per day on cold email using this, or send 15 to 30 of these on Instagram every single day, and the remaining on cold email, so you hit that total of 50 a day. So again, I'm just going to repeat that. If you have to use Instagram outreach and you prefer that method, again, Instagram doesn't like you sending more than about 30 cold DMs a day. So if that's the case, I would send 30 on cold DMs on Instagram and the remaining 20 on cold email. If you're not in a niche where they're primarily on Instagram, for example, I would just use cold email and send all 50 on cold email using the step-by-step process I went through. So this is how to launch your marketing campaigns. Follow this, launch your first campaigns. This is very exciting, and you're gonna start over time. If you stay consistent, you'll start getting people who reply to that become leads, and people that you can schedule in as sales calls. So congratulations on taking the first step. What I want you to do as an action item is reach out to your first 10 leads right away. So reach out to your first 10 leads, stop what you're doing right now, go to your lead scraping sheet, follow the instructions, and send out your first 10 leads and your outreach messages. And then I want you to reach out to 50 prospects in the next 48 hours. So that is the action item for you to focus on. Reach out to your first 10 leads right now, and reach out to 50 prospects in the next 48 hours, and then get in the habit of reaching out to 50 every single day. And if you do that and you stay consistent, you're going to start getting leads and you're going to start getting sales calls. So that wraps up this video, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover launching your follow-up campaigns to generate more leads and sales calls from your outreach. And the better you get at follow-up, the more meetings and the more clients you're going to get from your outreach. Once I dialed in my follow-up, that's when I started getting really good results from my outreach. And I'm going to break it down step by step for you so you know how to follow up with your clients. And I'm going to do this live so you can look over my shoulder and copy this. So there's two types of follow-up. There's short-term follow-up and there is long-term follow-up. So let's start with short-term follow-up. Short-term follow-up are follow-up messages we send in the first week to maximize the amount of replies and leads and sales calls we generate from our outreach. Because what you're going to find out is most of the outreach messages that you send to prospects, they're not going to reply. And that might be because they don't see your message or they have busy lives. That's normal. If you can get 3 or 4% of people who reply, that's great. But that means 96% of people are not going to reply. And that's normal. So we need to follow up with these people to get as many leads and calls as we can. So that is short-term follow-up. So let me show you some scripts so you can model this. So what I like to do is if someone doesn't reply to my first outreach message I send, I will wait one day and send them a follow-up message like, hey name, did you get a chance to see this? I know you probably got a lot on your plate, but just want to bump this in case you didn't get it, Thisura, and I would sign off with my name. So to show you what this would look like, if you remember, I'm in my email right now. And if you remember, I sent out some outreach emails, and this message right here I sent out to Tony. What I would do is if he still doesn't reply to me in 24 hours, I would just take this message, copy and paste this, and I would send this to our friend Tony. Instead of name, I would just put Tony, and then I would hit send. Now I'm not going to hit send because I only sent this 49 minutes ago, but if he didn't respond in 24 hours, I would send him this, and this would bump the email back into his inbox so he might see the message and then reply. So that's the first follow-up message. Now, if he still doesn't reply, I would wait 2 days and I would send him this. I would say, hey name, did you want me to set up a free ad campaign you can use right away to get more members into your gym? That way there's no risk on your end to try it out. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Thisura. So if he didn't respond to this follow-up, I'm then going to send him this. So I would just paste that in and I would send that in. That's all I would do. And if he still didn't reply after I sent him both this follow-up and this follow-up, I would wait another day and I would say, hey name, one last follow-up here. Are you the right person to reach out to if I want to set up a free ad campaign to get more members for your gym? Let me know if there's someone else I should reach out to. Thisura. So that's kind of my last attempt. So all I would do is I would copy and paste this message and I would send this out. So I think you get the point. That's all I'm really doing here with the follow-up. Now, this is pretty manual. This is how I did it in the beginning. There are outreach tools and softwares you can use to just automate this, but I want to show you how to do this if you were starting from scratch and you don't have a lot of cash flow. But this is how I did it manually, and I got past 10K per month doing it manually. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent with sending out your messages. Did I follow up every single time like this? No, I didn't. But as long as I've sent at least 1 or 2 of these out to people who didn't respond, I would get more leads generated. So this is short-term follow-up because these were follow-up messages that were sent in the first week to people who didn't reply. Now, the next type of follow-up is long-term follow-up, and this is where most of your clients are going to come from if you do this properly. Like once I mastered long-term follow-up, that's when my outreach really started taking off. So these are follow-up messages we can send to consistently nurture and get more replies from our leads. So to show you what this looks like, the first strategy that worked the best for me were testimonial outreach messages. And this is where you reach out with new testimonials that you've acquired, either after you've ran free trials or you've gotten results for clients. And let's say you start getting new testimonials that are coming in. What we want to do is we want to get that new testimonial and case study and reach out to everyone who didn't reply to us and then show them that case study. So to show you an example of this is, let's say I got a testimonial from one of our clients named Mike, and he got 42 new members in 30 days. And he sent us a video testimonial. I would then send this email to all the people who didn't respond to me, saying with the subject line like quick update, and I would say, hey name, hope everything's going well on your end. We just finished up working with Mike from Pumping Iron Gym. He's about 35 minutes away from your gym, and we helped him get 42 new members in the past 30 days. Want to reach out because we're looking to partner with a few more members, few more gym owners who have the capacity to take on new members. If you're like any other gym owners we worked in the past, I understand you might be a bit skeptical, which is why I'd like to run a free campaign that we've had success with for other gym owners to show you we can help you get more new members. If you're happy with the results from the free campaign, then we can discuss what it looks like to work together, but for now we just want to demonstrate our ability to help you first. If you're interested, just shoot me a reply and I'll send you over the next steps. Thisura. And then I'll have a PS saying we're only looking to take on a few gym owners in the area for the free campaigns, so the sooner you get back to me, the better. And this is pretty much word for word what I would send out to prospects once I got a new testimonial, is I would say, hey, just got this testimonial from this person. Here's his result. Let me know if you want similar results. And every time I would do this, I would always get people who didn't respond to my initial outreach to reply and book meetings with me. And I would consistently send, I would get one new testimonial every month or two. And every time I got one of those testimonials, I'd reach back out to all my leads and I would always get new meetings booked because people's circumstances change. They might not be interested in your offer a month before that, but something might change in their business or their life where now it's become a priority. And once they see that testimonial that you just got, and they might recognize that testimonial, now they want to reach out to you. Like I've had people who've seen 3, 4, 5 of my testimonials, and after that they're like, okay man, you clearly know what you're doing. I just saw you, I saw you got results for a couple other people I recognized, so I finally got on a call with you. So this works super well. So this is long-term follow-up. Every time you get a new case study and testimonial, I want you to send a message similar to this, and you'll get more leads and meetings booked. The second strategy is through valuable content. So this is wherever you create valuable content, like you can create free content yourself, and you can send this out to all your leads who don't respond to you every month or so. So to give you an example, the subject line could be like, thought you might like this. And it would be, hey name, thought I'd send this over to you. We've been working with a lot of gyms in the area, and we compiled a free report breaking down 5 of the most successful ads we've run to fill up gyms with new members. For context, these ads generated 1,238 new members in the past 120 days across our gyms. Want me to send you the report? Just shoot me a reply and I'll send it your way. So I'm leading in with value, and if they say yes to that, then I'll send them my next email saying, great, just attach the email below. Also, if you'd like, I'd be more than happy to set up a free ad campaign to help you get more members. If you don't get more leads or members in the first 72 hours, I'll even refund your ad spend. You don't need to do this, but I just put this in as an example. That way, there's no risk on your end to try it out. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? So that's all I'm doing. So I can either follow up with a testimonial or with value content. And I'm just reaching out to the leads who didn't respond. So again, what I want you to do is just pay attention to this and understand this is long-term follow-up. This way, anytime you have new content or you get a new testimonial, you can constantly reach back out to all the leads and the people that you outreach to who didn't respond. So that way you never run out of ideas and you can stay on top of your leads, and you're going to maximize the amount of leads and sales calls you book. If you understand this, you're going to get much better results from your outreach. And the other thing as well is as you start getting more case studies and you get more results, your outreach is going to work better and better. The hardest part is getting your first couple clients, but once you get your first client and you get your first few case studies, outreach becomes a lot easier. So make sure to remember that. So what I want you to do, the action item, is I want you to create your short-term follow-up scripts to follow up with your outreach leads. And these are these first ones that I went over here, which is like the bump, restating the offer, and the last call. And just copy and paste what I have here and just change out your name and use that whenever people don't reply. And then the next action item is you want to create your long-term farming scripts to consistently follow up with your outreach leads once per month. So anytime you get a new testimonial or case study, reach out to all your leads who didn't reply and just use this script right here, right? Obviously just change the wording so it matches your case study and the person that you're reaching out to, but you can model this. And if you do this, now you have a solid follow-up strategy that you can use to stay on top of your leads and get more sales calls and meetings. So I hope you found this valuable, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome to phase number 4, which is sales, which is all about converting your sales calls into paying clients. And this is super exciting because this is where you start making real money. And the objective of phase number 4 is to help you build the sales skills and the sales processes to convert your sales calls into paying clients. So here's how we're going to do that and what we're going to cover. First, we'll go over the beliefs and the mindset to succeed in sales, because sales is a big mental game. If your head's not in the right space, it's going to be very hard for you to close deals. So we're going to tackle that first. Then we're going to go over the initial qualification sales call script. So this is the first sales call that you're going to have with someone to qualify them and make sure they're the right fit for your offer. Then we're going to go over our trial review sales script. So this is the sales script we're going to use after we run our free trial to then convert them into a paying client. Then we're going to go over how to collect payment and onboard your clients. Then we'll go over how to track your sales performance. It's so important to make sure you're tracking your performance and you know how to pivot and make any adjustments. Then we'll go over how to handle objections, and we'll end it with how to follow up with your prospects who don't close. So we got a lot to cover in this sales section. And with that being said, let's dive into it, and we'll start with the first video. Okay, in this lesson, I'm going to cover 5 core beliefs that help me sell better and calm my nerves. Because if you're watching this video and you haven't taken sales calls before, or maybe you've only taken a few, you might be nervous and scared at the fact of taking these sales calls with these successful business owners. And that's completely normal. Like, I haven't met someone who started their agency that wasn't nervous taking sales calls at some point. I know I was very nervous, but these 5 beliefs I'm going to share really help me calm my nerves and get better at sales. And if you adopt these 5 beliefs, there's going to be much less pressure on you, and you're going to have much better calls as a result of them. So let's start with the first core belief, which is the goal on a sales call is just to have a good call. It's not to close the deal. Your only objective is focus on having a good call and being 1% better each call, because that's what's in your control. What's in your control is you following your process and doing everything in your power to have a good sales call. If the person closes or not, that's not really in your control. So focus on the controllables. And I want you to shift your mindset on these calls to not close the deal, but rather, how can I have the best call possible? Because if you focus on that, you have much less pressure on you, and you're actually going to take better calls as a result of that. Focus on the controllables and focus on having a good call and being 1% better each call. Once I adopted that mindset, I had much less pressure and I was better as a result of that. The second belief I want you to adopt is if prospects are on the call with you, they have a problem that they're hoping you can solve for them. So I know for me, a big thing I was scared of, or I felt, was when people booked in calls with me who had very successful businesses, is I thought, why would they book in a call with me? Or I would get so nervous. But then I realized the reason they were booking in a call is because they had a problem. They had a problem that they were hoping I could solve for them. And at the end of the day, I want you to adopt the mindset of becoming a problem solver. Your goal on these sales calls is just to figure out what problems they have. And if they have a problem that you feel you can solve, matching them up with the solution. And if you do that, you can get the sale and they will be happy. So your whole focus is just figuring out what problem they have. So understand that if prospects are on the call with you, they have a problem that they are hoping you can solve. You are just a problem solver. That's all business is. It is solving problems. The third belief is you have the advantage on the call. And what I mean by that is you have a script and a process you can follow. And we're going to dive through all these scripts and processes in detail. But the biggest advantage you have on a sales call is you have a structured script and a process that you can follow step by step versus a prospect who's hopping on a call with you. The call is pretty much happening to them, but you have a choreographed process that you can follow step by step. So you have the advantage. You are dictating the pace of the call and where the call is going to go. For the prospect, they're just going through the process. So understand that you have the advantage. The fourth belief is you don't need to be a born salesperson to close deals. Like, a big belief that served me is understanding that you just need to have a good process and a script that you mastered. Like, once you have a good script and a good process that you have mastered, it doesn't matter who you are. You can close deals left, right, and center. So always adopt that mindset. Don't think I need to be a born salesperson or I've never taken sales calls before. Just understand that sales is, if you can get good at it just by practice, just by understanding the fundamentals and mastering your script, you can close deals. It is a skill game. And the final belief is it's normal to be nervous about taking calls when you're first starting out. Like, I want you to embrace that. Like, you really want to embrace the fact that your first 20 to 30 calls won't be that great. And that's okay. It's just part of the process. Your first 20, 30 calls, you're not going to be a sales master, but you're going to learn more than anything in those first 20 to 30 calls. That's where you're going to learn the most about sales. So embrace that time period. You're going to be looking back at this, a year or 2 years from now, once you have a successful agency, you're making past 10K per month, and you're going to look back at the times when you first started on your sales calls as like the happiest days. Like, all the time, the things that bring me the most joy is when I look back when I first started my agency and the first sales calls that I took. So I want you to embrace that instead of being nervous about your first calls and understanding that you will get better over time. So these were the 5 core beliefs, and make sure you adopt these. So let's do a quick recap. The first belief is shift your focus on your calls. Instead of focusing on closing deals, focus it on having a good call and being 1% better each call, because that's what's in your control. The next belief is if prospects are on a call with you, understand they have a problem that they're hoping you can solve. Your only job on those calls is to figure out what their problem is and then matching that with your solution. And if you can help them, making them an offer. The third belief is understanding that you have the advantage on the call. You have a script and a process that you can follow, so that is your advantage. The fourth belief is really understanding you don't need to be a born salesperson. As long as you can master the scripts and the fundamentals, you can close deals and be great at sales. And then finally, embrace the fact that your first 20 to 30 calls aren't going to be that good, but you're going to learn more than anything in these first 20 to 30 calls. So embrace your first few calls, understand you'll get better over time, and these are really going to be the foundations and the beliefs that you need to start selling and really calm your nerves. So hopefully you found this helpful, and with that being said, we'll dive into the next videos where we start going into the scripts. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to break down the initial qualification call script. So this is the first sales call you're going to have when you reach out to a prospect and they book in a call with you. And the point of this first call is to qualify the prospect and make sure they're a good fit for your free trial. So this is a really straightforward process, and I'm going to break this down step by step as if I was talking to a potential gym owner who's interested in my agency services. So the first part of the script is we're going to start with some rapport, and this is just to build a little bit of trust. We don't need to keep this too in-depth or talk about, do they have kids, where are they located, all that. We want this to be really short and sweet. So typically what I'll say is once they get on a call, I'll just say, great, how's everything going? How's your day been for you? Something quick like that for me to just kind of build a little bit of rapport with them. They say, well, how their day's been. They'll likely ask you how your day's been, and you can kind of go back and forth. We don't need to spend too much time there. Then once we do that, I go right into the connecting stage. And this is where I kind of want to set expectations on what the call is and kind of get a little bit of data about them. So typically I can say something like, I know you booked in a call to get set up with the free ad campaign to get more members for your gym, but apart from me reaching out to you, was there anything else that made that more of a priority for you right now? So what I'm hoping when I'm asking this question is to gather any ammunition. Maybe they say that, they want more members for their gym, or maybe their lead flow has died down, something like that. I'm not trying to get, so much information here, but I'm just trying to get a lay of the land. So that's the connecting stage. Really straightforward. I'm just saying, hey, I know you booked in a call to get in a free ad campaign. Apart from us reaching out to you, was there anything else that made that more of a priority? Now, sometimes you'll get a really good answer to this question. Like I said, where they'll say how their lead flows dropped, or they'll talk about a big problem. But even if they just say something like, well, I reached out and I saw you reached out and I was curious to learn more, that's a fine answer because we're going to dive deeper anyways in the call. Then once I ask the connecting stage, I'm going to understand their current strategy. And that's where I just want to ask a couple questions to get a general idea of their current marketing and lead generation strategy. So I could ask them, and are you currently running ads at the moment? And they might say, yeah, I'm running ads maybe on Google right now at a small budget. Let's say that's what they say. And then I can ask them questions like, okay, great. Anything else you're doing to get new members for your gym? And I'm just trying to get a general idea of what they're doing for marketing and what that structure looks like for them. Then I can ask a question like, roughly, and how many new members are you getting per month for your gym? So let's say they say right now they're getting about 25 new members a month for their gym. And then I can ask, okay, and what about new leads? How many new leads are you getting per month? And then they could say, we're getting about 100 new leads a month for our gym, right? So I'm just getting a general pulse of their current marketing strategy and what they're doing. Then once I have a baseline of what they're currently doing, I want to ask them what their desired outcome is, right? Because everyone has a current state, which is where they're currently at, and then they have a desired state, which is where they want to go. And the reason that they booked in a call with you to begin with is because they're not satisfied with their current state and they want to get to their desired state. So we want to get clear on what that desired outcome looks like. So I can ask them, okay, and do you have a target number of members you want every single month if you could though for your gym, right? So this is going to give me a baseline of their target. So let's say if they're getting 25 members right now, the gym owner responds with, yep, right now I'd like to get to about 50 new members a month. So if they give me an answer like that, I could say, great. So you basically want to double your members. You want to go from 25 to 50. And they say yes. So now we know their desired outcome. They want to get to 50 new members every single month. And this doesn't need to be new members. It could be how much revenue do you want to be making, but we need a central data point. It needs to be either a number of new customers or amount of revenue that they want to be making. The reason I'm talking about new members here is because for gyms, it's a little bit more specific to them. Based on your niche, it might be revenue, it might be leads, whatever that data point is. Then we want to identify the problem. So the next step here is we want to get really from their perspective what they feel the biggest problem is that they're running into, because business is very straightforward. It's just solving problems. So we need to understand from their words what they feel their biggest problem is that's preventing them from growing. So the way we do that is I can ask the question, okay, and what do you feel right now is the biggest problem, or what do you feel is just not up to standard in your current marketing strategy for you to get to 50 members right now, right? So all I'm doing here is I'm inserting their goal. So I'm asking them, what do you feel is the biggest problem, or what do you feel is just not up to standard in your current marketing strategy to be at 50 new members right now? And that's where they're going to tell me their problem. So let's say the gym owner says, yeah, I feel like right now the problem is we're just not getting enough leads. So now they told me the problem. They feel like they're not getting enough leads. Now, once they give me that problem, that's not enough. I need to paint and really expand on that problem and make it more painful, because if I just say, great, like you're not getting enough leads, and I move on, that's not a very painful problem. So I need to kind of expand on that problem. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to probe the problem. So let's say when I ask this question, gym owner says, yeah, I feel like we're just not getting enough leads. I can then ask, why do you say that? And now they're going to expand on that. So they could say, well, let's say the gym owner responds with, well, our lead flow is just not very consistent. It goes up and down. Like last month, we had a really good month in leads, but the month before that, it dropped down. So now when they're talking about that, we're expanding on the problem. Then what I want to get is how long has that problem been going on for, right? Because now we have a timeline, because a problem that's been going on for 30 days versus a problem that's been going on for 6 months, like that problem that's been going on for 6 months is a bigger problem. So we want a timeline. So then I can ask and that inconsistent lead flow, like how long has that been going on for now? So now I'm asking a timeline. So now let's say the gym owner says, man, like it's been inconsistent for the past 6 months now, right? So then I can be like, wow, 6 months, like what do you feel is causing the problem, right? So I'm getting now, the causation of that. So now I'm asking, okay, I know how long this problem's been going on, but what does this business owner feel is causing that lack of lead flow? And that's going to get them thinking. So let's say when I ask, what do you feel is causing that lack of lead flow? They respond with, I just feel like we don't have any predictable marketing systems. We're primarily relying on word of mouth, and our Google ads are a little inconsistent. We don't have that predictability. So that's what the gym owner responds with, or the prospect. They're saying that they lack that predictability. And then what I like to ask is, okay, and that lack of predictability and that lack of lead flow, has that had an impact on the growth of your gym? Right? So I really like to ask these 3 questions, which is how long that problem's been going on for, what do they feel is causing that problem, and has that had an impact on their ability to grow their business? And once I ask that impact question, that's when they're going to say, yeah, like we just can't grow the gym as fast as we can because we don't have that predictable way to get new leads and new customers. So now I have that impact. So you could see we started with that initial problem where they said they're not getting enough new members, but now we've expanded that problem. They said it's been going on for 6 months. The reason they feel that's happening is because they don't have a predictable system that they can rely on. And the impact is they can't grow their business because they don't have that predictability. They just plateaued. So now we have a much bigger problem. And when the business owner starts answering these questions and they're talking about their problems, they feel the weight of that problem a lot more. So we have them in a better state. So now that we've probed the problem, now I want to go into really figuring out the solution and figuring out what they've tried in the past to figure out this problem and try to solve it. Because when they're talking with you, you're likely not the first person they talk to try to solve this problem. They might have worked with other agencies or other consultants, and we want to get a lay of the land of what they tried before. So I can ask, So before chatting with me, have you ever worked with a marketing partner before to get more members or more members for your gym? Or what have you tried before to get more leads and get that predictability? So I'm just asking them, what have they tried before to fix that problem, that lack of lead flow? So they might say something like, yeah, I've tried, I've worked with a marketing agency, or, I've tried XYZ. And if they say that, we kind of want to ask any questions like, how did that go? So I might ask a question like, how did that experience go? What do you feel prevented you from getting results from that strategy? So again, let's say that person, when I say, what have you tried in the past to get more leads? They say they worked with an ad agency and they didn't get really good results. I could then ask, what do you feel prevented you from getting results with that strategy and that approach? Because I'm sure that previous agency you worked with had some case studies. So what do you feel was the missing piece? And the reason I want to get that information is because once they tell me the reasons they feel they didn't get results, I can now use that as leverage for my sales pitch, right? I can say, hey, the reason you didn't get results was because of XYZ. We do things a little bit differently, right? So we're just getting a lay of the land of what they've tried before to solve this problem. That's all we're doing here. Then we're going to go into the ideal solution. And if you want to go deeper into sales, guys, there's lots of really good sales trainings. I got a lot of this stuff from NAPQ, from Jeremy Miner and Matt Ryder. They have an incredible program. So I just modified this a little bit for an agency services based on my experience. But if you want to go deeper, there's some other really good sales trainings I recommend you can check out. But anyways, this course will have more than enough for you to get started with sales. So don't worry. I just want to elaborate in case you want to go deeper. So then once we go there, we're going to go into figuring out their ideal solution. So now that we figured out, what they've tried in the past, now we want to get clear on what their ideal solution looks like in their mind. So I can ask, okay, and I know it's early, but what would you say your ideal criteria is in a marketing partner? And this is going to make them tell me like what is important to them, what they feel they need to be able to have success. So let's say they say someone who can generate me more leads, someone who can communicate on time, someone who's on top of their stuff, right? I'm just trying to get a general pulse, and they're going to start responding with things like that. So when I ask that question, gym owner might say, yeah, I want someone who can communicate with me properly, give me good updates, and can generate me results. And then I can ask a question like, okay, and why is that specifically important to you now though, right? And that's going to give me some urgency behind that. So they could say, well, the reason that's important to me now is because, my lead flow is drying up. And if I don't take action onto this, like, my gym's just kind of plateaued. And then once they ask, I can say, okay, is there anything else you're wanting? Just to get if there's any other things they feel that's important. Then from there, we can transition. So at this point, I have a pretty good idea of everything. Now we can transition into our pitch and our presentation. So I can say, great, I think I have a pretty good idea of where you're at, and I think you'd be an easy win client for us. So if you'd like, I can kind of go over the next steps and how we think we could potentially work with you. Does that sound fair? And they're going to say yes to that. So just like that, we just have a quick transition. We're saying, I think we have a pretty good idea of where you're at, and I think you'd be an easy win client for us. So if you'd like, we can go over the next steps. And there, as long as you've done a good job onto this, you understood the problem, and you know that they're going to be a good fit, like they meet the criteria of that, they have a business, they're spending money on marketing, again, they're doing at least over $25,000 per month in revenue, they're going to be a good fit. And now we can transition into our presentation. So then from there, they're going to say, yep, I'd love to know how that works. That's what they're going to respond with, something similar along those lines. Then we can outline the next steps to our free trial. So we could say, yep, next steps from here are really straightforward. We'll set up a free 7-day ad campaign for you to bring new members for your gym that we've had success with in the past. And you can say that if you have any previous case studies. If you don't have any previous case studies, just say, we'll set up a free 7-day ad campaign to help you bring in more members for your gym. We'll set up everything for you. All you need to do is cover ad spend, which we recommend anywhere from $50 to $100 a day from anywhere from 5 to 7 days. Then after the 7 days, we'll review the results together. And if you're happy and you want to continue, we can go over what our paid options look like, as it's pretty custom dependent on what we see results are possible. Does that sound good? Right? So just really straightforward. We're saying, hey, it's going to be a 7-day free ad campaign. You just need to cover ad spend, which is anywhere from $50 to $100 a day. Then after the results from the free campaign, if you want to continue, we can discuss what our paid options look like, and it's all custom, and we can discuss what that looks like then. The reason we don't want to quote a price then is because if you start quoting prices and then it's going to enter a different conversation, you want to say, hey, we want to see what results we can get to you first, and then from there, we'll discuss our pricing. And then once they say yes, they should be pretty straightforward, because again, you're offering them a free campaign, a free trial. As long as they like you, they're going to take you up on the offer, and covering the ad spend is really not that difficult. It's just $50 a day or $100 a day, right? Over the 7 days. Typically, we're going to dive a little bit more into this, but it might take you 1 or 2 days to set up the campaign, and then you run the campaign for about 5 days. So I would just say we'll set up a 7-day ad campaign. So you could put I'd actually probably write this like a 5-day ad campaign to bring up more gym members, right? Instead of 7 days, because it's typically a 2-day setup, and then you run the ads for about 5 days here. It's up to you, but that's what I would recommend. Then from there, they're going to say, yep, that sounds good. And then what you should precede as well is letting them know, like, great. And the last thing is, the only thing we ask is if you're happy with the results from the free campaign, would you be open to giving us a testimonial? Right? Something like that. And you want them to say yes to that, because in the beginning, it's important for them to agree to that. Because if they get results, you could use that case study that you can leverage to get more clients. Because the biggest thing that's going to help you get more clients in the beginning is you want to prioritize getting really good testimonials and social proof, because then you can reach out to other clients and leverage that case study to get more clients. So we want to set the expectations that if they're happy with the results from the free campaign, to be open to give you a testimonial. And then if they say something like no, which would be weird, you can ask them, okay, like what would you need to see over that free campaign for you to be comfortable giving us a case study or testimonial, right? Quite frankly, if they say they're not open to it, then that's personally never happened to me. But if they don't, that's kind of a red flag, because you're doing it for free in the beginning. But that's all you really have to do. Once they agree to all that, you can say, cool, I don't really have much else to go over. If that sounds good to you, we can get you onboarded so we can set up the free campaigns for you. And they're going to say yes to that. And then the next steps from here, the only thing you're going to do is book in your onboarding call with them. And the onboarding call, which we have another video on in the delivery section of this course, we're going to show you how to onboard a client properly. But the point of the onboarding call is to get all the necessary information and access you need to be able to launch the ad campaigns. So the way you're going to book your onboarding call is very straightforward. All you have to do once they agree to this at the end of this initial qualification call is you're just going to go ahead and book in that onboarding call. I try to book it in at least 1 or 2 days after, a maximum of 3 to 4 days out from this call, because you want to keep them hot and you want to keep that momentum. So all you have to do is, like, if they say, yep, that's good to go, you can just ask them, great, like what time works for you for a call? You can pull up your calendar that you have. And let's just say the client says, they can do Friday at 3 p.m., for example. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead, create that event Friday at 3 p.m. So you just go to your calendar, Friday at 3 p.m. Typically, this call is about an hour. So just say it's going to be about an hour. So just block off an hour. Then you could just put your name and the client's name, onboarding call. So that's what you'd label the event. You'd go there, you'd make it a Google Meet video conference that they join in from, and then you'd add the person's email, and then they'd automatically get sent the invite. And then you just make sure and just be like, great, I just sent an invite over your way for the onboarding call. It should come to your inbox. Can you just make sure and confirm that you got that? They say yes, and you stay on the call and make sure that they've got the invite. And then you say, perfect, can you go ahead and hit accept on that invite? And once they hit accept on that invite, there's going to be a green check mark by there. And just say the meeting is going to be held on Google Meet, and they can join with Google Meet just like they did for this initial call. So just like that, you have done the initial call. I have no idea where that script went, so I'm going to pause this. All right, so just like that, you finish your initial qualification call script. The action item I want you to focus on from this lesson is to create your initial qualification script using the framework above. So again, just follow this framework here: rapport, connecting stage, understand their current strategy. You just need to kind of customize these questions to your niche that you're going after. You might ask them, like, instead of how many new members, you can ask them how many new customers they're getting, whatever is more appropriate for the niche that you're going after. Understand their desired outcome, which is either going to be a number of customers they want every single month, a number of leads, or revenue. What's most common is revenue or customers. Then you're going to identify the problem, then probe the problem. So we're going to expand the problem to make it deeper. Then we're going to go into solution awareness, where we talk about what they've tried in the past to solve that problem and why they feel they weren't able to fix the problem. Then we're going to ask them what their ideal solution looks like in their mind and what's important for them in a marketing partner. Then we're going to transition to our offer and then explain the next steps of our free trial. And once they're good to go with that, we're going to book in the onboarding call with them. So just follow this framework here, fill this out for the offer that you have. You're just going to make some slight adjustments. And now you have the script that you're going to follow for your initial triage call script. So once you get that done, we'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover the trial review script. So this is after you've run the free trial for your client, how to convert them into a paying client. And this process is really straightforward, because if you've done a good job during your free trial and they trust you, it's very easy to turn them into a paying client. So let's break this down, starting with the first step, which is the agenda. And the agenda is the beginning of the sales call, where you're going to set expectations on how the call is going to go. So what I like to say is, all right, so what we just want to do is review the results from the free trial and the campaigns we ran, and go over the next steps if you want to continue working together. Sound good? And they'll say yes to that. So really straightforward. I'm just saying we're going to review the results and see our options if you want to continue working together. They say yes to that. Then the next step is the campaign recap. And this is where you want to review the results from the free campaign that we ran for them. So let's say I ran a free campaign for a gym owner. What I could say is great. So it looks like we spent $500 on ads over the 7 days. And from that, we generated 100 leads and you got 10 new paying members for a total of $1,000 collected up front and a lifetime value of $10,000. Is that accurate? And the way I'm getting these numbers in this hypothetical example is, let's say each gym member pays $100 a month. If you got 10 members at $100 a month, that's $1,000 collected up front. And let's say each member stays for 10 months on average, that's $1,000 lifetime value. So if you have 1,000 times 10 members, that's a $10,000 lifetime value. So that's how I'm getting 1,000 and 10,000. So I said, is that accurate to the business owner? And let's say he says, yep, that's all accurate. Then I can say, awesome. So you're at a 2 times return on investment up front and a 20 times return on investment on your lifetime value. And how I'm getting that numbers is if you spent $500 on ads and made back $1,000, that's a 2 times return on investment. If he spent $500 and made back $10,000, that's a 20 times return on investment. So if he got results like this, he's sold. He's got great results. So then I can ask, any more leads in the pipeline you think you can convert? So what that means is if we generated him 100 leads, like, does he think he can get maybe more leads over the line into paying members? And let's say the gym owner replies with, yep, I think I can get at least 1 or 2 more of these leads into paying members. So I could say, great. So that's, probably anywhere from another $100 to $200 in collected revenue and potentially, $1,000 to $2,000 in additional lifetime value added. Is that right? And he says yes to that. And then what I can say is, great, like this is just the tip of the iceberg with things, but it's a good starting point. So I'm hinting that this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more we can do together. Then from there, what I want to do is overview his experience. And this is where I'm going to really get the prospect, or the gym owner in this case, to start selling himself on why he wants to work with me. So I could say, how did you feel about the results? And he'll probably say, yeah, it was great, man. Like, we got 10 new paying members and that's more than what I expected. So he's justifying why he likes working with me. Then I could say, what was your favorite part about the campaigns and the process altogether? And he might answer, I loved how I got leads coming to me instead of me always chasing them or relying on things like referrals and word of mouth that isn't as predictable. So just like that, he's justifying on why he wants to continue working with me. This is so powerful. Then after I've done that, I want to transition into his previous goals and just recap the previous goals he initially told me to make sure we're on the same page. So I could say, awesome. So now that we're clear on the results from the campaign, I just want to go over your previous goals to make sure we're on the same page. Cool? And he says, yep, that sounds good. So I'll just review the goals he initially said to me in his intro qualification call. So I could say, all right, so when we had our initial call, your goal was getting about 25 new members a month. Is that correct? And he said, yep, that's still accurate. And I'd say, and your biggest problem right now is you just don't have a predictable way to get new members, as it's primarily through referrals and word of mouth, correct? And he says, yes. So I'm just recapping the goals and the problems he said in our first call. Then from there, I'll transition and say, great. Well, I think based on your goals, we should be able to help you get closer to 25 members a month, as we've already generated 10 in the first week with another 1 or 2 in the pipeline. So if you want, I can go over what our paid plans look like. So just like that, I'm now transitioning to presenting my offer. And the beauty about this is if you've done a good job in the trial, he's sold. Like, he wants to work with you, he or she rather. And it's just, as long as your pricing makes sense, they'll become a client. So when presenting the offer, I keep it very straightforward. So I could say, yep, it's really straightforward. It's just $1,000 per month to start. And for that, we'll manage your entire advertising system for you. We'll write your ads, we'll manage the campaigns for you, and we'll handle your reporting. Make sense? Like, how do you feel about that? And then he'll be like, yeah, like that sounds great. He's just like, as long as he got results, like I said, he'll want to continue working with you. And then let's say he says, yep, that sounds great. Then I'll say, cool. I don't really have much else to go over. If it sounds good to you, we can get you on board and begin the process. And let's say he says, yep, that sounds great. Then all we have to do is get his payment and get him onboarded, which I'll go through in the next video. But, I'll just say next steps from here are really straightforward. We can go ahead and handle invoicing and get you set up for, our weekly calls, and we can go from there. And then what I'll do is I'll actually send him the invoice. And again, our next video will go through how to collect payment and getting him onboarded and all that fun stuff. So the action item I want you to focus on is create your trial review script using the framework above. You just need to follow this. And obviously make any adjustments. This is a hypothetical example, but if you were running this, feel free to add any questions here, but use this as a baseline. Like, you don't need to overcomplicate it, because again, if they got good results during your free trial and your free campaign, they're sold. They want to continue working together, so you can keep things simple, and you just need to, set an agenda, recap the results from the campaign, overview their experience, transition into the previous goals to make sure everyone's on the same page, then present your offer and get them onboarded. So I'll see you in the next video where we'll discuss how to get them onboarded and collecting payment. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to receive payment, complete the contract from the client, and fully onboard them. So at this point, you're on the trial review script. You've told the clients the next steps from here is you're going to go ahead and send them an invoice and get them fully onboarded, and the client agrees. They're ready to get started with you as a paying client. This is how we're actually going to send them all the information so you can get paid and they can get fully onboarded. Now, what's so important is you want to make sure you do this on the trial review call. You don't want to send them the invoice and all the details after that, because now you've lost control and it's going to be, there's a chance that you might lose that deal or they might forget about paying you. So you want to make sure you get this completed while they're on the call, and it's only going to take a couple minutes. So let's walk through how to do this step by step. So step number one is what you're going to do is you're going to send them this onboarding email, which has the invoice for them to pay and the next steps for them to complete. So let's walk through this step by step. So again, the client has said that they want to move forward. What I'm going to say is perfect. I'm going to go ahead and send you an onboarding email that has the invoice and the next steps for you to complete. So I'm just going to go ahead and send that to you right now. So that's what I'm going to tell the client. Then I'm going to open up my email. I'm going to hit this compose button here. I'm then going to put the subject line of the email is I'm just going to copy and paste the subject line right here, which is onboarding next steps. I'm going to paste that into the subject line. Then I'm going to copy and paste this email. So this is all I'm going to put. Let's just copy and paste this right here. So where it says, hey name, I'm going to put the name of the client. So let's say the name of the client is Jim. It says, hey Jim, excited to work together to scale up your business. To complete registration and begin onboarding, please complete the following. Step number one, complete the invoice for our engagement. And now we want to insert the link of the invoice for them to pay. So the way we're going to do that is we are going to go ahead and open up our payment processor. You should already have your payment processor set up. We went through this in the course, and we're going to send them an invoice. So I'm going to show you how to do that on both Stripe and PayPal. So on Stripe, we're going to go ahead and hit the more button. We're going to hit the invoices column right here. Then once we're here, what we're going to click is we're going to hit the create an invoice button. Then we're going to hit add a new customer. Now you're going to insert the name of the customer, right? Now I don't actually have a customer named Jim, so I'm just going to put in my name for this example. Then we're going to put in the customer's email. Then we're going to hit save customer. Then once the customer is being saved, we're going to hit the items column and we're going to hit create. We can just hit add a one-time item. And let's just say it's monthly ads management because that's what we're going to sell. And let's say it's $1,000 a month and it will say $1,000 a month. We're going to go ahead and hit save on that. So just like that, we have the invoice. All of this looks good. Just confirm you have the right email, the name of the customer. All this looks good. And what we're going to hit is we're going to hit review invoice and send invoice. So now this invoice has been sent to the client. It's going to be sent via email. But what we're also going to do is we're going to get this invoice payment page. So if you scroll down onto this here, you're going to see the payment page right here. We're going to take this payment page. We're going to click it. We're going to open it up. We're going to copy the link right here. And this link is where the client can pay directly, right? So this is a link that the client can click and they can put in their card information or pay with their bank and then get you paid. So we're going to copy and paste the link of this. We're then going to go to our email and complete the invoice for engagement. We're just going to hyperlink where it says here. So we're going to hit the insert link and put in that link there. So then that way, when they click that button, it takes them straight to that Stripe invoice where they can pay. So that's the first step. Then step number two, it says book in your weekly review ad calls. Now this, you can actually just schedule them on the call, which I'm going to show you how to do. And then step number three, please review and sign the agreement sent to your email. Again, I'm going to show you how to do this here in a second, but we have everything we need now. Then once we do this, where it says your name, we're going to put our name, just put your name, whatever your name is, insert that there. And again, it says, and an agreement will be sent to you from insert. This is where you want to insert your email. So I'm just going to put Thisura at, in this example, gymleadboosters.com. And again, I'm going to show you how to send out an agreement here in a second. But just like that, everything is completed. And we're going to go ahead and hit send and send this out to the client. And again, we'd be doing this on the call live. So once the client says they want to move forward, we're going to say, yep, I'm just going to send you over an onboarding email with the next steps. Again, it's taking me some time to complete this all because I'm walking you through this step by step. But once you get the hang of this, it doesn't take you that long to actually send this to the client. Then you hit send. So once you've sent out the email, you're going to tell the client, perfect, I've just gone ahead and sent you the onboarding email that has the next steps. The subject line of the email is onboarding next steps. Can you just check your email to make sure you got it? Right now, the client is going to just check their email to make sure they got it. if they don't see it right away in the first minute or two, just say check your spam, because sometimes it lands in spam or promotions, but it should send through and they should have received the email. And once the client says, yep, I see the email, then you're saying, great, I'll just walk you through the steps step by step. So you can see step number 1 is for you to complete the invoice for engagement. There should be a link. Can you go ahead and click that link and complete the invoice, right? And then the client's going to say yes. So they're going to click this link here, and then they can actually fill out their card information and pay your services, right? And then what you're going to say is like, go ahead and fill that out. Once you've completed that, just let me know and I'll confirm everything went through on my end. Right now, once they actually complete that payment, they're going to say, yep, I've just gone ahead and completed the payment. Then all you have to do is once that payment is completed, you just need to check your Stripe account, and it should be, this where we go to invoices here, where it says open, it is going to then say paid. It'll say paid and be in green, and it'll show that that invoice is being completed. And it's also going to show up in the home dashboard here where you can see the payment amount. All right, so if you want to send an invoice on PayPal, it's really straightforward. What you're going to do is you're going to log into your PayPal account. You're going to hit the activity. Actually, you're going to hit pay and get paid rather. You're then going to hit create and manage invoices. From here, you're going to hit create an invoice. You're going to bill. So you're going to hit add new customer. You can just fill out this information here. So I'll just fill this out. I'll just say I'm sending it. Now you'd put in your client's name, obviously, but I'm just filling this out for me because it's easier. I'll just put in the email address I want to send this to, put in their phone number if I have it, their billing address. You don't need to fill out the billing address, but I'll just complete this. Then once you've done all this, you're going to hit save. That customer is being added. Then you're going to put the item. So you're going to hit add new item here. So we're going to hit the add new item button here. Let's just say this is monthly ads management. The price, let's say that it's $1,000 a month. We're going to hit save item. Well, it says I already have an item that's similar to this, but I'll just put monthly ads management. I'll just put the price to $1,500. The only reason it's saying that is I have a similar item already, but I can hit save item. I'll just put monthly Meta, Facebook, and Instagram ads management. Then I'll hit save item here. I'll then click that item right there, $1,500. I can delete this. And once that's there, all I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit share link to invoice. Then I can copy the link to this invoice here. And now I have a link to this invoice. So you can see if I open up this link, if I open this up in a new incognito window, I just want to show you what this looks like. This is what the client would see. So they can pay with PayPal or debit or credit, and they would be able to pay that amount. So I'm going to take that link here. I'm going to go back to my onboarding email. And in my onboarding email, where it says complete the invoice for engagement, I'm just going to put here, and then I can hyperlink that link, and that would have the PayPal link. So then the client would click that, and then they would be sent to PayPal where they can pay. So that's how you'd send the invoice via PayPal if you're going to use PayPal. So that's how you know the payment will be completed. Then what you're going to say is once they say they've completed the payment, you'll say, perfect. Now we can book in our weekly review calls where we can review the ad performance. Again, these are going to be the weekly calls that you have with your clients to review the data and how the ads are performing. We're going to go more in detail on how these calls are outlined in the service delivery section, so don't worry. But all you're going to do is just book in a weekly review call. I recommend booking in this first call, 5 to 7 days after on a weekly basis. So you could just say, like what I typically say is, great, like, does this time work for you every single week for just a quick 30-minute catch up on how the ads are working? And they say yes. And then all you're going to do is you're going to open up your calendar, hit the calendar button here. And let's just say that they say that Thursdays at 1 p.m. works best for them. You're going to lock that in and just put your name and their name. I say the client's name's Jim, just weekly ad calls. You're going to hit save, click that event, hit the button, just hit continue here. Then we're going to add in the client's email, whatever the client's email is. Then we're going to hit join with the Google Meet link has already been created. You'd want to make sure it has joined with Google Meet. You're going to hit save, send it over their way. Actually, I'm going to hit continue editing. Where it says does not repeat, you're going to make this weekly on Thursday. So then that way, every single week this meeting happens and you don't need to create a link every time. So this is going to be your weekly meeting with the client. You're going to hit save, then send. And then once you've sent it over, you're just going to tell the client, all right, I just sent you over our weekly review calls. Can you just confirm that you got that meeting invite, right? And they're going to see it. They're going to hit accept. And then there's going to be a green check mark once they've hit accept on that. So that's the next step. Then once you've done that, you're going to say, great, our team is just going to go ahead and send you over a basic agreement for you to sign. It should come into your inbox in the next 10 to 30 minutes. It'll just go over what the deliverables are. Really straightforward. It's going to come from Thisura@gymleadboosters.com. Sound good? And they say yes to that. And then you can leave the call. And I'm going to show you how to send the agreement here in the second. You don't need to send the agreement on that call. I typically send the agreement after the call, after I've completed payment and I've booked in their onboarding call, because there's a couple things you have to complete on the agreement, which I'm going to show you how to send here. But just like that, you have now done most of the onboarding. You have completed the invoice. You've gotten paid at this point. You have booked in the calls, and now everything's done. The last step is just sending out the agreement and the contract. So the way we're going to do that is I'm going to walk you through this step by step. So that's the second step, is sending out the agreement and contract. And again, this happens after this call. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this contract template here, which you're going to open up. And again, this entire contract template and everything, and all the notes for the entire course is going to be linked in the description below. So make sure to get access to the free course that goes along with this, so you can actually have access to the template. So make sure to do that. But this is going to be the template right here. And we just need to fill this out step by step. So let's work through this. So all we have to do, where it says entered into on, this is where we're going to put the date. We don't need to fill this out. We're going to fill this on DocuSign, which I'm going to show you how to do. But what we do need to fill out is all these things in yellow. Where it says insert your company, this is where you're going to insert your company. So I'm going to get rid of these brackets, and I need to actually make a copy of this because it's not letting me edit it. That's not a problem. And how I like to label this too is I'll just put like your company name. So this is Gym Lead Boosters, and whatever their company's name is, I just put like Jim James Agreement, whatever the name of the client is. So we'll put that as the agreement name. Where it says insert your company, we're going to fill that out. So I'm going to put Gym Lead Boosters, and you'd want to get rid of the yellow here. Here and after company, and insert the client company or the client name. So whatever the client's company name is. Let's just say the client's company name is Jim's Power. I'll just put like Powerhouse Gym, right? Let's say that's the name of this guy's gym. We're going to take that yellow, unhighlight that. Here and after named client, right? So that's all the agreement is saying. I don't know why this yellow is still popping up. We're going to unhighlight that. So this is just saying, so this agreement is entered on this date, which I'm going to show you how to fill out the date, by and between Gym Lead Boosters, here and after called company, and Powerhouse Gym, here and after called client. Then we're going to go over the services provided. So this is where you're just going to put the deliverables of what services you're going to deliver to the client. So it says the following deliverables will be performed and conducted between company and client for each active month after enrollment. And then this is where you just want to put them. So in this offer, it's company will manage advertising campaigns on Facebook and Instagram for client. Company will provide one weekly one-on-one call with client to review advertising performance. Company will provide a private Slack channel for communication if you have a Slack channel. But in most cases, all you really need is say, hey, we're going to manage the advertising campaigns, one weekly call, right? And then you could say something along like, client will get a weekly report. But again, just put your deliverables here. This is all I'm going to put. Then the next section is fees and expenses. So what we have to do here is 2.01, company will be compensated, and just insert your price. So let's say this price here is $1,000 USD. For the services provided above on each active month, client will pay, and then insert the price of your service. So 1,000 USD upfront, and then will be automatically billed, insert your price. So 1,000 USD at the start of each active month. So this is basically saying the client's going to pay you $1,000 upfront, and then will be automatically billed $1,000 every single month at the start of each month. So that's all you're going to do here. Then it says other considerations, and these say 5. We're just going to put these to 3. So these are 3.01. Company is not responsible for any slowing down in the project caused by inaction on the client's part, and this time will count towards the set period of working together unless otherwise agreed upon. So what this means is, like, if you need to get, let's say, something back from your client, let's say you need them to shoot a video ad or send you something, and they're not sending it across, and because of that you're not getting your ads live, that's just stating that this is not your responsibility. Like, the client has to do their work. This next one here, 3.02, if you're doing communication on Slack, it'll say all communication, including updates, is to be conducted via Slack. It's the client's responsibility to check Slack. If you're not going to use Slack, just get rid of that. Then what we're going to do is the company, you're going to insert your company name. So this is going to be Gym Lead Boosters. And then the client's company, which in this case is Powerhouse Gym, in this just example. And just like that, we have everything done. Company Gym Lead Boosters, client Powerhouse Gym. Everything's done on this contract. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit File, and we're going to download this as a PDF document. And now it's downloaded. Then what we're going to do is we're going to sign up for a 30-day trial of DocuSign. So we're going to go ahead and open DocuSign. This is where you can actually send contracts out to clients. We're going to hit Try for free. No credit card required. So we're going to put in our email, which is Thisura@gymleadboosters.com. You don't need to get access to this. Hit get started. Put in your name. I'm just going to ask for my phone number. I'm just going to put in a fake phone number so these guys don't call me. And you're just going to fill out this information here. Now it's asking for a confirmation code. I'll just check my inbox. Here's my confirmation code from DocuSign. I'm going to copy and paste this. Hit next. Set my password. I'll just put a random password. And just like that, I have my DocuSign created. Finish your setup. I'll just put industry. We'll just put this as business services and consulting. Why did you sign up? I want to send a document for a signature. Hit save. We'll hit skip. And here's how we're going to send this out. So it says drop documents to get started or hit the start button. So what we're going to do is that thing that we just downloaded, which was the agreement. We're going to go ahead and drag that and we're going to put that in here. So that's going to paste this in. So this is the agreement. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put the signing order. So we're going to put, the first is going to be, you need to send this agreement to yourself because you're going to be signing this agreement. So put your name and your email, and then put add recipient. And this is where you're going to put the recipient who you're sending the agreement to. So this is where you'd enter the client's name. Now, again, I don't actually have this client, so I'm just going to put a sample of, I'm going to send this to a different one of my emails. I'll put this email to tsu@tsuconsulting.com. Again, you'd put in your client's name and your client's email here. Then you want to hit set signing order. You want to make sure you sign first and the client signs second. Then you're going to put add message. And then what I like to do is I like to change this to please sign Gym Lead Boosters. And I think it was like Powerhouse Gym, whatever the name of the client is, adds agreement, just like that. Then we can have a message here that says, please sign so we can begin working together and run your paid ads. Really straightforward. Then we hit the next, and then we're going to fill this out. So where it said entered onto this first blank space, up here, we're going to insert the date. So the date signed, we're just going to go ahead and paste that right there. That's all we're going to do. And now what we're going to do is this section down here, we're going to fill in. So for company, this is you who's going to be signing this. That's why it's highlighted in yellow. The client is going to be what's highlighted in blue. But we're going to put in our details. So we're going to put in our name. We're going to drag that here. Our signature, we're going to drag our signature down here. It's right there. We're just going to drag that so it actually fits this. Then we're going to put the company name right there. Then we're going to put the date signed. Done. And then for the client, we're going to hit this drop down. We're going to hit the blue button because that the client is going to show up in the different color. And you're going to see their colors are going to change. And we're going to do the same thing, but for the client, because the client is going to fill out that information. Signature, company name, date signed. Right? So just like that, everything's out. So this is all being updated. Again, you just need to fill out and put date signed here. You just need to fill out this information, which we just went through. Then we're going to hit send. And now this agreement is going to be sent out to the client. Now it's going to get sent out to us first for us to sign. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and check our email, and you can see that that agreement has been sent my way. Gym Lead Boosters and Powerhouse Gym Ads Agreement. We're going to open that. We're going to hit review document because we have to sign it first for it to get sent to the client. So we're going to hit continue. The date is already inserted, right? On in this case, this is December 14th, 2023. And then we're just going to put in the information. So you can see it auto-filled this already, but my signature, I can just put, I can just hit adopt and sign. This is just a signature that's already created by DocuSign. I hit adopt and sign. Company name, I'll just put Gym Lead Boosters, just like that. And then I can hit finish. And I'm done. Just like that, I've signed the copy. It's going to say a document's being saved to your DocuSign. I can hit no thanks for now. So I've signed it. Now the document is going to be sent to the client for the client to sign. So this is what the client is going to see on their end. So this is what the client's going to see. So the client, if they open up their email, they're going to see this right here, which is please sign, that exact same agreement. Then they're going to open it. They're going to hit review document. They'll hit continue. They can see that you've signed everything up top. So your stuff's going to be completed. The only thing is they need to fill out their information. So they'll put in their name, which will automatically be filled. They'll put in their signature, and they'll put in their company name, which let's just say it's Powerhouse Gym Ltd in this example. Then once they've done that, they hit finish. Done. The agreement's been signed. And you now have it on paper. So the client should get a copy of that once that's done. It should get sent their way. You can see, like, this is what the client will see. It'll say completed. So in that way, they have a copy of the signed agreement on file. And then you'll have it as well. So if you go back to your account and you go back to your email, you'll get a notification saying the agreement is now completed. So you can open that up and you can see the completed document. And this will also be in DocuSign as completed. So if you go to DocuSign, we'll go to DocuSign e-signature, and you can still say completed. it'll be on the completed column. So this is now done. So just like that, the agreement has been signed and done, and you have fully gotten everything you need for your client, just like that. So if you sent out the contract, the client's completed it, they've signed it, you've gotten paid, happy days. So review this. I know there's a lot that I went over. I just had to break everything down step by step. But as you get the hang of this, like this is going to get faster and faster. As you get better, like you'll literally just have all of this pre-prepared as you're signing up the client. It's only going to take you a couple minutes to send all of this stuff out. So this is how you receive payment, complete the agreement, and get your client fully onboarded. And once you've done that, congratulations, you've signed up your first paying client. And this is going to start really the momentum you need to really start building your business. So congratulations, sign up your first client and you'll be good to go. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover tracking and reviewing sales calls. It's so important that if you're taking sales calls, you are tracking each sales call, which I'm going to show you how to do, and you're reviewing your sales calls regularly. And the reason this is so important is, number one, if you're tracking your performance, you can see what things you're doing well and which parts you're not doing as well. Or if you enter a part where your closing rate starts going down and you enter a cold streak, you can look back at your performance when you were on a hot streak and when things were going well, and you can see, okay, what changed when I was closing a lot of deals versus where I'm at right now. And you might notice your tonality went down, or you're not asking certain questions. So it is very important to track and measure your sales calls. I have never met a successful sales rep who was not on top of their tracking. So take this seriously. So here's how we're going to track our sales calls. First is you're going to open your sales tracker sheet, which is going to be attached. And again, make sure to go to the comment section on the video below to get access to this entire course so you can access this template. But what we're going to have is we're going to fill each one of these for every call that we take. So let's fill this out step by step. Our first is the call date. So we're going to insert the date that we had the call. Then we're going to enter the prospect's name. So in this example, it's John Smith. Then we're going to enter the lead source. So where that call came from. So let's say he came from a cold email I sent. Then the next column is, did they show up? So we're going to put a yes or a no. Then we're going to measure the call length. So how long that call was. So just look back and see how long that call was. Let's say the call was 30 minutes. I'll put 30 minutes. Then I'm going to put the call type. Was it an intro qualification call or was it a trial review call? In this case, let's say it's an intro qualification call. Then we want to put the outcome of the call. Was it a close? Was it a no? Or is it in follow-up? In this case, I'll say, yes, I closed him into a trial. He said yes, and he agreed upon the 7-day free trial. Then the next step is, okay, do I have to follow up with this prospect? No, like there's no follow-up. He agreed to the trial, he closed. And then I'll have a call and notes section. So this is where I want to add any notes for this prospect that I can review back to and refer back to. So I could say, great call. His biggest pain point was not getting enough members for his gym because he was relying on referrals and it's not consistent. So I want to just insert any notes from that call so I can refer back to this at any point. And it's so important that you insert your notes from the call while it's top on your mind. So after each call, you want to fill this up. And the reason this is so important because now you have a tracking log of everything. And you can see like, okay, like you might be able to see trends of your typical call length on closed deals or the notes from prospects that the deals that you closed, they had similar notes. So make sure you're filling this out after each call. This is so important. Once you're filling that out, that's the bare minimum, is you also want to be recording your sales calls. So I highly recommend recording your sales calls. If you treat this like a business, it's only like $10 or $20 extra a month. I recommend doing this so you can upgrade your Zoom account or your Google Meets account. It's worth paying extra for that cloud storage. That's going to allow you to record your sales calls. And once you record those calls, what you can do is now you can review and break down calls every single week. You can review what you've done well, what you could have done better. And that's so important because that acts as game tape and game footage. And what I mean by that, you see professional athletes, a big thing that they do is they review their games and the game tape so they can make any pivots and adjustments and they can see where they need to improve. And once you record your sales calls, it becomes very black and white on what areas you need to improve on. So it is a very easy thing that will give you a big return on investment, and it's worth spending $10 to $20 extra to get that cloud storage to be able to record your meetings. So once you record your sales calls, what you need to do is every single week, what I recommend is you review your best call of the week, your average call, and your worst call. If you are not getting more than 3 calls a week, just review every single call and ask yourself, okay, what went well during that call? Like what did I do good? What could you have improved on during the call? Like you want to really analyze that. Okay, what did I do well? What could I have done better? And analyze that, review the call, right? On your average calls, ask yourself, okay, what went well during the call? What could I have improved on? So same thing. But one thing I want to touch up on is on your best call of the week, you want to ask yourself, what did you do well during this call compared to others, right? Because if it was your best call, you want to see what you did differently. On your average call, you want to ask, what went well during this call and how could you have improved? And for your worst call of the week, you want to review what could have been improved during this call and what made this, like, what was the biggest thing that I did wrong, right? Because if it was the worst call, you really want to dissect, why was it your worst call? Was your tonality off? Did you not get enough sleep the night before? Like, what caused this to be your worst call of the week? And then just go through, what did you do well on this call and what can be improved? So that's all you want to do. Like, once you start recording your sales calls, really dissect them. And I recommend reviewing every single sales call you have that week, especially when you're starting out, because you're not going to have a lot of sales calls. And you want to review your best call. See what made that your best call. What did you do differently? On your average call, same thing. What went well? How can you improve? On your worst call, why was it your worst call? What caused that to be your worst call, and how can you improve? If you do this, you're going to get fast feedback loops, and you're going to be able to improve faster and faster and faster. So this is what I want you to do when it comes to tracking and reviewing your sales calls. So every single call, make sure to finish this tracker out. Input your data from each sales call so you can refer back to it. And then on top of that, review each call following this format here. Pay an extra $10, $20 for cloud storage if you can. I highly recommend it. If not, you can also get a free software like OBS, which I believe will allow you to record your sales calls. So that's what I would recommend you do. Make sure you track and review your calls, and you're going to progress a lot faster. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover objection handling, because if you're doing sales, you're going to get objections at some point. And all an objection is when your prospect on the other side of the phone call that you have gives you an objection, like it's too much money, or I need to think about it, or I need to talk to my partner. This is very common. So you need to know how to handle these objections, because once you know how to handle them, it's very straightforward, and you can turn a lot of these objections into closes and sales. So that's what we're going to cover here. Now, one thing I do want to mention is, because we're running a free trial model, a lot of times you're not going to get a lot of objections, because if you've gotten good results for them during the free trial, they want to continue working with you. But in the cases you do get objections, I want to make sure you are prepared. So let's dive into it. So there's 3 core objections that you need to know how to overcome. These make up 99% of your objections. So the first one is a money objection. The second objection is a partner objection. And the third biggest objection is a think about it objection. Now, the biggest objection you're likely going to get in the beginning might be a think about it. You're likely not going to get money or partner much, but let's just break these down step by step, starting with the money objection. Now, again, you're likely not going to get a ton of money objections, because like I recommend when you're starting out, you're only charging $1,000 to $1,500 per month when you're first starting out. And that's kind of a no-brainer price point. But in the case you do get this objection, here's how to handle that. So let's say I say my price, it's $1,500 a month, and I'm talking to a gym owner, and the gym owner says, man, like, I'd love to do it, man, but that's just too much money. Then what I can say is, totally makes sense, but money aside, do you feel like this is what you need to be able to get to, let's say, 25 new members a month? And I'm just going to insert the goal that they said. And then they say, yes. Let's say they say, yes, it is what I need. I could say, why though? And the reason I want to say why though is I want them to continue justifying why they like working with me. So then if they say, yeah, man, like I know I need this, like I love the results from your free campaign, it's just, I just can't afford that $1,500 a month. So I could say, cool. So it seems like you want to do this. It's just the finances that might be holding you back right now. Is that the case? And they're going to say yes to that. Yeah, man, it's just the finances. And then I can say, in that case, let's just do some brainstorming. Like, most of our clients do pay up front, but for some of our clients, depending on their situation, we can come up with something a little bit more creative. So are you open to just having an open and honest conversation about where you're at financially, so we can figure out a game plan that works for you? Right? And he's going to say yes to that. So again, like, just practice this line a few times, but we're just essentially saying, hey, look, like, we can make something work. Let's just have an open and honest conversation about where you're at financially. And if they say yes to this, now you can start diving deeper. So if they say yes to that, step number 1 is I can ask, how much cash flow are you expecting in the next 30 days? Let's say the gym owner says, yeah, I'm expecting to make about, $30K this month. Then step number 2 is I could say, okay, and how much expenses do you have coming out this month? And let's say they say, yeah, like, I have about $25K in expenses. Or yeah, let's say they say I have $25K in expenses. And then I'll say, okay, and how much cash flow do you have available for you right now in your current accounts? Like, how much do you have in your business account? And again, this might seem like a very direct question, but the reason we're asking that is I already got their consent. I'm saying, hey, are you open to having an open and honest conversation about where you're at financially, right? Because they want to do this. They say they want to do this. There's just money that's getting in their way. So let's just say he says he has $5,000 in his business accounts. And I might ask, okay, and what about like your credit cards? Do you have any credit cards on file? And he says, yeah, like I got $5,000 credit card line that he has available. I'll say, what about your personal bank account? He's like, yeah, I still got a couple thousand. And then once I've got this, like once you get everything out on the table, like you know how much cash flow he has, how much expenses he's coming out this month. And let's say in this case, he has $10,000 in his business account, $5,000 in his personal account. He has a $5,000 line of credit. He has more than enough cash flow to afford your services. And once we got it all out on the table like that, it's very hard for him to say, well, it is too much money, right? So then I'll say, okay, and just to confirm, this is something you want to do, right? And let's say he says, yes, it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm either going to push to either paid in full or a payment plan depending on his situation. So if he has more than enough cash to afford my services, I'll just say, well, based on everything you mentioned, man, it looks like you have more than enough cash flow to get started at $1,500 a month. So why don't we just get started? And then at that point, once everything's out on the table like that, he'll be like, yeah, you're right, man. Like, let's do it. Now, if you've gone through everything and he doesn't have that much cash flow and things are tight, you could say, okay, well, like, let's say he doesn't have any cash flow whatsoever. I wouldn't sell him in general. Like if he doesn't have the cash flow to work with you and like he's basically running on savings, don't take on the client. It's going to be a pain in the ass. But let's say in the case I'm selling something that's $1,500 a month and he only has like, let's say $6,000 in available cash flow. I'll say, cool, man. Like what we can do is like, I don't think the best thing for you to do right now is just drain your entire cash flow, but I don't think the best thing for you to do is to do nothing either. So here's what I would recommend. Why don't we do, let's say $1,000 per month to start. And once you start gaining some traction, we can up it to $1,500 a month. Does that sound fair? And he can say yes to that. So I can just push him to a payment plan if we have that. So that's how I like to handle the money objection. Again, what you need to do is practice this over and over again so you can internalize this. So when they give you a money objection, you can just memorize this off the top of your head and take them through it. And that's the key thing with objection handling that's important to understand is like objection handling is just understanding each one of these and just knowing that if they give you an objection, as long as you know where to take them, like it's not that scary. You're just like, oh, well, here's how I'm going to handle this. Now, if you still go through this process and they're like I still don't have the money or something like that, or they're still giving you the money objection, then you can hit them with another way. Another way to handle the money objection is like, I could say, totally understand, man, but here's a thought. Can we agree that 12 months from now, you're going to end up spending $1,500 per month in your business and personal life anyways? And they're going to say, yes, obviously. So I could say, exactly, here's the truth. You're going to pay for, this service either way. You're either going to pay for it with your money or with your time. If you pay for it with your time, it might take you 1, 2, maybe even 5 years to figure out how to scale your gym to 25 new members a month. Or you can just pay with your money and it can take you, 30 days for us to start getting there. Because in this free trial, we've already gotten you 10 new members. So if we want to get to 25, we just need to keep doing this. And we've already distilled what works. So what's really going on, man? Like, do you want to pay with your time or your money? And then once you lay it out like that, he's going to be like, yeah, okay, you're right, man. Like, let's do it. Right. So that's how I like to handle the money. I can either do this first rebuttal here where I kind of like get everything, have an open and honest conversation with them. Or if they're still giving me that, I could just say, hey, can we agree 12 months from now, you're going to end up spending this money anyways. So memorize both of these so you know how to handle that. The next objection you're likely going to get is the partner objection. So this is where they're basically giving their responsibility to someone else and they need to chat things with their partner, which is a valid objection that they might give you. So here's how we handle a partner. Let's say I say the price and they're like, yeah, man, everything sounds good. I just need to review this with my business partner. So how I'm going to handle that is phase number 1 is I can say, yep, that's not a problem at all. So if your partner was here on the call and they were all for it, do you feel like this could possibly be the answer for you? And the reason I want to say that is I want to make sure that they feel that the solution I went over is valid. It's something that they want. If they say no to that, then I know that they're not going to buy. But if they say, yep, like, yeah, if my partner was here and they're all for it, man, I'd move forward. So then I want to move on to the next step as I could say, okay, what do you like about it? Like what specifically do you feel can bridge the gap from where you're at right now, which is 10 new members a month to 20 new members? Like what do you feel would be most beneficial? And let's say the person says, yeah, man, like I just love the fact that we ran these ads and it's getting leads for me consistently without me having to rely on referrals. So just like that, he's justifying the service. Then step number 2 is I'm going to get on the same side of the table with him. So I could say, okay, does your partner know we're having this conversation right now, or is this more of a secret mission? So I want to get clear on, does this partner know that he's on these sales calls, or is this partner more of like, is this like a secret mission, right? So I'm going to ask him that. And let's say he says, no, like the partner, my partner knows I'm on these calls. He doesn't know I'm on this call, but he does know I'm like looking for options to improve my marketing. And then I can say, okay, and how would your partner feel about you having the right marketing strategy to be able to scale up to 25 new members a month? And he'd be like, yeah, man, I mean, like he would be totally for it. Like that'd be great. Then after he's responded to that, I could say, okay, and what are you going to do if your partner doesn't want to move forward with you actually getting support to get to 25 new members a month? Like what happens then if he's not for the strategy? And the reason I want to ask this question is if he says that I would do it anyways, I'm just going to push for the registration. I'm just going to say, okay, like if that's the case, like why don't we just do this now? Why don't we just get your payment and get you rocking and rolling? And if for whatever reason you have this conversation with your partner afterwards and he says that you don't want to move forward, I'll just give you a refund. But this way you're actually taking proactive action. So if he said he would do it anyways, I'm just going to push for the registration, saying something like I just said. If he says that, like, look, man, like if my partner doesn't want to do it, like I'm afraid I can't move forward with it, then I have to move on to step number 3, not step number 2, which is just kind of getting their partner on board. So the way I'm going to do that is I could say, okay, and you feel like this is what you need, right? And he's going to say yes. I say, okay, and what do you feel your partner would need to see for you to be for them to be on the same decision and for them to see what you see? So I'm just saying, hey, like, what do you feel your partner would need to see for them to be on the same side as you? So I'm going to get them to understand like what their partner's buying triggers are, what their partner finds valuable. And let's say they respond with, yeah, like my partner would, likely need to meet you, or he, probably wants to do some due diligence on, the package and the offer and all that, right? Then from there, I can ask, okay, and when do you plan on having this conversation with your partner? And let's say he says, yeah, man, like later tonight. If he says something like 7 days or something crazy, then that's a red flag. Like if they're interested, they're going to have that call with their partner pretty soon. So if they say something like a week from now or a month from now, just call them out. Be like, well, that doesn't make sense, man. Like if you want to move forward with this, like you don't need to wait 30 days. Like, is this a priority for you? But that's very rare. Like in most cases, they're going to be like tonight or the next day. So if they say that, the last step that I like to do is I say, perfect, let's do this then. Let's schedule another call together, as if you decide to move forward, there's a few manual things we have to do on our end. And I want to make sure I'm on that call. So if your partner has any questions, I can answer them directly versus you just spitballing answers to him and maybe not giving him the clarity he needs. Does that work for you? They say yes. And just like that, we're going to schedule a follow-up call with him and the business partner on the call. You can address any questions and get them signed up. So that's how you handle the partner objection. Again, phase number 1 is we get them on the same side of the table. Then from there, we get the partner on board and we schedule that follow-up call. Really straightforward. Well, it might not be really that straightforward. You got to practice this a few times because I understand this is new. But again, like once you understand this process, if someone hits you with the partner objection, you already know, like you're 3 steps ahead of them. You already know how to handle it. And that's the beauty about objection handling. It's just a process we need to understand. Now, the next objection you can get is a think about it objection. And this is the hardest objection, but you just need to know how to handle it correctly. So this is where I say, okay, man, it's just $1,000 a month or it's $1,500 per month. You ready to get things up, rocking and rolling? And they say, dude, makes sense. I just need to think about it for a few days or something like that. Now, when they say think about it doesn't really mean anything. Like thinking about it usually doesn't do them anything. So what we need to do is get clear on why they need to think about it. So phase number 1 is I'm going to say, okay, that's not a problem. Like think about it aside. Do you feel like this is what you need to be able to get to 25 new members a month? And the reason I'm going to say that is I want to make sure that like he still believes in the solution. Like if he says he doesn't believe that, then I know that it's not a think about it objection. It might be a value-based objection. But if he says, yep, like I think this is exactly what he needs, then I'll say, okay, what do you like about it? What specifically do you feel can help you get to 25 new members a month? And then he's justifying why he likes the offer. And then what I'm going to ask is, gotcha, just so I can best support you, what is it specifically you need to think about? And once you ask this question, he might say it's either a money objection or a partner objection. And let's say he says it's a money objection. I'm just going to handle it using this money objection process. If he says it's a partner, I'm going to handle it using the partner objection framework. Right? So think about it as usually just a smokescreen for either money or partner. But what's also going to happen is it's also a smokescreen for fear. And fear is a hard objection to handle. So fear is when they're just scared to pull the trigger, and it's more a mental thing in their mind that's holding them back. So let's say you said like, gotcha, and just so I can best support you, like what is it specifically you need to think about? And they give you an answer like I just need to think about it. It's just how I make decisions or something. So it's something vague like that. That means it's a fear-based objection. It is a mindset problem that they have. So you need to understand how to reframe their mind. So here's how we're going to do that. This is more advanced, but if you understand this concept, you can sell anyone, right? So reframe number 1, let's say they say, yeah, like it's just I just need a couple days to think about it. I can say, okay, like that's not a problem. Like I can understand this is a big decision for you, but just a quick question. Do you feel like your current perspective of where you are right now in your business affects your decision-making process? And obviously they're going to say yes to that because I'm saying like, hey, do you feel like your current perspective of where you are in your business affects your decision-making process? They kind of have to say yes to that. And then I can say, okay, and are you 100% happy with where you are right now in regards to growing your gym at 10 new members a month? And obviously they're going to say no to that because they're trying to get to 25 new members a month. So let's say he says, no, I'm not happy with that. Okay. So then I'll say, okay, so do you want to allow that perspective and that decision-making process that's got you to where you are today, where you're not satisfied with your progress, dictate your results moving forward? And he's going to say, no, I don't. Then I'll say, why not? And then he'll say, well, I don't want to stay where I'm at. So then I can say, okay, so what do you need to do to put yourself in the best possible position to be able to reach your goals and not have to have these conversations anymore? So it's just a light ask. And he might, after this first reframe, he might be like, you're right, man. Like, let's do it. But in most cases, he might still be scared. And he might say, well, I get it, man. I just still need to think about it. It's how I make decisions. Then I can enter the second fear reframe. So I'll say, okay, man, like again, this is hard. I totally understand this. But imagine this. Let's say there's 2 people trying to get to a top of a mountain. Person A, he has a map. He has all the directions and all the turns to get to the top of the mountain. Person B, he has a map as well, but some of the directions are missing. Who do you think has a higher chance getting to the top of the mountain? And then obviously he's going to be like, well, person A does. And then I'll be like, yeah, exactly. So now instead of getting to top of the mountain, let's say the goal is getting to 25 new gym members a month. Do you feel like right now you have a clear direction and a roadmap to get to 25 new members a month like person A does to get to the top of the mountain? And obviously they're going to say no to that because they're not there right now. So I could say, why not? And he's like, well, I don't feel like I have a clear roadmap and an action plan of how I'm going to get there. So then I could say, okay, so how much longer do you want to keep running your gym without a clear plan of how you're going to get to 25 new members a month? Then he's going to say, well, not much longer. Then once he says that, I'll be like, great. So what do you need to do to put yourself in the best possible position to actually get to 25 new members a month? And just like that, he might be like, okay, you know what, Ryan, you're right. Let's do this. So all we're doing here is we're just trying to reframe his mind. But let's say he still is not moving forward. He's like, dude, totally get it, man. But like, I just can't do this. We might have our third reframe. So I could say, well, think about it this way. You want to get to 25 new members a month, right? That's the goal. And he says, yes. And I'll be like, okay, and you're currently doing about 10 new members. I just want to make sure we're working with the same parameters. He says yes to that. And I'll say, yep, like the hard part is in order to get to 25 new members a month, you have to start making the decisions today and acting in alignment with someone who's already at 25 new members a month, not someone who's currently at 10 members a month. Think about it this way. The person who's overweight is only overweight because they make the choices that an overweight person makes. They have a fundamentally flawed decision-making process around their health, fitness, and nutrition. It's not until they start making the decisions of a fit and healthy person that they actually start becoming fit and healthy because their body is catching up to their mind. You get what I mean? And they say yes to that. So basically this whole analogy is saying, look, if you want to get to 25 new members a month, you can't make decisions based on someone who's only getting 10 new members a month. You have to start taking actions today of someone who's in alignment of someone who's already getting 25 new members a month. So it's that whole paradox in that analogy here. So if they understand that, that's when they're like, okay, like you got a point, man, let's do it. So this is how I'm going to try to reframe to think about it. Again, fear is very difficult, but you're very rarely going to get fear because you've done a free trial, and if they gotten value, they want to work with you. But if that's the case, I just want to arm you with everything you need to handle these objections. So the action item I want you to focus on is modify and practice your objection handling scripts. Like practice each one of these, like have this open. Like what I did is always have this open. So when someone gives me an objection, like a money objection, I just have it memorized. Like I have this pulled up on my screen. I just basically say this word for word and just go through this. If they give me a partner objection, I just go through this step by step. If they give me a think about it objection, I just go through this step by step. So whenever they give me an objection, I'm not really that scared because I'm already 10 moves ahead of them. And that's the beauty about handling objections this way. Is it's just a sequence. It's a structure that you can follow to get someone to your desired outcome. So practice this, memorize it. It's going to take you time. It's a skill that you're going to need to learn, but the better you are at this, the easier it is for you to handle objections and convert them into clients. So that is how to handle objections. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover sales follow-up strategies. So this is how to follow up with prospects who were interested but didn't become a client after your free trial. And this is common. A good chunk of people that you run free trials to won't end up becoming a client. But as long as we know how to follow up with them consistently and in the right way, we can turn a lot of these people who once said no into a yes. And the reason behind this is people's circumstances change. They might have said no to you before, but there might be something that happened in their business or in their life where now they really need your service. So as long as we can stay in front of these people and follow up with them correctly, we can get them back on as clients. So here's how we're going to do that. The cadence I like to follow up with people who said no or who were interested, but they just couldn't move forward at that time, is I like to follow up with them bi-weekly or monthly. So at least once a month or twice a month. And the first strategy I like to use is reaching out to them with new testimonials. So anytime you get a new testimonial from a client, and we're going to show you how to do this, you want to use that new testimonial to reach back out to everyone who didn't move forward from your free trial, right? Because now you have social proof that's leveraged. And because of that, if their circumstances change and they see that testimonial that you just acquired, they might now be in a position to work with you. I've gotten a lot of clients from simply getting new testimonials and reaching back to everyone who didn't want to move forward with me, showing that testimonial. And every time I did that, I would always get new clients. So here's what you can do. You can have a subject line. You can send them an email with a subject line like something like quick update. And you could say, hey, name, hope everything's going well on your end. We just finished up working with Mike from Pumping Iron Gym and helped him get 42 new members in the past 30 days. So you'd simply just insert the testimonial and the result that you got for that client in your niche. I attached his testimonial below for you to check out as well, and you just attach the testimonial. Want to reach out since I know it's been a while since we last spoke, but want to know if you're still looking to get more members for your gym. If so, let me know, as we're looking to take on a few gym members this month. And then you just put your name. That's all we're doing. We're just simply reaching out with the testimonial and saying, hey, I know it's been a while since we last spoke. Are you still looking to get more members for your gym? If so, reach back out. And if you do this, if every single time you get a new testimonial and a case study and you reach back out, at some point, if they keep seeing your testimonials and case studies and they were once interested, they'll likely become a client at some point, as long as you stay on top of them. And this is what I realized early. So again, every time you get a testimonial, reach back out to people who said no or didn't move forward from your free trial, send them in, and you might get them to re-engage and become a client. The second strategy I like to use is valuable content. So you can create content for free, whether it's on YouTube, Or maybe you send a Loom video overviewing, some valuable strategy. It might be some ad strategy that you use to get clients, or some cool new trick that you use that they might find helpful. And you can send them that content for free their way, just as goodwill. So you could have a subject line like, thought you might like this. And you could say, hey name, thought I'd send this over to you. I just shot a quick video breaking down the exact ad we used to get 30 plus members for a gym in the area. You can watch it here. You can get someone on your team to help implement it, or you can run this yourself, as I think you'll get great results. Hope it helps. And then you'd put your name, right? So just pure value. And then we could have a PS at the bottom saying, if you still have room to take on more gym members, we'd be happy to set this up for you. Just let me know if you're interested. So this is just pure value, just sending them content. And you can create content all the time. So every time you have a really good piece of content, you can just take it and send it out to them, because you have nothing to lose. What are they going to say? No, right? Like, you could just follow up with people either through testimonials and content. This is what I've had the best success with. By far, testimonials have worked the best for me, but I've had some success with content as well, but this takes a little bit longer. So the action item I want you to focus on is create your follow-up message templates for testimonials and content. So anytime you have a new testimonial, reach back out to your past clients using this template here. I mean, not clients, but people who you ran a free trial for but didn't end up becoming a client. And every time you have any really good pieces of content, send them this as well, and follow up with your prospects bi-weekly or monthly, and you'll get more of those people to turn into yeses. The second thing you can do is outbound call them. So if you have their phone number, you can also call them like every couple of weeks or once a month to check in and see if their circumstances have changed. So here's the script you can use. Let's say you ring them, you call them. You could say, hey, is this name? And they'll say yes. So let's say I'm calling John. I could say, hey, is this John? They'll say yes, John speaking. Be like, hey, John, it's just Thisura from Scale with Les. How you been? And he's going to know you because you had a call with them, as long as it hasn't been months. And he'll be like, hey, man, like, how's it going? Hope everything's going well. And as long as you had a good conversation with him and you're helping him, like, it's so funny. A lot of times I would be scared to reach back out and follow up with prospects, but a lot of times they were like happy to chat with me again, right? It was just a false belief I had in my brain. Then after that, I've replied and I say, how you been? They said, I'm doing well. Then I can just get a lay of the land, where what this means is I want to see where they're at. So I could say like, hey, John, just wanted to give you a ring because I know it's been a while since we last spoke, but were you able to find a way to fill up your gym with more members, or are you still looking for a way to kind of do that? So I'm just saying like, hey, have you fixed this problem, or are you still struggling with it? And from here, once he replies to this, I want to judge his level of interest. And what I mean by that is I'm either going to go for the close and just start objection handling on this call and trying to get him into a client. Option B is I'm going to schedule a follow-up call and pull my live to fight another day card, where I'm going to schedule a follow-up call with him and go through this. Or it's just going to be a funeral and lost lead, where I'm going to say, okay, you know what? There's no hope with this prospect. So let's say he responds. I say him this and he's like, yeah, man, like I'm still haven't found a way to get more members in. In that case, I might go for the close and start objection handling, because I know he's still struggling with the problem. And if I got good results from him in my free campaign, I could say, hey man, like, look, we ran that campaign before and we got you new members. Like, why don't we just go back to that and start running that campaign? It's $1,000 a month and we can get things rolling, right? Like, I might push for the close here. If he says something like, no, like I'm still not getting members consistently, but like, can we chat like I'm just in the car? Then I might schedule a follow-up call and I'll say, hey, that totally makes sense, John. Why don't we do this then? Why don't we schedule something onto the calendar? We can chat for 25, 30 minutes and go more in depth and see how we can get you some more consistent members. Sound good? And then we can schedule a call with him. So now he's in the right environment for a sales call. If he says something like, hey man, like I'm just not interested whatsoever right now, like just don't call me, he's a lost lead, right? Like I'm not going to follow up with him anymore. Or if he says something stupid, like I'm just not interested, like I want to continue just relying on referrals and word of mouth, he's just going to be a lost lead. So that's how I can follow up. Like if you have your phone number, just call him like every couple of weeks or every month or so and just follow this process and see what happens. You're going to make more sales than if you didn't. So this is how you want to follow up with prospects. If you have their number, call them like once a month. And if you have their contact information, which you're obviously going to have, at least once every 2 weeks or monthly, send them a testimonial or a piece of valuable content. So that way you can stay front of mind and you can convert more of these people who said no or didn't convert into paying clients. So that's how we're going to follow up. So make sure to finish these action items, complete them, finish your outbound script, and you have all the follow-up assets complete. All right, welcome to phase number 5, which is service delivery. So this is all about getting results for your clients. So at this point, maybe you've got a client signed up or you have a client on a free trial, and it's time to deliver those results so they're happy and they continue paying you every single month. So that's what we're going to cover. And really the main objective of phase number 5 is to help you understand step by step how to manage clients and get them incredible results using Facebook and Instagram campaigns, or meta campaigns. So that's what we're going to go over. And what we're going to cover at a high level is we're going to go over how to onboard clients properly, so you have access to everything that you need to be able to run their advertising campaigns. Then we'll go over how to create high converting ads. So we'll go through over the ad copy frameworks to use, the ad creative frameworks to use, everything step by step so you know how to create good ads. Then we'll go over how to set up the right targeting, because we can have the best ads in the world, but if the wrong people aren't seeing it, then the ads aren't going to work. So we're going to show you how to set up the right targeting. Then we'll go over how to launch your ad campaigns. Then we'll go over how to optimize ad campaigns. So if your ad campaigns aren't working and not converting, I'll show you how to fix them. Then we'll go over how to scale ad campaigns. So when you have an ad that's working well, I'm going to show you how to really start scaling that up so you can get a lot of customers quickly for your clients. And then we'll go over how to manage and communicate with your clients properly so the expectations are set and everything's good to go. So with that being said, we got a lot to cover, so let's dive into it. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to onboard clients properly. And the whole point of an onboarding process is to make sure you have all the necessary information from the client to be able to run and manage their advertising campaigns properly. And the way we're going to do that is by having an onboarding call with your client. And you should have already scheduled your onboarding call after your intro qualification sales call if you're doing a free trial, or if you've already signed up a client, the first step is having this onboarding call. And we're going to follow that using this onboarding call framework that I'm going to break down with you step by step, and I'm going to show you as if I was doing this for a client in my agency. So let's say the client I'm going to do this for is Nowhere to Hide Training, which is a gym based in the UK. This isn't one of our clients. I'm just showing you this as an example. So this is what I'm going to walk them through on this onboarding call. So first, I want to get clear on what their targets are. So I'll first ask them, what's their target yearly revenue? Where do they want to go? And let's say the client says their goal is to get to 600,000 a year. Then I'll ask them, what's their current yearly revenue? I need to get an idea of where they're at currently. Let's say they say right now they're at $300,000 per year. And then I'll ask them, how many new monthly members do they want to get? Or how many new customers do they want every single month? And let's say they say their goal is to get 50 new members every single month. Then I'll ask them, how much members are they getting on average right now? And let's say currently they're getting 25 members a month. So essentially they want to double their business. And it's important for us to get an idea of their targets so we know where they're trying to go. Then once we get the client targets, we want to get an idea of what current marketing assets they have. So these are things like their Facebook audience size, their Instagram size, their TikTok, their email list, things like that. So I'll ask them, like, how big is their Facebook audience? Let's say the client says they have 1,000 people on their Facebook page, they have 3,000 followers on Instagram, and 1,000 people on their email list. The reason I like getting an idea of these assets is a lot of times most business owners have these assets and they're not fully leveraging them, and there's a lot of low-hanging fruit revenue that we can use to help them make more money. So I'm just going to get some idea of these assets. Then I want to get clear on some fundamental marketing information from the client. So I'll ask them, who's your ideal customer? And the reason it's important for us to get clear on who their ideal customer is because we're going to use that information when we're creating our ads and our targeting. So let's say the client responds like their ideal customer for their gym is men and women between ages 25 to 50. They're serious about fitness and lifting. They're not going after beginners, and they're into functional training like CrossFit, boxing, things of that nature. So that's who they say their ideal customer is. Then I'll ask them, like, what's the dream outcome of your customers? Like, what is the goal of the customers? And the reason it's important for you to understand this information is it's going to help you write better ads once you understand like the dream outcome of that customer, so you can write those better ads. So they might say that the dream outcome is they want to lose weight and have a ripped athletic physique, right? And they'll probably give you more information. I'm just giving you this as an example. But a lot of times the clients will give you more information on this. Then I'll ask them, okay, and what problems do your customers face? And the reason I want to get clear on this again is because if I understand the problems these customers face, I can write better ads. So the client might tell me the biggest problems that their clients are facing is weight gain. They're not exercising regularly. They have a poor diet. They have a lack of energy. They can't spend time with their kids. They can't, exercise with their kids like they used to, blah, 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 blah. Again, we're trying to get this information so we get clear on the problems the customers are facing. Then once I have that general marketing information, I want to get a big picture idea of what they're currently selling. So I'll ask them, like, what are you currently selling? What's your main offer? And let's say their main offer is they have a monthly gym membership of $100 per month. That's what they're currently selling. And then I might ask them, how long does your average client stay? And let's say they say the average client stays for 10 months. So that means their average lifetime value is $1,000, because if their gym membership's $100 per month, on average, a client stays for 10 months, 100 times 10 is $1,000. Then once I have that general information of what they're selling and what their economics look like, I then want to map out their sales process. And what a sales process is the step-by-step process that they use to get new customers. And it's important for me to know that so we can run ads to that sales process. So let's say the client says like how they get new customers for their gym membership is they run ads, not run ads, but they have a simple 7-day free trial that people use. Like a new customer can sign up for a 7-day free trial for their gym. Then once they apply for a 7-day free trial, they become a lead, and then someone from the gym, someone on their gym sales team will reach out to them and call them. Then from there, they book a consultation inside of the gym to start their trial. And then after the 7 days, if they're happy, they become a client into the $100 a month gym membership. So that's their sales process. And then I might dissect everything. And let's say the client says like, this is the page where clients sign up to, which is right here, a free gym membership. Like this is the page that they're driving people to actually sign up for this 7-day free membership. And the reason we need to know this is where we're going to be sending people on the ads. Like if the client is saying this is the sales process that they're using to get new customers, and new customers go to this free gym membership page, they put in their information here, they hit submit, and then someone on their team reaches out to them once they have their contact information to schedule that consultation, and then they become a client. That's where we're going to be driving traffic in our ads. So now we know, like that's because that's what the client's responsible for. We're responsible for driving the traffic and setting up the ads, but we need to know where to send that traffic from the ads, and we're going to send them to this page right here. Then what I want to get clear on once I know the sales process is understanding their current targets. Like I need to get an idea, like if let's say for example, we're doing a free trial for them, I want to get clear on what their daily spend is, what their target cost per lead is, and their target cost per acquisition. So let's say I ask the client, and minimum, your client needs to be spending at least $50 to $100 per day. I'd like to that's just at a bare minimum. I like to recommend at least. You can get away with less than that, but try to stay between 50 to 100. But let's say the client says, yep, I'm more than happy to do $50 a day for this. And let's say they say their target cost per lead is $10. So what that means is the target is they're willing to spend at least $10 to get someone to fill out this information to start that 7-day free trial for the gym. And let's say their target cost per acquisition is $100. So they're willing to spend $100 to get a paying member for their gym from paid ads. So now we have some targets that we're aiming for. Like now we know once we set up these campaigns and they go live, are we getting leads for at least $10? Are they getting new members for their gym for $100, right? And I might also ask some additional questions like, okay, let's say for example, for this gym, I might say, if you get 10 leads right now who sign up for a 7-day free trial, on average, what percentage of them are closing into a paying client? Into a member. And let's say the client says right now they're converting 30% of their leads into memberships. And if that's the case, I'd write that down. So just saying currently converting 30% of leads into memberships. So that way, it gives us an idea of, okay, let's say we start giving him leads and we start running these ads down the line and he's getting leads for $10 and he gets 10 leads. Then we know he should be able to convert 3 of those leads into paying clients. And if he's paying $10 per lead, for him to get 10 leads is $100 in ad spend. If he converts 3 of them, he's spending about $33 to get a new gym membership, right? Which is well within his targets. So hopefully that makes sense. You might need to watch that a few times to understand the numbers, but just get an idea of what his targets are, what your client's targets are when you, before you start actually launching campaigns. Then once we have all this information, we can actually get access to everything we need. So the action steps from here, I like to tell the client if I'm running a free trial to them, is I say, it takes about 2 days for us to get everything ready to set up your ads, and then we'll launch your ads for about 5 days. So the setup process is about 2 days from writing the copy, setting up the ads, and we're going to go through that later on in these modules. And then they get about 5 days of the ads going live. Then the next step here is to schedule your next call with the client, and your next call with the client, you want to schedule this 7 days out, and that's going to be your trial review call, which is your sales call, where you review the results from the first, from this free campaign, and you convert them into a client if you get good results for them. So you want to schedule that next call with them 7 days later. Again, the way we're going to do that, you should know how to do this at this point, but all you really need to do is you can simply go to your calendar, open up your calendar, send them an invite. Let's just say it's 7 days from now. Let's say it's the 13th, you do it for the 20th, you ask them what time. Let's just say they say 10 a.m. You put this on your calendar. You can just put Thisura and whatever the person's name is. Let's say the person's name's Jim, and then you're just gonna name it campaign review call. And then you'll put, you could put add a Google Meet. This will automatically put a Google Meet, and then just add the guest. So I'll just put an example guest for this. And just like that, you have that scheduled in. That's going to be your trial review call, which is going to be your sales call with the client to review the results and sell them. So that's the next step. Now that's already scheduled in. Then the next step is to get access to their ad account so you can begin running ads. And what I've linked is a step-by-step instructions to be able to get access to a client's ad account. There's 2 stages here. I'm not going to go through everything right now here. It's going to be in this document. Again, make sure if you go to the description in the video below, you can get access to all the notes and all these documents that you can follow along with. But if the client already has a Facebook and Instagram ad account, they've ran ads before, here's the tutorial on step-by-step how to get access to their ad account so you can begin running ads on their platform. You just need to get access to their ad account, their pixel, their Instagram page, and their Facebook page. This tutorial and this step-by-step process will show you how to do that. If they don't have a Meta ad account, they've never run ads before, it's not ideal, but there's a step-by-step tutorial we've attached here on everything. Like, you just need to send this over to the client, and the client can go set up their advertising account. You can help them through that process on that. But that walks through, like, if they don't have an ad account, send them this and go through these steps. If they do have an ad account, walk them through these steps right here. And just like that, you'll have access to their ad account to be able to set up their campaigns. And again, later on in the modules, I'm going to show you how to do this, but all you have to do for now is just get access to their ad account. So once you have access to their ad account, the next thing you want to have is access to their website. You need to have access to their website just in case you need to make any changes for them or set up any pixels, which we're going to go over as well. So just make sure they give you login details to their website provider and you'll be good to go. And then make them give access to any images, videos, and testimonials. You're going to need their images, any videos that they might have, or testimonials and social proof that you can leverage when they're creating ads. So if you open this document here, this is the instructions on how to get that. For images, just send them this, say, hey, please upload business images and ads you have into a Google Drive folder labeled images. Same thing with videos, and same thing with testimonials and reviews. So just send them this. So you should have a big Google Drive that they'll send you that has access to their images, videos, and testimonials, and you're going to be using that to create any ads for them. So that's all you have to do for action steps. So once you go through this onboarding process here, then you just finish these action steps here, schedule your trial review call, get access to their ad account, get access to their website, get access to their images, videos, and testimonials, and you have everything you need to start running their campaigns. So the action step 2 is you can have this onboarding call outline. So when you're onboarding a client, just fill this out on the call with the client and you'll be good to go, and you'll have your client onboarded and you can follow this process step by step. So that is how you onboard clients. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to give you an overview of the fundamentals of high converting ads. So before we actually start creating the ads, I want to make sure you understand the fundamentals of what makes a good ad. So let's dive right into it. So the main objective of ads that I want you to understand is the whole point of an ad is to get your ideal clients to stop scrolling and click with intent to your website. And the big distinction that I want you to make is when you're creating an ad for your client, the whole job of an ad is not to sell the product directly on that ad. The goal of the ad is just to get them to click on that ad with intent, because the thing that's going to do the selling is the client's website, not the ad. The ad's responsible for just getting traffic to that website with people who are interested in purchasing that product. The website is what's responsible for converting that click into a sale. So make sure you understand that. Again, the whole point of an ad is to get your ideal clients to stop scrolling on their social media platforms and click with intent to their website. That is the objective of ads. So with that out of the way, let's go through just a general overview of what an ad looks like and the different building blocks. So first, this is an example of an ad here that you can see on the right. The first part is the creative, and the creative is the image or video that catches the person's attention and stops their scroll. So that is this video here or the image. That is the first thing when someone's scrolling through their social media platform. The first thing that's going to catch their attention is the creative, the image or video. That's what stops their scroll. So that's what I want you to remember. The creative is responsible for stopping their scroll. And then once they stop their scroll with the creative, the next piece is the headline. Now, the headline is this piece right here at the bottom that's highlighted in red that says, try the yoga trapeze. And the headline is the text underneath the ad copy that catches the reader's attention and lures them in to read the rest of the ad. So that is this section right here. Then once they read the headline, they then read the ad copy up top. So the ad copy is the written text that gives them more information and pushes them to click on your ad. So the ad copy is this text up here. So the way it typically works, how I've always understood ads and the mentality I use, is when I'm creating an ad, these are the three building blocks. Someone scrolling through, first the creative stops their scroll. That's what stops their attention. Then from there, they look at the headline. Right? And if the headline's good, then they read the rest of the ad. And then the ad pushes them to actually click the Shop Now button or the Learn More button, which takes them to their website. This isn't the case all the time, but this is a general idea that I like to follow. Creative, headline, copy, right? If it's a video ad, what might happen is they might see the creative first, they might play the rest of the video, then read the headline, then the ad copy and click. But that's just a general structure I want you to understand of these three elements here. So those are the three building blocks of an ad: the creative, the headline, and the ad copy. Now, what I want to go over is what really makes a good ad. What makes a good ad that converts? And there's really a couple components. So the first component is it clearly calls out the target market and ideal customer. We want to make sure our ad almost acts like a filtration system. Like our ad clearly filters out who we want to see the ad. It clearly calls out the person that we're going after. So you can see in this example from Mudwater, which is a very big company. They do multiple 8 figures a year in revenue. You can see their first text here. It says, hate the jitters of morning coffee. Just like that, they're clearly calling out the target market and ideal customer. They're calling out people who hate the jitters of morning coffee. The next part of what makes a good ad is it clearly states a solution to a problem they face or a deep desire they want. So once we've called out the target market, we need to state, we need to agitate them and state either problems that they might be facing on a day-to-day basis that agitate them or a deep desire that they want. So you can see here, Mudwater, what they say, their first line, hate the jitters of morning coffee, that's also attacking a problem. And when they say switch to Mudwater to boost your mood, they're also talking about a deep desire, which is to increase their mood and get rid of the jitters. Then the next thing is it clearly states the benefits and features of the product. So once we have their attention, we've called them out, we clearly state a solution to a problem they face or deep desire they want. We then need to clearly state the benefits and the features of the product. So in this example, you can see Mudwater says benefits like switch to Mudwater to boost your mood. Now they only really have one benefit here. I'm sure there's more benefits that go in when you actually listen to this video ad here, but to elaborate, it would be saying things like boost your mood, increase your focus, get rid of your jitters, just a list of the benefits of your product. The next component is it presents a compelling offer. And this is arguably the most important thing. Like you can have really bad copy, but if the offer itself is truly irresistible, it can do a lot of the heavy lifting. But the offer here, as you can see, snag 20% off the full starter kit when you subscribe. Shipping is free. And oh yeah, we ship a free USB rechargeable frother with your first order. So that's a pretty irresistible offer. 20% off, free shipping, and they get a free rechargeable frother, right? So that's a pretty irresistible offer on that side. And the next component is it has a clear call to action. And you can see a call to action. What that is what we want the reader to do next, the next step in the process. And they're saying right here, try it. And they just put the link with an arrow, right? So that is what they want the reader to do next, is to click on that link. And they also have the Shop Now button. So those are the components of a good ad. So just a quick recap, it clearly calls out the target market and the ideal customer of the ad. Then it clearly states a solution to a problem they face or a deep desire they want. Then it clearly states the benefits and the features of the product, and it presents a compelling offer, and it has a clear call to action. You want to make sure that your ads have these 5 components. So that's what makes a good ad. So now that you know the fundamentals of what makes a good ad and the components of the ads, I want to go over the next video, which is actually how to write high converting ads. So in the next lesson, we're going to go through really the headline and the ad copy. So with that being said, I will see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to write high converting ads. So just a quick refresher on what this looks like is the ad copy itself is going to be the body copy section, which is this first section up here, right underneath where it says sponsored. You can see try the yoga trapeze today. The yoga trapeze is the most powerful at-home yoga inversion tool ever created, blah, blah, blah. So that's the body copy section. And then the section below here where it says try the yoga trapeze, the smaller batch of text is the headline. So this is the ad copy section. So that's what we're going to break down is the body copy and the headline and how to write a really good ad for both of these. So when it comes to writing the body copy of the ad, I'm going to break down a 5-step ad copy framework that you can use. I've used this framework for countless ads that have absolutely crushed it. And this has been the go-to framework that I always use when I try to create a high converting ad. Like I've tested countless different ad frameworks, and this has been the one that has worked the best for me that you can model. So there's 5 steps to this ad copy framework. First, step number 1 is we're going to call out a desired outcome or key problem. Then we're going to state our irresistible offer. Then we explain the benefits of our offer. Then we add social proof, and then we have a call to action. So let's break these down step by step, starting with step number 1, which is calling out the desired outcome or key problem. So the first part of our ad is we have to call out exactly who the ad is for. And the best way to do that is by calling out a desired outcome that our customers want or a key problem they might be facing, because if they resonate with that, then they're going to read the rest of our ad. So for example, this ad that I'm running for this gym can say, tired of feeling sluggish or out of shape. That's my call out. I am calling out a key problem they're facing, which is feeling sluggish and out of shape. If someone sees that who is feeling sluggish and out of shape, they're going to want to read the rest of my ad. Then I'm saying, here's how you can transform your fitness routine in the next 7 days. So that is their desired outcome. Here's how you can transform your fitness routine in the next 7 days. Then once I've done that, step number 2 is I want to state my irresistible offer. So now that they're hooked in, now we have to hit them with their offer. So I'm saying, get a free 7-day membership at our gym for a limited time, as well as a complimentary personalized fitness assessment with one of our expert trainers. So just like that, I'm hitting them with our irresistible offer, which is that 7-day membership for free at the gym. So that's what you want to do. Then step number 3 is we're going to explain the benefits of the offer. We're going to add color to this so they can see really all the different benefits they're going to get as part of their 7-day membership. So I can say, as part of your 7-day free membership, you can experience access to top-notch equipment, enjoy a wide range of equipment and amenities designed to enhance your workouts, expert guidance, receive support and motivation from certified trainers who are dedicated to helping you succeed, fast-track your results, experience noticeable improvements in your strength, stamina, and overall well-being, personalized approach. Our trainers will create a customized plan that will fit your goals and lifestyle. So all I'm doing here is I'm just writing some bullet points of the benefits they're going to receive as part of their 7-day membership. That's all I'm doing. Then once I've expanded on the benefits, I want to add social proof, because what's going to be going on in the prospect's mind as they're reading this ad is, that sounds great, but who have you done it for? Have you done it for other people just like me? So I need to address that. So I can say, but don't take our word for it. Join the hundreds of satisfied members who have transformed their lives at our gym. Read our glowing testimonials and success stories on our website, or ask any of our members about their incredible fitness journey with us, right? And so if they click on the ad, they can see the website, and the website will have a bunch of case studies and testimonials and reviews and all that fun stuff. Then we're going to have a call to action. So this is what we want the reader to do next. So I can say, click the link below to claim your free 7-day membership now. We're limiting this to the first 50 people, so make sure to claim your membership before it's too late. So that is our call to action. So all you have to do when you're writing an ad is just like, one thing too as a disclaimer, the ad doesn't actually say call out desired outcome, state irresistible offer. Like when you're writing your ad, you'd get rid of those components, right? Like hopefully that makes sense. This is just each chunk of it. So when you're writing an ad, just model this. Like step number 1, call out the desired outcome, write it out. Then state your irresistible offer, insert your offer. Then explain the benefits of the offer. Add 4 to 5 bullet points of the offer. Of the benefits of the offer. Then add social proof, right? So say something like, but don't take our word for it. It's being trusted by XYZ members. Then have a call to action of what you want the reader to do next. Once you have these as guardrails, it's very easy to write the body copy for your ad. If you're also very lazy, you can also just go to ChatGPT, tell ChatGPT a little bit about your client and say, follow this 5-step framework and write me 10 ads, and it'll write you ads very quickly. But I'm not going to show you how to do that in this one because I want you to actually practice this yourself. But this is all you have to do. Very straightforward. So that is going to tackle this body copy section right here. The next section of the ad copy is the headline. So that is underneath. So we need to tackle that. So the headline frameworks we can use is we have offer headlines, call out headlines, and outcome headlines. So let's break down each one of these. So we can start with an offer headline. So this is where we're just going to insert our offer directly. So I could say 7-day free gym membership. Test our gym for free for 7 days, right? I'm just stating the offer directly as a headline. The next type of headline is a call out headline, where I can say, read this if you want outcome. Watch this if you want outcome, if it's a video ad. So read this if you want outcome could be read this if you want to lose weight. Read this if you want more energy. Same thing with watch this. I would just say watch this if you want to lose weight. So it's calling them out directly. Again, if they're scrolling through their feed, for example, and they see a headline that says read this if you want to lose weight, then they're going to read the rest of the ad. And then there's outcome-based headlines, which is achieve outcome and achieve outcome in time frame. So achieve outcome is transform your fitness routine. Achieve outcome in time frame could be transform your fitness routine in 7 days, right? Really straightforward. Now, when you're thinking of an offer headline, if you're wondering which one to choose, I would just write one that's an offer headline and one that's a call out headline, and you'll be good to go. You could write one of each, and then you can set these up as a dynamic ad, which I'm going to show you once we're launching the campaigns. But all you have to do for now is I would just write one headline in each one of these categories that you can use, that you can have in your arsenal. So your action item that I want you to focus on is create your ad copy and headline using the framework above. So for your client's ad, write their body copy using the 5-step ad copy framework. Just model this step by step, and then insert your, for your client's business, just model this. And then for the headline, use these headline frameworks to create one offer headline, one call out headline, and one outcome headline. That is the action item I want you to focus on. So go get that done, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to create high converting creative. So now that you have your ad copy created, the next step is creating your creative. So this is either the image ad or the video ad. And in this lesson, we're going to focus on creating image ads because they're the easiest and fastest to set up. And with all the amazing tools and free resources we have, it's never been easier to create high converting image ads. So that's what we're going to go through. So before you start creating your image ads, the things that you're going to need is number one, you're going to need your product images from clients. Now, part of the onboarding process is you tell your clients to send over any images. So you should already have your product images from clients. And you need to make sure you have your headline variations. And your headline variations, just a quick refresher, this is when we created the headlines for the ads. So our offer headlines, our call out headlines, and our outcome headlines. As long as you have these two things, we can proceed and begin creating our image creative. So step number one, what we're going to do is we can either go to unsplash.com to get copyright-free images, or we can use an image that your client sent over to create our image ad. Now, in this case, because I don't have a client who sent me over images, I'm going to go to unsplash.com to get a copyright-free image. So the way I'm going to do this, I go to unsplash.com, then I'm going to search something like gym class, because again, my client is a gym. And then what I'm going to do is the orientation, I'm going to put to landscape and pick one of these images. And again, my client focuses on more functional training, so I think this image right here is really good. So I'm going to go ahead, hit this button here to download it. So now I have the image downloaded. Then I can move on to step number two, is I can use Canva to remove any background parts of the image that I want to remove. In this case, I don't need to do that. I'm just going to use that image as is. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this image to Canva. So Canva is a free tool. You can create an account, and all you have to do is once you've created it, you can go ahead and hit create a design. You're going to click that button. Then you're going to hit custom size, put the width and height to 1080 by 1080, and then hit create a new design. Then once we're here, what we're going to do is we're going to import the image that we downloaded, push that in here, just like so. Now again, you can either use an image from Unsplash, or you can use an image from that your client gave you. But in this case, I'm using this image from Unsplash. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this, make it about this big. Then what I'm going to do is center it. And you'll know when you center it when you get this arrow like that effect across. And I might make this a little bit bigger, actually. We'll make this guy a little bit bigger here. And let's move this. There we go. It's centered. And then I have this white text up top and the white text at the bottom. And this is where our text is going to go. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to make the background here. I'm going to basically select the white, hit this color here, which says background color. I'm going to make it black, just in this case, so it fits in. Then what I'm going to do once I have the background color selected is I'm going to put my headline up top. So if you remember the headlines that I created, I have my offer headlines, 7-day free gym membership, test out our gym for free for 7 days. So what I'm going to put is I'm going to put this test our free, I'm going to put 7-day free gym membership as the headline. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go here. I'm going to click up top here. I'm going to go to brand. I'm going to put add a heading. And I'm going to drag that right there. Now this is black on black, so I'm going to have to change this to white. Let's do that. And I'm going to paste in this headline, which is 7-day free gym membership. Again, you would just put in your headline there. Now we have the headline sorted. We're going to have to move this a little bit so it's smaller. I can drag it now. Then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the font. I don't really like this font that much. So where it says Didot, this is where you can change fonts. I'm going to put it to Monsterrat or whatever your client's font is that they like. They should give you that in the brand guidelines. But once you have that, we have the headline, and we should probably make this a lot bigger. Looks pretty good. Then we can bold it here. That didn't work. Let's just put this here. Then let's bold this. So now we have the headline, 7-day free gym membership. Let's make this even bigger, actually. Now that's too big. You can see I'm not a design expert here. And we can make this a bit smaller. There we go. 7-day free gym membership. I think we can actually make this image a little bit smaller. Put this more across so we have more room. There we go. And I'm gonna make this text bigger. I'll make it there. There we go. 7-day free gym membership. That looks good enough. Then once we've done that, I'm gonna actually put this word free to red. 7-day free gym membership. So just like that, and I also have to center this thing. Make sure it's in the middle. There we go. It looks centered. Push this down a little bit. So that's gonna be the headline. And then I'm gonna put some text at the bottom as well. So I'm gonna basically go back. I'm gonna go to brand. I'm gonna add a heading here, put in another title. I'm gonna put this text to Montserrat. I'm gonna put this to white. Click below to claim your limited free pass. Just put your pass for a limited time with an exclamation mark. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a bit bigger. Let's put this here. We can bold this. We can actually bring this guy up a little bit if it lets me. Just gotta make this smaller here. I should be able to drag this guy around. Center it, and that looks good. There we go. Bingo. There we go. Click below to claim your, and I'm actually gonna put free pass again. I'm gonna put this in red, and just like that, we have our image ad created. Really not that hard. Obviously, we can make this prettier. We can make this better. Like if you have a design background, you can make this nicer. But I want to show you how simple it is, right? So now they're going to be scrolling down their feed. They see this beautiful ad that I put up. This headline is going to catch their attention. 7-day free gym membership. All right, so just like that, we have the image ad created. As you can see, it really wasn't that difficult. We got an image from Unsplash over here. We imported it. We put our headline up top. We put a mini headline at the bottom telling them to click the link below. And again, you can either use an image from Unsplash or an image that your client gave you. Then once we have this image ad done, what we're gonna do is we're gonna download this. So we're gonna hit File, then we're gonna hit Download. And what we're going to do is, we can just hit download directly. And that is gonna download the image. And our image is now created. We have it up top, just like that. Now we can also use the magic switch tool to, if we want to turn this into an Instagram story, we can click this button here and it will automatically turn this into a story. So I can go ahead and hit continue here. I can hit copy and resize, open your story. And you can see here, basically turn this into a story that we could use as well. So you can use that tool if you want to later down the line, if this ad performs well, you want to test it as a story only, you can use that to you can use the magic switch button to turn it into a story or a portrait or a landscape. So that's really cool. But in this case, I'm just going to use my 1080 by 1080 and download this. So that's all we have to do. We can either go to Unsplash to get a copyright free image or use a client image that they sent over, then use Canva to remove any background images that's needed, then add your image to Canva, make it 1080 by 1080, add your headline to the top and the bottom of the image. Then once you've done that, just download it and you have your image ad good to go that you can test. Really, that straightforward. The other option you can have, if you don't want to create the ad creative yourself, is you can outsource the ad creative to someone on Fiverr or someone else overseas to be able to create that for you. So that process, all we have to do is step number 1 is we're going to have the folder with all the product images that your client sent over to you that you're going to use. Then what you also want to have, any brand colors that your client send you, like colors that they like or their fonts that they have, they're going to send all that information over. Then what you're going to do is you're going to find an example of an ad that you like. So you can do a little bit of research. So you can go to ad library, for example, and let's just say I'll just type in gym and I'll type this in. And let's say there's a certain ad that I really like here. Like, let's just say that this ad right here, I really like the design of this ad, even though it's in Spanish. I'll just open this up, make this thing full screen if it lets me. I'll just zoom this in for you. But let's say I really like the design of this ad. What I can do is I can take a screenshot of this ad and this design. And then once I have that screenshot, I can link that into a Google Drive and use that as a sample that I want the editor and the graphic designer to actually create. So I can say, hey, here's an example of an image ad that I really like. Using the folder of images that our client sent over and their colors, can you create me an ad that looks similar to this? Then once you do that and you have this all laid out, what you're going to do is you can go to something like Fiverr and create a free account. I'm just going to go ahead and hit log in here. This is where you can hire freelancers to do work for you for very cheap. I can go ahead and type in graphic designer, and any of these graphic designers are fine. Like, these are, you just look by their ratings, but any of these graphic designers are more than capable of creating a simple image ad. Like, I could even type in, if I want, I could type in Facebook ad design. You can see all these $22, $15, all of these are fine if you're just starting out. I recommend actually just creating the ad yourself. But if you want to outsource this, just go to Fiverr, type in Facebook ad design or graphic design. You can go to any of these people here. Then what you can do ahead of time is you can hit this contact me button. And once you're in the contact me button, you can actually, like I actually used this contractor before, which is funny, but you could actually send them instructions of what you want. Like you could send them a Loom video saying, hey, can you create me an ad similar to this? If I send over the client's the client's graphics over, would you be able to create a similar ad to that? And if they say yes, then you can go ahead, pay them the amount that's requested. In this case, it's $22 Canadian to be able to get an ad created, and they can create that ad for you. So that's all we have to do. If you want to outsource the ad creative, again, just get the images from your clients, get their color palettes, their fonts, then look at an example of an ad or a creative that you find inspiring that you want to model, then reach out to a contractor on Fiverr and say, hey, here's everything from the client. I like the look of this image. Can you create one similar to this? They say yes, you pay them, and then it'll be sent your way. In this guy's case, a 2-day delivery time. Now, that's why I recommend doing it yourself in the beginning, because you can get it done a lot faster, especially with all the tools out there that are free. Like you could get an image ad done so fast. It's not like it was a couple years ago where, it was much harder to create design. So this is how you actually create your image creative. Fairly straightforward. The action item I want you to focus on is create your ad creative using the framework above. So if you're going to create the ad creative yourself, just follow this step-by-step process. You should be able to have a creative done in less than an hour. Or if you're just very scared and you don't want to do it yourself, you can outsource the ad creative using the steps that I outlined here, where, I'm not going to repeat it again. I already went through everything. Just watch that section and you can get creative done. So once you have that, you're now going to have your creative completed for your client. And now we can move on to the next step, which is launching our campaigns. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to go over creating your ad targeting. And what your ad targeting, put simply, is who sees your ad. Because you can have the best ad in the world for your client, but if the wrong people see that ad, they might not make any sales, or their sales are going to be decreased. So we need to make sure we have the right people seeing the ad and our targeting is set up properly. Now, the good news for you is platforms like Facebook and Instagram are so advanced right now, and their algorithms are so good that the targeting has never been easier. So I'm going to walk you through how to set up the targeting live so you can kind of look over my shoulder and model this. So when it comes to setting up your targeting, if you have a local business as a client, like a lawn care company or a laundry company or a furniture company or a gym, whatever it is, a local business, what I recommend for your targeting is just target around the local area, like at a 5 to 10 mile radius. You don't need to overcomplicate it, just target around the local area. Now, again, I'm going to show you how to do this in the ad account, but if you have a local business, what I found works best is just target around the local area. Now, if you have an online business as a client or a nationwide client, this is how to think through the targeting. So let's say I have an e-commerce company that sells gym equipment directly to gyms and personal trainers. Now, the first thing you want to look at is, can I target the niche directly? So again, if the product and who I'm targeting is gym equipment specifically for gym owners and personal trainers, I want to see if I can target gym owners and personal trainers directly on the platform. That's the first thing I'm going to look for, is can I target the niche directly? The next thing I want to look at is, can I target the niche interests? So again, if I'm selling gym equipment to gym owners and personal trainers, I can then start targeting influencers and competitors that gym owners and personal trainers might be interested in. So I can target things like Chris Bumstead or Arnold Schwarzenegger or Ronnie Coleman. So these are famous bodybuilders, and these famous bodybuilders, if someone are interested in people who are famous bodybuilders, they might own a gym or they might be a personal trainer. So I can target them directly. And again, Facebook has so much data on these people already and on these interests. The next thing I can look at is niche interests altogether. So again, I can target things like bodybuilding, weight loss, things of that nature. Because again, if I can target people who are interested in bodybuilding, they might own a gym or be a personal trainer. The next thing I can look at is niche tools and niche softwares. So this is where I can start targeting people who are interested in specific tools and softwares. So again, if I'm trying to get in front of gym owners and personal trainers, I can target specific softwares like people who are interested in MyFitnessPal or Trainerize. And these are softwares specifically for personal trainers and gym owners. And I know if they're interested in these softwares and tools, they might own a gym or they might be a personal trainer. So that's how I think through targeting for an online business and nationwide. Is first I look at, okay, can I target the niche directly? If not, can I target their interests? And most of the times you're going to be looking at, can I target these interests? Like, influencers and competitors, niche interests, or niche tools. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to go through my ad account and actually show you how to set this up and find targeting options, so don't worry. And again, if you're working with a local business, what I found works best is just target around the local area and maybe add one or two of these interests. You don't need to overcomplicate it. So here's how to find the audiences. It's really straightforward. What we're going to do is we're going to open Facebook Ads Manager. And then once we're in Facebook Ads Manager, we're going to hit this create button, this create campaign. Then we're just going to hit any of these options. So let's just hit leads. We'll hit continue. Then hit the manual leads campaign option. Make sure you do it manually. Hit continue. Then once you're here, you don't need to worry about any of this. We just want to go straight to the targeting options to find audiences. So hit next. Then once you're here, I want you to scroll down. And we can see audience controls. We can see audience controls here and advantage plus audience. Now, the first thing we want to make sure is if you're just like, I'm going to walk you through if I was setting up targeting for a local business, and then I'll go through finding options for a nationwide or an online business. So again, if I am setting up ads for my client in this case, who is a local gym owner based in Sale in Manchester, which is a city in Manchester in the UK, here's how I think through setting up that campaign. So again, if it's a local business, I'm just going to target around the local area. So I'm going to go into the ads manager. I'm going to hit under audience controls, the locations. No point advertising in Canada. So I'm going to put this as what we're going to hit here is we're going to go to Sale, Manchester. Yep, here we go. Sale, Cheshire, England, United Kingdom. Here we go. There we go. And what we can do is we can just put this at a 10-mile radius. So just like that, now we are targeting within the local 10-mile radius. And the other thing we can look at here as well is we can look at show more options here, and the minimum age is, if you remember in the onboarding call, at least for this client, who they were targeting were men and women ages 25 to 50. So we can just be a little bit more narrow here is the minimum age. Let's just put 25. So people who are 18 aren't going to be seeing this. But that's all I would really do in terms of targeting for a local business is I'm just going to be targeting that city within a 10-mile radius and set up the ads for the targeting for a local business. So you can see how straightforward that is. Now, if I am setting up ads for a nationwide business, let's say I'm setting up ads for that e-commerce business that sells gym equipment to gym owners all around the world. How I'm going to do that is, first for their location settings, I'm going to just redo all of this. Let's say for this hypothetical client that sells gym equipment all over the world for gym owners and personal trainers, for the locations, let's say that the client tells me that they sell equipment anywhere, that they can sell in the United States, Canada, let's just say they can also sell in Australia, and they can sell in the United Kingdom. These are typically the big four countries for, companies that can sell in a bunch of different countries. These are the big four: US, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom. So let's say these are the countries that they can target in. Then once they've done that, if they give you a specific age that their ideal customers are in, let's say gym owners, let's say they say their average customer is at least 25, we're going to put that in there. Then what we're going to do to actually find more detailed audiences, like if you remember here, audiences like influencers, niche interest, and niche tools. In order for us to find these options, we have to hit advantage plus audience. So we're going to hit audience suggestion. We're going to click that. And then once we're here, we can hit age, which is already selected. We can be a little bit more granular here on this option. Now, let's say for this client, they say that, for targeting gym owners, let's say that on average, their gym owners at minimum are 30 years old, so 30 to 65. Genders, I think you can keep it at men and women. If that's what the client says. If the client says that the people who are primarily purchasing the gym equipment are men, you could change this to just men only. But for this example, let's say they sell to both men and women. Now we can find in the detailed targeting options, we can hit edit here, and now we can start looking through these options. So if you remember directly, can I target the niche directly? So can I maybe target gym owners or personal trainers? So the way I'm going to do this is I can just type in gym owners and see if it's an option. If it's an option, great. Well, they have small business owners, but it doesn't look like they have gym owners. Do they have personal trainers? So here we go. We have personal trainers right here as a job title. So there's 388,000 personal trainers. I can click these, and I can also hit suggestions to see things that are similar. So you can see here, I can also target health and fitness coach. There's wellness coaches. There's personal, right? So there's people, if I hit the suggestions column, it's going to show me people that are similar to that. You can see there's some more things like fitness professionals. There's about 6,000 of these. Fitness PTs. There's a little bit less. I like to make sure each audience has at least, this personal trainers, this health and fitness coach is a little bit small. I like to make sure each audience has at least 50,000 people in here. But in this case, let's just keep this to powerlifting, weightlifting. I'm just looking through some of these options. Let's just keep this at personal trainers. Now, let's just see again if they have a gym owner. Doesn't look like they have gym owners specifically. So that's fine. In this case, we'll just put personal trainers. Then what we'll do is can I target their interests? So can I target, certain influencers in the space that gym owners and personal trainers might be interested in? So I can look up Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronnie Coleman, Chris Bumstead. So let's look at these. So let's put Arnold. Well, look at that. So Arnold, for whatever reason, isn't there. That's totally fine. We can type in Ronnie Coleman. There we go. Ronnie Coleman. Bingo. So we got Ronnie Coleman, and we can hit the suggestions tab to see things that are similar. So you can see other big fitness people in the space. So we can also maybe target Phil Heath. This is, these are Mr. Olympia winners. I can put Jay Cutler, right? Just like that, it's giving me suggestions. And these suggestions are based off of what Facebook's telling me is people who are interested in Ronnie Coleman are also interested in things like Phil Heath and Jay Cutler, right? The next thing I can look up is we can put Chris Bumstead, see if he's an option. Chris Bumstead's not an option, unfortunately. That's fine. We're just confirming which audiences we can go after, and we're just creating a list of them for now. And the next thing is I can look at niche interests, right? So I can type in bodybuilding. So you can see bodybuilding, these are employers for bodybuilding, but we can look bodybuilding right here. These are, here, there's a sport for it, bodybuilding right here. So there is 500, this is a huge audience, 196 million, right? So we can look at suggestions for that, and we can see a bunch of different audiences like that are very similar. So that's interest, and I can find more interests if I want, right? Weight training is another one that I can click. Strength training is another one, right? So you can see there's all these options that I can find for niche interests. Then I could look at niche tools, right? So these are softwares that, fitness trainers, gym owners, personal trainers might be using. So I can type in MyFitnessPal. That's an interest right here. Next, we can have, let's see if Trainerize. So it looks like Trainerize isn't an option, but at least we got one of them, which was MyFitnessPal. Right. So you can see this is how I'm finding these audiences that are similar to the people that I'm going after in this space. So that's how I'm looking. I'm just taking a list of these. Now, once I have a selection of these audiences, what I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up this targeting worksheet right here. Now, again, make sure to go to the description and actually download all the notes that go with this free course so you can start filling this out. And then what I'm going to start doing is filling out all of these. So I have a list of audiences that I can go after, right? So in this case, if I'm just targeting a local level, like in that first example, like the client that I'm going to be setting this up for in this hypothetical is this local gym. In that case, I don't really need to worry about influencers, interests, and tools and softwares. Like, again, I was just going to target around that local area and like a 10-mile radius. But again, if I had an international client or nationwide client, like an e-commerce brand selling this gym equipment, I would start filling these out. So influencers and competitors, what I can do is I would just fill these out step by step. So one influencer is Jay Cutler. So I'll just put Jay Cutler. His audience size is 2.1 million, which you can see here. It says 2.1 million. So I'll just put this as 2.1 million. Then I would go through Ronnie Coleman. He's another one, 26 million. So I'd put Ronnie Coleman, 26 million, right? And then I would go through, all of those for influencers. Then for interests, what I had is I put bodybuilding. So I could put bodybuilding and weight training. So let's just put bodybuilding. And the interest here was 196 million. So I'll just put that in 196 million. And then one other category too is like direct targeting. Right, so in the direct targeting column, that's where I'm going to put personal trainers. And for personal trainers, seems to have disappeared. There we go, right here is 388,000. And then tools and softwares, we had MyFitnessPal, which had 53 million, which you can see here. And again, I'm just doing this at a high level, but what you'd do is you'd fill these out step by step. You'd fill out a bunch of different influencers and competitors and put them in the sheet, a bunch of different interests, a bunch of different tools and softwares, some different direct targeting options. The more audiences you have, the better, because as you start scaling an account later down the line, you can start testing these different audiences to find which audiences respond best to your ads. But all you need to focus on for now is just finding these audiences and putting them in the sheet. Again, if you're going to be targeting a local option, you don't really need to worry about this as much. You could still go through and do this audience research and put this through. But if you're just targeting a local area, you can keep it very simple, like I mentioned, and you're just going to target that local area within a 10 to 15 mile radius and keep things really simple. But if you're working with an international or nationwide client, that's when you can be a little bit more granular, like direct targeting tools and softwares and interests. But you should still go through this regardless for one of your clients. Like if I'm working with a gym, I can still, let's say I'm running ads in a local area, I can delete all of this stuff, but I could still do, like in this first here, I'm basically targeting, I can just get rid of this, put this back. So again, let's say I'm running ads locally for this gym, our client, Nowhere to Hide Training, who's based in Sale, Manchester. I can put here, Sale, Manchester, put that at the city. Instead of a 25-mile radius, we'll put this at a 10-mile radius, just like that. Minimum age is 25. And then what we can do here as well is we can actually just put this at 25 here. And then we can also put some detailed targeting options, right? So we might also target, for example, people who are interested in bodybuilding. Put interests right there. people who are interested in bodybuilding, right? So I can target people who are in this area in Sale, England, 10 million, not 10 million, a 10-mile radius who are also interested in bodybuilding, right? And weight training, right? Because if that's the case, there might be a higher chance that, these people are interested in going to the gym if I want to do that, right? But again, for most local businesses, if you just keep things simple and target a local area, you're fine. But if you want to test some interests in that as well, like if I'm going through a gym, I can put local areas and also test, some interest associated with that as well and make mark of those and start putting this in this audience finding sheet. So that's all we have to do when it comes to finding audiences. Again, just a quick recap of that. If it's a local business, just target around the local area for the most case. If it doesn't work, you can target more niche, some of these interests specifically and test those out to see if you get better results. And if you're working with a nationwide or an online business that's not specific or bound to a local area, first look at, can I target the niche directly? Use that first. And then can I target niche interests, like certain influencers or celebrities in that space they might look up to, interests that people in that, certain interests that people would be interested in, and then niche tools. So certain niche tools and softwares they might be interested. And then once you find those interests, just go into the ad manager here, go to the targeting options in the advanced Advantage Plus audience to find them, go to detailed targeting and just start searching through, right? Start searching through and then listing them down here. And then once you find an audience, put them in here, put the size of the audience and paste them in. And once you find one audience that works pretty well, or let's say again, like once you find one audience like bodybuilding, you can look at suggestions to find more that are similar. And you can just keep writing these down and pasting them in here. So you have this big arsenal of different audiences that you can target down the line for your clients. And the more audiences that work, that win, the better your ads are going to perform. So that's how you find out targeting. Fairly straightforward on that side. And you'll be good to go. Again, all the instructions will be attached into this document. The action item I want you to focus on is create your targeting for your ads for your client and fill out the targeting worksheet. So if your client is a local business, very simple, just target the local area in a 10 to 15 mile radius. If it's a online business, you're going to be filling out these information here and then filling out your targeting worksheet. So you have you have a bunch of different audiences that you can go to and target. So that is how you find your targeting for your ads. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to launch your ad campaigns. And this is super exciting because this is where we get to hit the launch button and see our campaigns go live and hopefully get more sales and more leads for our clients. So let's walk through how to do this step by step. So step number one, you just need to make sure your pre-launch tech is set up so you have access to your clients' ad accounts, their pixels set up, you have access to their page and their domain. Now you should already have access to this. Again, it's in this document here and part of the onboarding process that this would already be taken care of. So if your client does have an ad account, you're going to follow the steps here. If your client doesn't have an ad account, here's how to fully set it up for them. Again, if you don't have access to this document that has all the notes from the course, make sure to go to the description to get all of this for free so you can follow along. So step number one is just making sure you have access to everything, which you should already have. Then step number two is you want to review your launch targets from your onboarding call, especially if you're doing a free trial in whatever campaign you're launching. You just want a quick refresher on what you're aiming for. Now, in my case, when I did the onboarding call with this hypothetical client, the target cost per lead was $10 and we're aiming for a target cost per acquisition of $100 for a new member for their gym. Then step number three is we get everything linked up in one central location. So you want to make sure you have your ad copy linked, and I like to put it in a Google document so you can see this is the body copy for the ad, which is fully written out, and the headlines for the ads. So that's all attached. Then you want to have your ad creative that you created for the ad. So I have that linked here. This is the creative that I made for the ad. Whoa, that was a crazy zoom in. And then we want to make sure we have our targeting, which we should already have. So my targeting in my case is since it's a local business, I'm targeting around the Sale, Manchester area, a 10-mile radius because that's where this gym is located. The age is going to be 25 plus, and I'm targeting both male and females. And the ad budget is $50 per day. That's what the client agreed upon. So now I have everything lined up in one area for me to set up my ad. So here's how I'm going to set it up. I'm going to go to my business manager, into the client's ad account. Then once I'm into the ad account, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this create button, which is this green button. I'm going to go ahead and click that. Then once I'm here, I'm going to, in this case, I'm optimizing for leads. If you have an e-commerce company or as a client, maybe you're optimizing for sales. But in this example, I'm going to hit leads here because that my client is a gym and that's what we're optimizing for. I'm then going to hit, I'm actually going to name this campaign. So what I'd recommend is just name it something like, in this case, since it's a test, I'm just going to write test campaign. And then I'm just going to put client name. So you'd put like test campaign and put the client's name, right? So you'd fill this out for your client's name. Then I'm going to hit continue. I'm then going to put manual leads. So I'm going to select manual leads campaign, always put manual. Then I'm going to hit continue. Then from here, I don't need to select any categories. You know, if you were running ads for real estate or housing, then you need to click the housing option or things like that, but we don't need to worry about it in this example. Buying types auction, this is fine. Campaign objective, leads, this is what we want. Campaign, advanced campaign budget, we don't want to click this. We want to make sure that this is off for now. Then from there, we're going to hit the next button. And this ad set name here, we're just going to label this as ad 1. Just name it something simple. In this case, instead of instant forms, we want to make sure we have website selected because we're going to be driving people to a website. Then from here, we want to make sure, maximize for number of conversions. You have the right pixel selected. So I don't have this client's pixel set up because it's a made up client that we're going through, but you would have the pixel for the client that you could see. So you'd select that client's pixel. Then the conversion event that you should already have set up. But in this example, the conversion event is going to be lead. Don't worry if you get a message like this saying it may not be optimized for conversions because we haven't received any activity, especially if it's a new ad account, it's going to say this, so you don't need to worry about that, but just put the conversion event that you're optimizing for. In my case, it's going to be lead. You don't need to put a cost per result goal, leave that blank. For dynamic creative, you can leave that blank for now as well. You don't need to click this on. There we're going to put the daily budget, which in this case is $50. That's what the client agreed upon. That's what we have here. It's $50 a day for the budget. Then we're going to scroll down here, and then we're going to put our location. So the location, if you remember in the targeting options, is going to be Sale Manchester, 10-mile radius, 25 plus, male and female. So why don't we put that here? Location, we're going to edit this, get rid of Canada. We're going to put Sale Manchester. Bingo, we click that. We're going to put this into a 10-mile radius, just like that. Then we're going to go into audience advantage here. We're going to hit advanced suggestion, and we're just going to make sure that the age here is over 25 because that's what the client in this example wants, 25 plus. So we'll put that there. Now our targeting option is done. Placements, we don't need to worry about this. We can hit next. Then once that's done, we're going to go ahead and fill this out. So then we're going to call this the ad name. So the campaign name's up top. The ad site is the targeting. So what we're going to target, that's the next set. And then within the ad set is the ad. So the ad is where we're going to upload the ad creative and the copy. So I'm just going to put this as ad angle 1. Make sure you pick the right Facebook page. So just insert your client's Facebook page. Again, you're going to have access to this. So you'd select the client's Facebook page, select their Instagram account if they have one as well here. I don't have one, so I'm not going to click that. Then what we're going to have for creative source, hit manual upload, single image or video. And this is where we're going to put our text. So our primary text is where we put the body copy. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to hit our ad copy. We're going to open that. We're going to copy and paste this here. Copy that, put that in here. That's done. Then once that's set up, we have the ad copy. Just delete the bottom spacing so it's all nicely spaced out. I might put some spaces here, a space there, space there, space there. Just make sure it's looking all good. Everything's good to go. And then we want to make sure we have a headline. And again, the headline, you can just pick this one, 7-day free gym membership. Just pick the headline that you like. Then once we have that, call to action, learn more is fine. And we also want to make sure our ad creative. So we're going to hit add media, add image. I'm going to upload an image here. And what I'm going to do is, let's make sure that this is here. So I just dragged that image in, so it's going to be loading. So just like that, we have the image. I'm going to click that, hit next, and you can see this is what it's going to look like on here. You don't really need to worry if it looks too messed up here because we're going to be primarily showing it on this feed. This is what it's going to look like. It's at 1080 by 1080. This is just showing you what it's going to look like. Then we can hit done. So now we have our ad creative set up. We can see our beautiful ad. Then we want to put the website URL. This is where you would put in the URL of the landing of the website that you're driving traffic to. So in this case, and I'm not going to put a website here, but if I was to put in a website, I would just put in, let me just go to the onboarding document here. We can scroll all the way up. I'm not going to launch this campaign though, but I can take this. This was the link here. Let's open this. Nowhere to hide, free membership. This is where we want to drive traffic. So I can take that. I'll paste that URL in there. Again, this is where you're going to be driving the traffic so they can see that. And you can see now, this is what the ad looks like. 7-day free gym membership. You can see the creative. The link is all here. Tracking is all set up. It says your metapixel is not active because I have a different website set up right now into this. If I put a different, scalewithless.com email, this wouldn't happen, right? But you'd want to make sure that, that's just because I have a different website going on right now. That's why that pixel, I'm getting a pixel error right now. But yours is not going to have that error if you set everything up correctly. But then once we're at this point, everything all looks good. We have everything set up. Again, we have our campaign up top. This is all good. We're optimizing it for leads. We have our website selected. The event is lead. We have our budget at $50 a day. We have the location, which is where we're targeting, and the age group. And then we have our ad setup. We have the Facebook page. You'd select your client's Facebook page. We then uploaded our creative, which was that image ad that we created. We updated our ad copy, which is this primary text column, which we all wrote. We have our headline here. And then once we do that, we just need to hit publish, and then the campaign would go live. Again, I'm not going to publish this campaign because this is just a made up client, right? And this is a different ad account. But in your case, when you have access to your client's ad account, you're going to hit publish. And once you hit publish, your campaign's going to go live. Typically, it takes anywhere from a couple hours to, 48 hours on the high end for a campaign to get approved. But most common, it's going to go live in, the first 24 hours, and your campaign's live. And just like that, you have published your first ad campaign. So congratulations, your ads are now live for your client. And now what we have to enter in is the next stage. So once we've launched your ad campaigns, again, congratulations, your campaigns have been launched. Now the next step is just the reporting cadence to make sure that you're on top of your reporting for your client and they know what's happening with the campaigns that you launch for them. So all you have to do, really simple, we're going to open up this reporting sheet here, which is going to be linked in this document. And you just need to fill this in every single day. And this is how we're going to do this. We're going to go into the ad manager here. Now, yours is going to look, this is just an ad account to give you an example of what this would look like. But you're going to click the campaign. Then once you've clicked the campaign, you're going to go into the ad set level. So you're going to go from the campaign and then you're going to hit ad sets. I want to show you one, like a real example of this so you could see this live. Then once you've done that, you want to fill in the following information. So you'd put the date. So let's just put the sample date here of December 14th. So this is going to be 12/14/23. Then we're going to get the ad spend. And the way whoopsies, wrong ad account. The way we're going to get all this data is up top. You're going to see these 3 bars here at the ad set level. You're going to click that and just hit performance and clicks. Your performance and clicks is going to give us the information that we need. So once we're on performance and clicks, the first thing that we're going to fill out is the ad spend. So how much we spent that day. And you can see here, that's just going to be the amount spent column. So we're just going to take that and we'd copy and paste that and we'd put that in this column right here. Then we're going to get the impressions. And the impressions is going to be right here, which if we go down a little bit more, you can see the impressions column. This is how many people saw the ad. So we're going to take that, put that in here, 1,730. Then we're going to get our CPM, which is our cost per thousand. This is how much Facebook is charging us for 1,000 impressions. Now, if your ads start to perform less, typically your CPMs are going to go up. This just means it's like how much Facebook or Instagram is charging you to get 1,000 impressions. And in more competitive markets, this number is higher. But in this case, it's charging me $41. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to put this in the CPM here. Copy that. Then we're going to get link clicks. You can see the link clicks here is 7. So I'm going to copy and paste that. And again, you just finish these reporting. All you have to do is every single day, every 24 hours after the ads have gone live, you just fill in this report step by step, right? So then that way your client can see the performance of the ad. So I'm just going to complete this. Then the next step here is our link click-through rate. So to get our link click-through rate, it's this, our click-through rate, link click-through rate, 0.40. I'm going to take that, paste that in, which is already at 0.40. It auto-calculates that. And our cost per click is already auto-calculated as well at $10.22, which you can see here. So take that. Again, this auto-calculates it, so you don't need to worry. Then it can see how many leads we got. So in this case, it's reporting that I got 5 website leads. You can see here, results column, leads, 5. So I'm just going to put 5 here. So that means our cost per lead, 72 divided by 5 is $14, $14.40 to be exact. And meetings and the cost per meetings and the sales, in this case, if it was for a gym at least, or an offline brand where you can't really track that event on Facebook, this is where you're going to need to ask your client about that, or you need to have access to their, website, which you should have to be able to see their meetings at least if they have a CRM. But let's say in this example, we got one meeting. Our cost per meeting then would be $72. And sales, let's say we got one sale, the client would have to report that. That means our cost per acquisition is $71. So we just fill this out every single day. So every 24 hours that your ads are live, you go ahead and then the next day you fill out the previous day information like this. So then that way you have this sheet and you want to give your client access to this sheet here. And then every single day, that way they'll have an update of what's happening. So they can just check that sheet every single day and they can measure the performance of their ads, because they're likely not going to be in the ad manager. But if you just say, hey, here's the sheet, you can see how much you spent, how many leads you got, everything's going to be in here. They can easily get an update of that. So that's all you have to do for the reporting side. Again, just to clarify, this is a campaign that I already previously ran. I'm just showing you this as an example for you to see this, right? But that's how you'd be filling in the information. All you do once your campaigns go live is you select it, you hit performance and clicks, and every 24 hours, you're just going to measure the results and input that into that tracker there so the client can get an update of how the ads are performing. That's it. It's really that straightforward. So just a quick recap of this. We've gone ahead and launched our campaigns. The tech was set up. We review our launch targets from the onboarding call to review our cost per lead, our cost per acquisition targets. We get everything lined up in a central location with our ad copy, our creative, our targeting, and our budget. So that way it's very easy for us to get our campaigns launched. And then we go through the process. We hit create a new campaign. Objective is, whatever your objective is, whether it's sales or leads, name the campaign, put in the website, make sure the Facebook page is selected, put in your targeting options, set up the budget, insert your copy and creative, and you hit publish. So what I'd recommend you do is follow this video live when you're setting up your campaign for your client. Very easy to do once you do this. If you run into any questions, let us know. But the action item to focus on is launch your ad campaigns and provide daily reporting to your client by filling out the reporting sheet. So watch this a few times to understand it. But again, if you follow along and you do this live, it should be fairly self-explanatory. And once you've done that, your first campaign's live and your client's going to start getting some leads and sales, hopefully. So this is a big milestone. Congratulations. Put a comment below once your first campaign goes live, which is a huge milestone. So make sure to do that. And we'll see you in the next video. Cheers. All right. In this lesson, I'm going to go over assessing your campaigns post-launch. So now that you've launched your campaigns, now what we have to do is review the results from your campaigns after they've been running for 3 days to prepare for your trial review call so you can plan the next steps and always be one step ahead. So after you launch your campaigns, after 3 days, there's really going to be 2 doors that you can fit into. So door number 1 is your campaigns are generating results at your targets. So in my case, my target was getting leads for $10, for example. And if I'm getting leads for $10, that's door number 1. Campaigns are generating results at targets, or even they're doing better than the targets. Door number 2 is campaigns are generating results outside of targets. So if my target is to get leads for $10, I might be averaging a $20, $30, $40 lead. So it's outside of targets. So here's how we handle each door. So door number 1, if campaigns are generating results at our target costs, first of all, it's going to be very easy to convert them into a paying client. So if our campaigns are performing and they're generating results at what was agreed upon, if I'm on a free trial with a client and they see that on my trial review call, I just need to say, okay, like your target was getting leads for $10, we're getting leads for $10. And at that stage, it's very easy to convert them into a client. So apart from that, if their campaigns are generating results at target costs, we're going to enter the scaling stage. And this is where we increase our advertising spend to generate more leads and customers based on the client's goals. And we're going to cover that in another video, which is how to scale campaigns. Or if the campaigns are generating results at target costs, we're going to enter maintenance phase if the client just wants to keep the same amount of spend. So let's say, the client's spending $100 a day and they're getting 10 leads a day. They might just want to keep it at that volume and they don't want to scale it. And if that's the case, we're just going to enter maintenance phase and remain at where we're spending. So again, just to recap that, if campaigns are generating results at target costs, we're either going to enter the scaling stage where we're going to start increasing the spend on the ads to get more leads, more customers in the door, or the client might just want to keep it at that level of spend and we're just going to maintain. And again, if your campaigns are generating results at target costs, if you're running a free trial for them, it's very easy for you to convert them into a paying client. Now, door number 2, if campaigns are not generating results at target costs, you can still convert them into a paying client if you're running a free trial. You may just need to extend the trial for a little bit longer and just make sure you have clear next steps. So let me show you how to do that. So if your campaigns are not generating results, you're going to enter the optimization phase. So really what the optimization phase is this is where we focus on either fixing the ads or the sales process until the ads are performing within our targets. And I'm gonna, we have another video that breaks down this optimization phase, but if your campaigns are outside of your targets, you're either gonna have an ad problem or a sales process and website problem. And what I mean by that is people are either going to be not clicking on the ads, and if they're not clicking on the ads, you need to tweak their ads, or people are going to be clicking on the ads, but they're not converting. And if that's the case, you have a website and a sales process issue. And I'm gonna break down how to fix either of those in the optimization phase, so don't worry. But that's all I want you to focus on for now, is just knowing where you are post-launch. So after you've ran your ads, 3 days, I want you to assess the results from your campaigns. So assess your campaigns after 3 days and understand your next steps for your clients. If your campaigns are doing well and they're within your targets, you're either going to enter the scaling stage or the maintenance phase. You don't need to tweak anything right now. If your campaigns are not generating results and they're outside of your target, you're going to enter the optimization phase. So make sure to watch the next video, which goes over how to optimize your campaigns. Now, you don't need to start scaling your campaigns right away if one of your clients is on a free trial. You're going to typically start scaling your campaigns if they continue with you as a paying client. That's when you'd start scaling. So hopefully this makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions, but this is all you have to do for now. This is how you assess your campaigns post-launch. So with that being said, I will see you in the next video. One thing I forgot to mention as well is every time you launch a campaign, I like to typically give it 3 days and then review the results after 3 days, whether it's can I continue scaling it or do I need to optimize it? So it's just a continuous 3-day cycle. So hopefully that makes sense. Want to get that out before we end this video. So with that being said, assess your campaigns that you launched after 3 days and understand your next steps with the client. You're either in the optimization phase, the scaling phase, or the maintenance phase. So I will see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna cover optimizing your campaigns. So you're gonna be in this section if your campaigns are not performing and they're outside of your targets, so we can analyze what the problem is and then fix it accordingly. So let's dive into it. So the first thing you wanna look at is if people are clicking on your ad, but not converting, here's how we're gonna fix that. So if the click-through rate and the unique outbound click-through rate on your ads is above 1%, and no one is converting and turning into leads or conversions, that means we have a landing page problem. So we need to focus on updating that landing page. So what we're going to use is we're going to use the landing page optimization checklist. So we're going to use this checklist here that walks through step-by-step how we can fix a landing page to increase the conversion rate. So the first thing you want to check is the tech itself. You want to make sure, do a run through of the website, do a test purchase, get the owner of the business to do a test purchase or run through it to make sure there's just not some stupid error where there's an issue on the tech. Surprisingly, I've seen that a few times, because if that's the case, it doesn't matter. You're not going to get results if there's a tech issue. The next area you want to look at improving, if it's not a tech issue, is you want to focus on improving the above the fold. And what the above the fold section is really like the headline. To give you an example of what the above the fold is, it's this section right here. It's like this headline section, the first little bit someone's going to see when they land on a website. This is where all the juice is going to be. So you want to focus, okay, can you update the headline and the above the fold section so it is stronger and better? Right? So you want to look at parts of the headline, like, is there a clearly defined desired outcome? Is a new opportunity being presented? I won't go through every single one of these here because there's a full video in the sheet that walks through how to do this. So make sure to actually get the course in the free section below in the description, where you can get access to all these notes here, but they'll show you how to optimize the headline and the above the fold section there. If you've already updated above the fold, then you can also look at the below the fold section. And below the fold is all this area down here, right? It's less important, but we can still look at making micro optimizations there, right? So things like, can we add better copy on the landing page so it's more in alignment with the claims and desires? Can more social proof be added? Can we add an element of scarcity and urgency? Again, this is covered in the video overview here, so make sure to get access to the document. And then we have the ad itself. Can the ad be more direct and state the next step to book a call? Can it be more congruent with what the next step in the funnel is? Do we have set up email sequences to follow up with all the leads that we do get to push them to schedule a call or book a meeting or whatever the next step in the sales process is? So this is how we're going to optimize if our conversion rate is low. But most of your time is really going to be above the fold tweaks. Again, this video explains how to do this in great detail. Now, once you update that, what you want to do is, if you tried 5 different optimizations to the landing page, but the conversion rate still isn't where it needs to be, that's when you need to create a new offer and test a whole new offer altogether. So in this gym example, if I've been running a 7-day free trial, I might need to test a different offer where it might be let's say a 28-day transformation or something of that nature, or a 30-day challenge, whatever it is, I need to change the offer because that means the offer isn't resonating. And the best way to get better results on your ads is to pivot and change the offer if you've already tried at least 5 different optimizations. Now, if people are not clicking on the ad altogether, meaning like there's just no one clicking on the ads, that means your ads are not resonating whatsoever. So if your click-through rate and your unique outbound click-through rate is below 1%, your ads are not resonating with the market, so we need to create a new set of ads. So what I recommend is create at least 5 sets of different ads. Like you want to test at least 5 different types of ads, right? So go through the entire process that we went through of creating ad copy, creating different creative, and testing 5 different variations of ads. And if you tested 5 different ads and the click-through rate is still low and it's not within benchmarks, that's when you want to create a new offer as well. So that's how you want to optimize your campaigns. People are either going to be clicking but not converting, or not clicking at all. And this is how we handle both of these sections. So the action item I want you to focus on is identify what part of your ad campaign you need to optimize and take appropriate action. Are people clicking? If that's the case, we need to optimize the landing page. If people are not clicking, you need to optimize the ads. So use this as a framework. Again, we go in more detail in this document here, so make sure to get access to that. So that is how to optimize the campaigns. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to scale your ad campaigns. So once you have an ad campaign that's working and producing you results at your targets, the next step is you want to start scaling it to get as many new sales, customers, and revenue as possible. And when you know how to do this, you can really make it rain for a client. Like we have certain brands that we've scaled their ad accounts from a couple $100s a day in ad spend to $20,000, $30,000 plus a day in ad spend in less than a week. So once you know how to do this, you can really make a lot of revenue for your clients. So that's what we're going to break down is our different scaling strategies that we use. So let's break this down step by step. So let's say the client that you currently have, let's say I'm working with that gym client and we're currently spending $50 a day in ads, and they're currently spending $10 per lead, and they're getting 5 leads a day, and they're within their targets. And now they want to begin scaling. And let's say the client says they want to scale to $100 a day in ad spend. They want to try to get 10 leads a day with the target cost per lead of $10. So they basically want to go from 5 leads a day to 10 leads a day, and they want to double their ad spend from $50 to $100. So nothing too crazy. Let's walk through the different ways you can actually start scaling your ad campaigns to be able to accomplish this. So the first type of scaling is called vertically scaling. And this is very simple. All we're doing here is we're increasing the budget on a winning campaign or a winning ad by anywhere from 50 to 100%. And then we're going to measure the results of that for about 3 days. And if it continues to produce results at our targets, we'll increase it again by anywhere from 50 to 100% and keep increasing it until it breaks. And if it breaks, we're just going to go back to what the budget was before it broke. So to show you what this looks like, I'm going to go into an ad account here. And let's say we have this example campaign that's spending $50 a day, right? And again, the client wants to scale it to $100 a day. All we'd have to do is if we want to scale it by, let's say 50%, 50 times 0.50, which is 50%, is an additional $25 a day. So all vertically scaling would be doing is adding $25 to this 50, and this would go to $75 a day, and we just hit publish. Now I'm not going to hit publish here because I'm not going to get this campaign live, but that's vertically scaling. We'd hit publish, it would be at $75 a day, and we'd measure the results for 3 days. And if it continued to generate sales and leads at our targets, we'd raise it by another 50%. Right? So then we'd go from $75 a day to $100 a day. And if that continued, we'd keep raising it until it broke. So you could see if the client wanted to get to $100 a day, all we'd have to do is vertically scale it by 50% twice. We'd go from 50 to then $75 a day. If it produced, then we'd put it by another 50%, then it'd be at $100 a day, and then we'd reach that target just like that. So that's the first method, which is vertically scaling. This works great if you're working with smaller budgets. Now, the next method of scaling, which is most common, and we use this the most for bigger accounts that we really want to start scaling, is horizontal scaling. And what this means is where you scale a winning ad by changing one key variable of it. And what I mean by this is when you have an ad that is producing you results at your targets, that means that that ad has the DNA structure of an ad that works, right? There's something in the copy, the creative, and the offer that's resonating with your market. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that winning ad and make little micro variations of it to see if we can make that continue to work. We're not going to change the whole ad. We're just going to change one, or like just really one variable at a time. So to show you what this looks tangibly, the first method is we're going to duplicate a winning ad, and we're going to keep the audience and the copy the same, but we're going to change the creative. So to show you what this looks like, let's say this is the campaign right here that we want to scale. This one's, performing well. We can see the ad here. Let's just say the ad looks like this, right? It says 10x ROI guaranteed, and this ad is working well. What we're going to do is we're going to keep this ad the exact same, but we're just going to change this video to a different video or a different image ad because we're changing the creative. So how we're going to do that is we're going to hit the duplicate button here. We're then going to hit duplicate. We're going to change the name here. So we could put it like horizontal scaling, new creative. Make sure this is labeled right. And then all we're going to do is we're going to change the creative. So where it says to add creative here, we're just going to add a different image or video. Now let's just say I pick a different video. So I'm just going to go from this video, and let's just say, I can pick any of these videos, but let's just say I pick this video right here of me in a white shirt instead of a black shirt. So I'm going to hit that, hit next, done. So just like that, I've changed the creative. And then what I would do in terms of the budget is if the client said they want to get to, let's say, $100 a day, right? I could just put this put this campaign to $50 a day and then hit publish and go live. So just like that, we would already be at $100 a day because there would be $50 in this campaign and then $50 in the campaign I just duplicated, right? So that's the first method. So we just take that campaign, we duplicate it, and all we did is we changed the creative. We swapped out the video, and we're going to hit publish on that at, let's say, $50 a day. Same thing, we measure it for 2 to 3 days, and if it's good, we continue, and we can continue scaling that up. The next type of horizontal scaling is we can duplicate that campaign. We keep the audience and the creative the same, but we change the copy. So again, what we're doing here, this campaign is working well. We hit duplicate. What we're going to do here is all we're changing. So I'm going to put horizontal scaling, new copy. Right? So if I go here, all I'm going to do in this one is everything stays the same. I'm just changing this copy here. So instead of saying I'll keep this short, if you're looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI, I could just put looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just changing the copy. Everything else stays the same. For whatever reason, the creative isn't posted. I think that's just a glitch on Facebook, but there would be a video here. So for the sake of it, I'm just going to use the video that was on the winning one, which I believe was this video right here. So we're going to hit next, 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 next. Yep, so the creative's there. But again, all this would stay the same. All we did is we just changed the copy. That's it. And then we'd hit publish. And, we could put this at $50 a day, $100 a day, whatever their goals are. Right? So that's another way we could scale up an ad. All we did is we duplicated an ad that was working well. And all we did is we changed the copy. Everything else was the same. We just changed the copy. The third type of horizontal scaling method is I can keep the image and the copy the same and change the audience. So all I'm going to do here, I'm going to go into the ad manager. I'm going to take that same campaign. I'm going to hit duplicate. I'm going to go here. I'm going to put new audience here. So horizontal scaling, new audience. And then what I'm going to do, everything stays the same, but in this audience section here where it says included locations, maybe I'll change the location. So instead of advertising to just United States, Canada, United Kingdom, and Australia, maybe I'm only going to advertise this campaign to Canada and United States. That's it. So I'm just going to target only 2 countries instead of 4. So I just changed the audience. And sometimes I might want to change the interest options or the detailed targeting, but just for the sake of this example, let's say I just changed the location. That's it. And then I put that at $50 a day, right? So you can see that's a very easy way for us to, duplicate that campaign. We're just changing who sees the audience. That's it. Everything else stays the same. We're just changing the audience. And the fourth horizontal scaling method is we can duplicate the campaign and change the actual campaign structure and the bidding type. So we can change it from an ad set budget optimization to a campaign budget optimization. So let me break that down. I know this sounds a little bit techie, but this will make sense. So this campaign right here, let's say this campaign's working well. Ad set budget optimization, all that simply means is the budget is dispersed at the ad set level. So each one of these ad sets, like the audience advertising bundle, online interest bundle, and the online influencers bundle, they're all spending $50 a day. So this between the 3 of them, there's going to be $150 a day, but it's spent $50 each. So it's spent evenly. What I can do is if this campaign's performing well, I can duplicate it if it lets me. Duplicate with current settings, select an objective. Let's just hit leads. We'll hit duplicate here. Then what we're going to do, once this is duplicated, we're going to hit horizontal CBO. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click this button here that says Advanced Campaign Budget Plus. So we're going to hit that button here that says on. And now what's going to happen is this $150 budget, because it was 50 between the 3 audience. Now what we're going to do is we're going to let Facebook and Meta really decide where this $150 is going to go. Meaning they might put all $150 into the online interest bundle or the advertising model. It really just depends on which one of these audiences are performing best. Facebook's going to decide where they're going to put this $150 daily budget. Before, we put it evenly. So it'd be 50 here, 50 here, 50 here, right? This, when we're putting it at a campaign budget level, what we're saying is, Facebook, here's $150 a day. Spend this how you see would work best between these three audiences. And what's going to happen is the audience that's working best, that's typically where it's going to put most of that budget. So just like that, we can hit publish on that. So we changed the campaign type. We took it from an ABO to a CBO. Conversely, you could take a CBO to an ABO, right? We're changing the bidding type. So those are 4 different ways that you can scale your campaigns. Now, the horizontal scaling, this is where you can really do a lot of damage and just scale accounts really quickly. Like, you can have a campaign that's doing $100 a day, do like 5 or 10 different types of horizontal scaling, and ramp up an account to $1,000 plus a day really quickly, just making little variations, right? Once you get the hang of it. So hopefully that makes sense. So you can either, just to do a quick recap, when it comes to scaling your campaigns, and you have a target of what you're trying to scale it to, you can either vertically scale your campaigns. Well, all you're doing here is you're just increasing the budget on that campaign from anywhere from 50 to 100%, measuring it for 3 days. And if it continues to produce results, you raise the budgets again by 50 to 100%. This is the simplest way, is vertical scaling. And then there's horizontal scaling. So this is when you have an ad campaign that's performing well, and all you're doing is you're changing one variable of that. In this first example, you duplicate the campaign, you keep it the same, but you change the creative, right? So a different image or video ad. Different version is you could duplicate the campaign, you keep the audience and creative the same, but you change the ad copy. The third version is you duplicate the campaign, you keep the creative and the copy the same, but you change the audience. And the final way is you duplicate the campaign, but you change the bidding type from a CBO to an ABO. You can even have a cap cost structure, right? But between these 4 different ways, you can really start ramping up a campaign. So this is how you start scaling up campaigns. Watch it a few times. I know this might be a little bit overwhelming. I know it was for me when I first learned this. The best way for you to learn this is by actually implementing it. So when you get to a point where you're ready to scale a campaign and you start going through this, that's when it's really going to ingrain in your mind. But just understand this, and once you get to a point where you're ready to scale an account and you have a campaign that's performing and your client wants to start raising the budgets, that's when you're going to start referring back to this video to start implementing it. So I hope you found this video helpful. The action item is use the vertical and horizontal scaling strategies to begin scaling your ad campaigns. Again, if you're not scaling your ad campaigns super aggressively, you're probably going to be doing a little bit of vertical scaling, but when you really start scaling up an account, that's when you're going to be doing a lot of horizontal scaling methods. So let us know if you have any questions, but this is the video on how to scale your campaigns. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover client reporting and communication. And the main objective here is to install the proper reporting and communication cadence with your clients so they're up to speed and they know what's happening. Because if your clients don't know what's happening or what results they're getting, they're going to leave and they're not going to stay with you for very long. So we need to make sure we have very good reporting and communication systems. And the good news for you is this is very easy to set up. So let's dive into it. So the first thing is we need to make sure we're providing daily reporting to our clients. And we've already went over this in the launching campaigns section of the course, but all we need to do is be filling out a reporting sheet. So the reporting sheet has all the data that we need to fill out every 24 hours for our clients that goes through the results from their campaigns, where they can see their ad spend for the day, their link clicks, the leads that they got, any meetings, any sales, all the relevant metrics. So we're just going to pull these every 24 hours and fill this in. Again, if you want a full refresher of this and how to get the data, watch the launching your campaigns module that goes into this in more detail. But that way the client has daily reporting of what's happening. You just need to fill this out every 24 hours for the client and give them access to this so they can easily see the performance of their campaigns. The next thing that we're going to need to do is have a weekly one-on-one call with our clients. And it's really important in the beginning to have a weekly one-on-one call, because that way you can answer any questions they might have and give them a big picture breakdown of everything. I've found, like, whenever we tried to get rid of the calls, unless it was an advanced client, sometimes they would feel lost. So I highly recommend having calls in the beginning. So the client call every single week, you're going to have it scheduled with the client, and it's going to be basically a reoccurring meeting with them at a set time. And what you're going to go through is the ad performance for the week, and you're going to go over any action items that you're going to implement. So to give you a high level overview, let's say I'm breaking down the performance for the last 7 days for the client. I'll be like, all right, we spent $300. We had 150 link clicks. Our cost per click was $2. We generated 30 leads. We had 10 leads. I mean, that means our cost per lead was $10. We booked 10 meetings. That means our cost per meeting was $30, and you closed 3 clients. So your closing rate was $30, and our cost per acquisition was $100, because 3 divided by 300 is 100. You collected $300 up front because your average membership is $100 per month, and they stay for 10 months, so our total lifetime value is $3,000. So our return on investment this week is a 1x on collected. We spent $300 and made back $300, but our return on ad spend over the lifetime value of a client is a 10x, because we spent $300 and made back $3,000, right? So this would be an example where I'm just going through everything with the client at a high level. Now, your metrics might be a little bit different based on the client you take on. If it's an e-commerce business, they're not going to have meetings. They're just going to be, their clicks, their conversion rate, their cost per acquisition, their average order value, slightly different metrics, right? So you need to put those and write those down here. So you just break them down at a high level, ask them if they have any questions that they have about things, address those questions. Then you have your next call date. Say, all right, if everything makes sense, our next call date's going to be at this time. And then you also want to go over any action items you're going to be implementing that week. So in this case, let's say we're going to be launching a new set of ads to test. I'd tell the client. So we'd review the performance of the ads. I'd say, all right, this week we're going to focus on launching a new set of ads. Make sure they approve that. And then I would say the next call date is on this date. So very straightforward. That's all you have to do. You want to come to the calls prepared with this ahead of time. Already know what the next week's action items are going to be. Like a big thing for your clients is what they're paying for is that certainty and that guidance of what the next steps are, right? So when you come to the call with all the steps and like, let's say, for example, there's a problem that's going on or the cost per lead is too high, you want to do your research ahead of time. So when you're on the call, you're like, yep, we noticed the cost per lead went up and we're slightly out of targets. Like I know our target is a $10 cost per lead, but right now we're paying a $15 cost per lead. It looks like our click-through rate on our ads have gone down, which is why this week we're going to focus on launching 2 new ads to test to drive down that cost per lead, right? So hopefully that makes sense. You want to come to these calls prepared and letting them know what the next steps are. And that's when they're going to have confidence and faith in you. So that's all we're filling out. There is a breakdown sheet here that's not filled out that you can copy and paste and model for your weekly calls. It should take you no longer than, 15, 30 minutes to prepare for each one of these calls, but make sure to put that preparation ahead of time. It's going to go a long way. You don't want to be scrambling before the call and just like making stuff up, right? So that's all we have to do for client communication. Just a quick recap, daily reporting, fill out this reporting sheet every 24 hours here. And then every week, you're going to have a weekly one-on-one call with your client where you're going to review all the key metrics at a high level, tell them what action items you're going to focus on this week, answer any questions they might have, and you'll be good to go. That's all we really focused on in the beginning to make sure our clients are up to date and they know what's happening. So the action item I want you to focus on is continue completing your daily reporting for clients and scheduling your weekly review calls with your clients. And once you complete that, you will have an airtight reporting and communication process. So make sure to get that done. All right. Congratulations, my friend. You've made it to the end of the course. And if you've made it this far, you're in the top 1% of people, because most people watching this course, they're going to watch 1, maybe 2 lessons. They won't implement anything and they won't get any results. But if you've made it this far and you've watched all the training and you implemented what I shared, you're in the top 1% of people. And it shows me that you're serious about growing your agency, but most importantly, that you have the characteristics of someone who's going to be successful in business. So congratulations on that. Now, I truly believe if you implement what I share in this free course, you have everything you need to build your agency past 10K per month. I know this because this is the step-by-step process that I used to get to 10K per month in my own agency. So as long as you follow the process and you stay consistent and you don't quit and you don't get in your own head, you too can get there. I'm confident in it. So apart from that, I really just want you to take action. I hope you found value in this free course. I had a lot of fun putting it together, so I hope you found value in it. If you want to show your appreciation, the best thing you can do is hit the subscribe button on this channel. That way you'll get notified every time we put free trainings and free courses out to help you grow your agency. So apart from that, I'll see you in the next video, and I hope you found this valuable. Cheers.